Come on, Maestro! Hit it!
The tale commences in New York, Manhattan, USA. A notification signaling the imminent demotion prevention surfaced. The players gazed upward upon receiving the message, and to their horror the sky turned crimson, while an eerie rupture in space unleashed a colossal, menacing monster. The earth-shaking stomp of the creature plunged everything into chaos, and the players felt overwhelmed by its immense pressure. This behemoth, the looming threat to humanity, necessitated their defeat to ensure survival. The creature's deafening roar trembled the players, but they knew they couldn't surrender and maintained their formation. Humanity pressed forward against this colossal being, with the fate of the world hanging in the balance. This tragic chain of events traces back to 2010, when BattleNet began as a competition between nations, only to transform in 2022 when the Space League emerged, turning the contest into a battle for survival against space creatures. As losses mounted, only 10 nations survived by 2023. The attacking behemoth was one of these formidable opponents from other representatives. Humanity barely survived its onslaught until a mysterious man appeared. With disdainful eyes, he faced the behemoth and even withstood its powerful attack, ultimately delivering a devastating punch that shattered the surroundings. The players trapped in the area praised themselves for surviving the impact. To their astonishment, the mysterious man single-handedly vanquished the behemoth, signifying the USA division's triumph. Witnessing this, they pondered whether this was truly the power of the martial saint, Xiang Jian, the 7th-ranked player worldwide and the main protagonist of the tale. As Baron Williams, the top-ranked player and guild master of our MC, commended their country's victory, a priestess approached Jahan, undeterred by the players trying to stop her. While Baron marveled at the behemoth's power and the man's ability to defeat it, the priestess cast her regeneration skill on Jan's arm, warning of the pain due to the behemoth's evil energy. Enduring the agony, Jan's arm began to heal when a chest emitting a golden light appeared before him. This was the reward for slaying the boss monster. However, Baron asserted that he would manage the reward, causing discontent among the other players, who recognized him as the strongest and felt powerless to challenge his decision. Baron then addressed the American First Guild and informed everyone that he would now commence the distribution of rewards. All Sophia and Jan could do was watch and hope for their names to be called. Unfortunately, only the top 5 players received rewards, leaving RMC empty-handed. The priestess tried to protest, pointing out that Jan was the one who defeated the boss, but Baron stood firm on his decision not to give Jahan anything due to his non-American citizenship, despite being naturalized. In a brief flashback, RMC acquired a formidable SSS rank skill called the Nameless Divine Arts. This skill allowed him to climb up to the impressive 7th place in the world ranking. Despite facing various forms of discrimination due to not being American, he remained largely unaffected. However, the burden of surviving alone in the world, as the last Korean and feeling powerless during that time, still haunted him. Jahan then proceeds to heal himself. As the mission results were about to be revealed, a notification appeared, indicating that only 2 out of the 10 countries had survived the Bronze League demotion mission. The USA and China passed, while Russia and other nations failed, including Japan. Humanity's loss in the demotion prevention led to notifications announcing that they would have to face the other species that also failed in this mission, the formidable orcs. Panic swept through humanity upon hearing this news. Sophia urged Baron to include Jin in the final battle, since he was the only one who had previously defeated the orcs. However, Baron's prideful stance led him to insist on proceeding without Jin. Summoning players from each planet, Baron and 4 others prepared for the showdown. Baron and 4 other players stepped onto the stage, greeting their formidable orc opponents. Even in the face of such powerful adversaries, Baron exuded confidence, branding arrogance as he checked his team. A combination of the top 4 players from his guild and 1 highly skilled Chinese ranker. He declared that he would take on the fight alone, convinced they didn't need any additional help. The ranked 1 player, full of determination, emitted a powerful aura and charged towards the orc group. However, in a shocking turn of events, a colossal orc swiftly intervened, accomplishing the seemingly impossible by defeating the top-ranked player. The other rankers, including Baron's companions, were stunned, and those watching the broadcast, including Jan, witnessed the fall of Earth's mightiest player. A notification confirmed Baron's death, plunging humanity into despair as one by one, the players faced the same tragic fate. The orcs' unmatched power proved to be too overwhelming for Earth's best. As the last surviving player, a priestess, struggled to match the orcs' might, the orcs expressed gratitude to humanity for their perceived weakness before delivering their final attack. The game concluded with humanity's loss, resulting in their demotion from the Bronze League. Unfortunately, with no leagues below this one, humanity was deemed worthless and expelled from the Space League, leaving them in a dire and hopeless situation. A dark aura materialized on Earth, rapidly expanding and engulfing everything in its path. Our protagonist found himself helpless against its force, fearing the world's demise. The dark aura transformed into a miniature black hole, devastating the planet within seconds, leaving no one with the power to survive. A notification confirmed humanity's total deletion, except for an anomaly, one lone survivor. Jan, the protagonist, realized his nameless divine arts. A skill of S rank was somehow resisting this fate. However, he remained unaware of the true situation and contemplated if being stronger could save everyone. A series of notifications appeared, indicating a conversation from mysterious beings observing the events. They offered Jan another chance, and he was transported back to the League's earliest entry era. The darkness around him dissipated as he awakened, still dealing with a hangover. Confused, he gradually recognized his surroundings. Jan realized he was back in South Korea in the year 2020. Observing children imitating the Sword King Yoon and hearing people discussing a game, Jan felt a spark of excitement, knowing he had been granted a fresh opportunity. Checking his status, he found himself at level 2, the exact point when he first entered the League. Armed with knowledge from his previous life, Jan was determined to change the future and save humanity. As he looked at a family portrait, he vowed to alter the course of destiny, being the only human who had witnessed the end game, and now returned to rewrite the fate of humanity. In the year 2020, South Korea boasted a formidable position among the world's rankers, with the top 11 players considered the best. Among them, Yoon Se-jin, the Sword King, held the prestigious 3rd place. Renowned as the treasure of Korea and the mightiest warrior globally, his status changed dramatically in July 2020, when he abruptly changed his nationality to become a naturalized Japanese citizen. On the day God Regressed, the news of Se-jin's decision shook Korea to its core. The repercussions were evident as chaos ensued, and concerns about their standing in the League surfaced. Jaya understood that without the Sword King's support, the country was left vulnerable. Although some held on to hope, the brutal reality of BattleNet, once a mere game turned deadly, took its toll. The BattleNet became a survival of the fittest scenario, where players faced real-life consequences upon death. The invasion of monsters furthered the destruction of lower-ranking countries, and Korea was no exception. The impact of Yoon Se-jin leaving was deeply felt, leaving a void that no one could fill. As Jan's brother-in-law, Se-jin's actions infuriated him, leading him to destroy a portrait and wonder about his sister's affection for the man. Jan couldn't help but ponder how things would have been different if she were still alive. Recognizing his own weaknesses, Jan acknowledged his inadequate stats, a result of his past gambling and drinking habits. Regretting his misuse of his gift, which was considered an F rank, he now understood its true power after it awakened. In this world, everyone became a player at 18, but only a select few received gifts. Jan's gift was undervalued, leading him to squander it on various things, including predicting matches. His revelation about the true potential of his gift was marred by his low stats, leaving him puzzled about how he reached level 2. Jan recalled a bottle of experience potion he found alongside his alcoholic drinks during his drunken state. Realizing that he might have consumed the potion, he also discovered a mysterious 100,000 achievement points, the source of which baffled him. Among his possessions, he found an X-type achievement points exchange coupon, a reward he received as the last survivor in the previous challenge. Jan was thoroughly impressed and concluded that this opportunity was tailor-made for him, prompting him to utilize the coupon. Subsequently, the system informed him that he'd unlocked an achievement store, displaying the current items available for purchase. RMC felt enticed to enhance his choices, considering the lack of usefulness in the current selection. Consequently, he upgraded the store to level 2, but even then it didn't offer any practical items. Despite this, he proceeded to elevate it to level 3, but luck wasn't on his side. The upgrades came at a cost, deducting 50,000 points initially, and the subsequent ones were even more expensive. Jan deliberated between gambling or purchasing the available items, but his inherent gambling nature led him to upgrade the store. That decision proved fruitful when he discovered the urgent restoration skill, allowing him to repair faulty items to perfection. The moment he struck the jackpot, excitement washed over him. Jan then accessed the room using his fingerprint, recognized as a family member, which belonged to Yoon Se-jin. He marveled at the advanced technology in the room and used his access to open the inventory of the BattleNet connector. His target was Dongfang Shu's broken brush, an A-rank item. But with the help of the urgent restoration skill, it transformed into a double S-rank item, revealing its link to the martial god. As he held it, the item reacted, and soon after, he received a notification about the tutorial for the Bronze League. Realizing that time was limited, he quickly checked his status window and utilized the brush to combine his basic stats, a process that made him the 7th-ranked player in the world and earned him the title of Martial Saint. He repeated this process to gain the martial power once again, a power that awakened him in the first place. His base stats merged into 1, but the timer was running out. Just as it reached 0, he logged into the BattleNet League, where survival was his primary mission. The Colosseum housed 100 players and monsters, and the game ended when half of them were eliminated. Jan found himself amidst players with higher levels, causing him to panic momentarily. However, checking his status window confirmed that his awakening was complete, granting him a unique stat and 10,000 achievement points. Although Jan was delighted to possess this unique stat, the system warned him that logging in without a battle connector meant experiencing 100% of the in-game pain. He recalled this pay-to-win feature, with only the wealthy enjoying pain reduction. Yoon Se-jin, with his advanced technology, managed to minimize the pain by 99%. Jan decided to use the connector later, once he gained access to Se-jin's room. Additionally, the system assigned him a limited quest, achieving the top spot in the tutorial, promising 1,000 achievement points as a reward. This feat would undoubtedly be easier now with his newfound martial power. Shortly after the game commenced, a player sneaked up behind Jan, ready to attack. But his strike was halted by 2 fingers. This reminded Jan of the thrill he found in killing other players. In this game, guilds also exist, and they were organizations that trained and managed players. The global excitement over BattleNet led to a focused effort in nurturing players worldwide. Similarly, in South Korea, well-known companies made aggressive investments to swiftly establish large guilds. The Bronze League that RMC found himself in served as one of the grounds for these guilds, where they kept an eye out for potential players. Moments before the game began, a side character assessed the other players. He acknowledged that the Gangnam League was a formidable challenge, but he wouldn't let his nervousness overpower him. The side character, named Do Hyukyu, considered himself the luckiest in the arena, being part of the Divergent Guild managed by the Divergent Group. This guild was renowned for handling numerous rising star players. Moreover, Du Huju had received a rank A gift named Agility, granting him a significant plus 25 stat boost in agility. This gift bolstered his confidence, as it was a rare and exceptional ability bestowed upon only a few players. As the game commenced, Du Huju scanned his opponents, keeping an eye out for potential adversaries. Some players from prominent guilds were equipped with high-rank items, but what truly captured his attention was RNC, who appeared to have no equipment on him. Du Huju couldn't believe what he was witnessing, realizing it was a golden opportunity. He saw Jan as an easy target for a swift kill. Du Huju lunged towards Jan, but to his astonishment, Jan effortlessly intercepted the attack with just 2 fingers. RMC not only matched his speed, but also deftly evaded all of Du Huju's attempts to strike. Jan's nimble movements left Du Huju feeling frustrated and incensed. Despite Du Huju's confidence in the Bronze League, thanks to his gift, he couldn't match Jan's exceptional abilities. Ultimately, RNC vanquished Du Huju with a single swift strike, leaving him swearing vengeance for their next encounter. Jan earned 100 achievement points for securing the first kill in this mission, and as a consequence, his defeated opponent's weapon disappeared. After the intense encounter with Du Huju, Jan assessed his surroundings to locate his next opponent and strengthen his position in the league. He noticed that nobody had ventured towards the monsters, as they yielded fewer points. However, Jan's mindset shifted when a quest materialized, demanding him to vanquish all the orcs. This quest offered a substantial 500 points, far more than what he had gained from the first kill, providing him with the motivation to confront the formidable monsters. Harnessing his martial power to gain an early speed boost, Jan charged towards the orcs. The sight of his rapid movement sent the orcs into a state of panic. Despite the orcs hurling 2 axes at him, Jan effortlessly caught them and demonstrated the proper way to wield those weapons. With his formidable strikes, he triumphed over the orcs one by one. Jan strategically positioned himself in the heart of the orcs, granting him the perfect vantage point to dispatch them with greater speed and efficiency. Upon witnessing Jan's impressive skills, all the orcs attempted to attack him, but Jahan's knowledge of their attack patterns allowed him to easily deflect each attempt. In addition, he skillfully reduced their numbers. When one orc tried to use a spear against him, it broke, providing our MC with an opening for a counterattack. He was also bothered by the noisy orcs and advised them to carry better weapons next time, since their feeble ones were inadequate. As the orcs saw Jihan's weapon break, it alerted everyone, and they rushed towards him again, further frustrating him. In response, Jahan stomped his foot, creating a small crater that made the monsters lose their balance, presenting a perfect opportunity to complete the quest. RMC relentlessly bombarded the orcs with swift slashes, overpowering their feeble speed, resulting in more and more of them being eliminated. Jahan had become adept at wielding 2 weapons, growing accustomed to their usage. He threw a spear towards the remaining orcs, and it effortlessly penetrated through, leaving only 1 orc standing. He realized that their current opponent was not human, considering Jan a monster. With one final slash, the quest was completed, rewarding our MC with an additional 500 points and a mid-game level up, an unusual occurrence since experience points were usually calculated at the game's end. Without questioning the anomaly, Jahan checked his status window to find a stat to allocate his points to, and he noticed the martial power stat, a combination of strength, agility and stamina that doubled the effect of the basic stats. Reaching 30 stat points in martial power would grant him access to the nameless divine arts again. He decided to invest his points in martial power, though he found it confusing how it could be increased so easily now. In the past, becoming a well-rounded warrior with battle experience and training was required to raise this stat. Nonetheless, he welcomed the progress. However, his thoughts were interrupted when an archer launched an arrow at him. Jahan effortlessly dodged it, and he noticed that the arrow came from 2 players, who seemed impressed by his evasion. The duo then decided to swiftly finish the battle. Jan suspected they may have teamed up, though the game allowed for player-formed teams in this PvP-style map. Moreover, they belonged to the prestigious Turtle Guild, one of the top 10 guilds in Korea. The game system notified all players that only 60 players remained, signaling the game's imminent end. Jan realized that if he could dodge their attacks, he had a good chance of surviving. However, he observed that the two players were disregarding him, with the warrior even trying to riz up the archer. Consulting the scoreboard, Jan saw that he currently had 6 kills and maintained the top spot, but he wanted to ensure he secured that position. An idea struck Jan when the archer attempted to reload her bow while mocking him, but he swiftly struck her down. The warrior was left alone, filled with fear and anger after witnessing the ease with which Jan defeated his crush. Jan approached the warrior, and despite the warrior's boast about his durable equipment, Jan repeatedly struck the same spot, eventually destroying the armor. Jan felt annoyed as these players continued to flirt around, unaware of what was to come. Suddenly a loud scream echoed within the Colosseum. Meanwhile, Li Han, the 3rd Division head of the Divergent Guild, and her bodyguard Lin Gam were watching a recording of the game on their screens. Li Han was surprised by the developments she witnessed and engaged in a conversation with her bodyguard. She expressed relief that Game, likely a teammate, didn't face the strange player Jan. The final scoreboard showed that our MC had 6 kills while Game had 4, which irritated her as her boss had believed she would lose against Jan. However, Heian, likely Game's boss, reassured her and confidently stated that she could defeat Jan. The two of them planned to fight Jan to gather more information about his fighting style. Gang, possibly a nickname for Game, continued watching how Jihan defeated high-level players from the Turtle Guild and felt a sense of familiarity with Jan's demeanor. Lin Gang, a talented player from the Divergent Guild, possessed a powerful talent that surpassed normal players. She was known for having an S-rank gift and being among the top players in the guild. In the previous Bronze League, she was expected to secure the first place, but her ranking was overtaken when RNC appeared. This mysterious Level 2 player now held the top spot, leaving everyone curious about their true identity. Meanwhile, inside a tall building, RMC checked the scoreboard to confirm his ranking. His first-place position granted him a 50 experience boost, raising his level to 6. Jan felt delighted with the multiple level-ups, enjoying the benefits of being a rookie player with the points gained from leveling up. He allocated all points to martial power, increasing its stat from 6 to 9. Additionally, he received a new nickname, Tutorial Conqueror, which provided a +1 to all attributes and a 20% experience boost in the Bronze League. Although the boost was primarily advantageous in the early game, Jan still appreciated the benefits. With 10 martial power points, Jan realized he could dominate the Bronze League. To promote to the Silver League, players needed to be level 25 and above. While reviewing his status window, Jan made an important discovery. He had the opportunity for class advancement, a critical phase in a player's journey that unlocked new classes. These included Archer, Mage, Support and Water classes. Jan chose the Water class in his previous life, making him more inclined to master it. However, he could still obtain another class by purchasing it in the Achievement Store, allowing him to learn 2 classes. Eager to explore this game-breaking chance, Jan decided to choose a different class this time. Shortly after, the next mission commenced, welcoming all players to the Bronze League in the Gangnam area. The theme of the mission was defense, with players summoned on top of towers tasked to protect the crystal and survive amidst waves of zombies. Lin Gang, a Water class player, was among those summoned. 2 more players joined her, one from the LK group as the Archer, and the other a Mage with impressive equipment. Gang eagerly awaited the final player who would be crucial in the mission, the Support class player. To her surprise, the Support player turned out to be none other than RMC Xiong Jun. Jan had been excited about the map setting for the Support class 20 minutes prior. Despite the system's concern about his decision to choose Support, due to its lack of compatibility with his skills and stats, Jan confirmed his choice. His class advancement went smoothly, motivated by the divine power that came with it. However, leveling this divine power was challenging, as it couldn't be increased through regular training. Points needed to be invested in it. Jan intended to continue investing in martial power to obtain the nameless divine arts again. Nonetheless, he had another method to increase his divine powers. Returning to the present situation, Gang couldn't believe that Jan had chosen to be a support class player. The mage and the team started to mock RMC's equipment, calling him a poor player and questioning his abilities. Undisturbed by their remarks, Jan remained silent. The archer tried to intervene and defend the support, but the mage persisted in his ridicule. Suddenly, Jan seized hold of the mage and effortlessly lifted him from the ground. The mage's threats turned to fear as he found himself helplessly dangling in Jan's grasp. Jan then threw him into the sea of zombies, leaving Gang and the archer in shock. Jan calmly stated that if the mage didn't wish to participate in the game, it was fine, as they could still manage without him. After the incident, the mage, known as Kim Duke, started displaying courteous behavior towards RMC. His sudden transformation resulted from the mechanic in the BattleNet, where each player had 3 lives in the defense game. His initial life was lost when Jan threw him at the zombies. After his resurrection, he was thrown again, and now he only had 1 last life left. To avoid ranking last in the scoreboard, he sought RMC's favor since he faced severe penalties, including a significant reduction in levels and the loss of his hard-earned skills and equipment. RMC anticipated another attack from the mage upon his second resurrection. Jan praised the mage's fire magic, which led to a change in his mood, believing he could be crucial in repelling the zombies. With increased confidence, he boasted about his level 15 status. Gang continued to observe, and that's when she recognized the mage, Duke, as someone who used to belong to a top guild. He was once respected, but his reputation declined due to overconfidence and repeated mistakes. Both Gang and the archer considered Duke to be hopeless. While Jan was willing to cooperate with him for the mission's sake, Duke went too far, demanding an apology from Jan. The archer believed that reconciling would be natural for the team, but that wasn't the case. Duke ticked something, prompting Jan to grab him once again. RNC was impressed by Duke's persistence in seeking an apology. However, it was too late, and Duke was thrown upwards again. Jan, holding a bat, refused to apologize, fearing it might appear as if he started the fight. He swung the bat like a baseball, sending Duke free-falling, leading to the system confirming the mage's death. Gang and the archer were speechless while dealing with their own tasks, and the zombies began to climb up. Players in other towers had an easier time, as their mage could cast fireballs on the zombies. The archer realized their need for a skilled mage and nagged Jahan about how things could have ended better if their MC had asserted his ego. However, Jahan wasn't listening, as he focused on an interesting quest he found in his status window along with a linked quest. Despite the challenging time limit, Jian was determined to achieve the 3,000 achievement points by scoring the highest among the towers and killing 1,000 zombies on his own. He acknowledged the difficulty of the task, but didn't want to miss out on the rewards. While Jian pondered how to tackle the quest, Gang remained astonished by his actions, thinking he might be a troll player due to his behavior. She couldn't believe he chose the support class, despite his impressive specs, and questioned about the Divergent Guild's decision to recruit him. On the other hand, the archer grew frustrated with Jian's continuous disregard for him and asked RNC to fight the zombies alone. This inspired Jian, who felt thrilled and believed he could complete the quest during the mission. Gang offered to be the frontline fighter, allowing the others to stay behind, but Jian surprised her by insisting on taking the front and assigning Gang to protect the archer. As the zombies approached the tower, Gang and the archer were astonished to see a strange-looking zombie, a blood zombie with a liquid head, rendering physical attacks ineffective. However, Jian's divine powers enabled him to one-shot the blood zombie, leaving them speechless. Jan continued to use his precise and powerful strikes to fend off the charging zombie, having killed 6 out of 1,000 so far, unsure if he could complete the linked quest. Congratulations on reaching this point. If you've managed to make it this far, please leave a comment saying "let him cook" to confuse those who skipped this section or failed to watch the entire video. As RMC continued to assault the zombies, the number of foes he vanquished kept increasing, and after a few minutes, he'd already taken down 26 of them. The only obstacle hindering him from defeating them all at once were the blood zombies, which required him to employ divine powers to deal with. Jan then made up his mind to eliminate these zombies in one go. Meanwhile, the archer and gang were in awe as they observed Jan lead the mission. The archer was impressed, seeing Jan as a seasoned professional with a bright aura around him. Gang shared the same admiration, marveling at Jan's exceptional control. Jan had already eliminated 210 zombies and was steadily approaching his target. Jan also noticed an increase in the divine powers surrounding him as he raised this stat by 1 point. He was delighted to see that the method he knew for increasing divine powers worked. Divine items were a type of equipment scattered all over Earth, considered sacred objects that players used to sell at high prices, believing they held hidden secrets. However, with time, their value declined, and many players were unaware of their existence. Jan's perspective changed when he met Sophia, who revealed that these sacred items were effective in increasing divine powers. Sophia, who became one of the saints, would hold a divine item and pray for an extended period, significantly boosting her divine power stat. Some items required different methods, but they were still effective. Jan was amazed at how easy it was to increase this stat. Sophia managed to buy many of these items at low prices, since they were unwanted by others. However, she informed Jan that someone else knew about this method too. RMC discovered that this person was none other than his sister, Chiang Jaya, considered the best support player in South Korea, and who fought alongside the Sword King before they both tragically passed away in the past. Among the divine objects she left behind was a steel pole that didn't have much divine power but was still useful. Jan used it as his main weapon in this map, smashing skulls and absorbing its divine power. Gang couldn't help but be amazed by the skill and control displayed by this support player. The archer then informed Gang about a nearby tower that had failed the mission. As they watched the other player struggle, the archer was unaware that a zombie was approaching him. However, Gang's swordsmanship skills saved him from danger. Jan turned his head toward Gang, recognizing her as the Plum Blossom Sword, a name he remembered from his past life. She was the interim Sword King but met a tragic end, being killed by the original Sword King Yoon Sejin. While RMC was reminiscing about this information, Gang approached him and asked if she could also participate in defeating the zombies. She believed that it would be easier for them to reach the top spot with this approach. Jan checked their current rank, finding they were in 5th place with 398 kills, with 397 of them done by RMC. With only 1 hour and 28 minutes remaining, RMC knew they had limited time. He was confident that Gang could handle it without his assistance, and since he was also aiming for the top spot, he agreed to let her join. He then plunged into the sea of zombies, leaving the defense to Gang. This decision surprised them both, but RMC had a plan in mind. He intended to gather all the enemies and eliminate them in one powerful strike. After some time, the archer was astonished to see that they were the sole survivors of the mission, securing the top spot. Jahan felt relieved for completing the limited quest event, but he couldn't complete the linked quest, only managing to defeat 560 zombies, officially ending the game. RMC received continuous praise and gratitude from the archer, but Jahan was lost in thought, contemplating trying the stage again when he became stronger. However, he wasn't certain if this quest would reappear in the future. Gang remained in shock, unable to believe that a support player with a much lower level had achieved such incredible results. She wondered if it was a bug, and watched as one of her teammates, the archer, logged out in Cloud 9. Approaching Jahan, Gang expressed her admiration for his skills and felt he would be a valuable asset to their guild. She asked for his number in a moment of excitement, only to realize her impulsive action later and blushed, becoming flustered when RMC tried to ask about it again. Jahan realized she was a member of the Divergent Guild and apologized, mentioning that he couldn't remember his number at the moment. RMC bid farewell and left. Gang felt embarrassed and thought she might have been rejected. Meanwhile, in the real world, RMC walked home, unsure of his Korean number since he had spent recent years in America. He couldn't ask anyone for it, as it would seem odd. He considered that he might have been on the verge of getting recruited by a guild, but he had no plans to join one. RMC checked his status window and found his level had increased by 2, earning him 1,500 points and a boost to his divine powers. While it wasn't enough to buy anything from the GP store, he planned to check his sister's items for something useful. Upon arriving home, RMC noticed a pair of shoes at the front step, indicating someone was inside his house. He was anxious, thinking about someone important from his past life, who was his greatest regret as he couldn't protect her. To his surprise, the lady inside was someone who cared for him in his past life. She had promised to protect him, but that promise was broken. Her presence reminded him of the time he lost his niece, Yoon Sia, which brought him immense grief. However, seeing her alive and well in the present filled him with joy and nostalgia for her sweet smile. She turned 18 this year and was the daughter of the Sword King and Jahan's sister. Jahan asked if the group living in Jeju had already disbanded. CR explained that she was the only one who ended it earlier than expected due to the overwhelming response towards her father's decision. Despite being abandoned by her father, she maintained a bright smile, which made her the most important person in Jahan's life. RNC felt annoyed hearing about his brother-in-law's actions and asked if he had contacted Sia. Yoon Sejin had indeed contacted his daughter earlier, but something was wrong. He confessed that he'd fallen in love with someone else and was required to leave everything in Korea to start a new life with her in Japan. Sejin's decision showcased a lack of responsibility as he chose to forsake his daughter for the sake of a single relationship. Jahan's anger grew, but he couldn't express it in front of Sia. Later, Sia noticed her family portrait had been shattered and realized that her uncle broke it. Jahan tried to explain himself, but Sia revealed that she wanted to do it herself. Jahan understood that she had always contained her emotions, putting on a bright smile and laugh even during tough times like her mother's death and her father leaving. He realized she had been looking after him, but from now on he vowed to protect her. Sia thanked her uncle and appreciated his support. At the Divergent Guild building, Gang felt embarrassed after her rejection, and her boss couldn't help but laugh at her story. Heian apologized for her laughter and expressed her frustration with what happened to the game. Gang asked for the man's number, but he refused, which hurt her confidence. She remarked that she wasn't as beautiful as Han, which worried her boss about the impact of the incident on her. Hayden assured her that she was popular, and every man in the building wanted to ask her on a date. However, she advised Gang not to spread the news, as it might lead to unwanted attention. They both went to the lounge, where Gang asked if they would still recruit Yan. Her boss revealed they had no other choice as the higher-ups were pressuring them to have Jihan in their guild. While they were having tea, Heian received a notification about a live broadcast. She planned to watch her favorite gambler's broadcast, even though she didn't know his identity. During the live stream, Heian was surprised to see someone familiar. Her favorite gambler turned out to be Xiang Jian. The significant revelation was that Jian announced he was the Sword King's brother-in-law, and viewers started to believe him as they saw him atop the Sword Palace. Jahan asked Sia to step back to show more of his background to the viewers, further convincing them due to Sia being recognized as the Sword King's daughter. A viewer panicked as they noticed a powerful aura surrounding Xiong Jian's feet. and he stomped the ground, creating massive cracks, even targeting the statue of the twin sword, a prominent Korean landmark. Despite the shock, Jan didn't seem to care about the consequences of his actions. He charged his fist towards the statue, and the viewers were curious about what would happen next. Jan eventually destroyed the twin sword statue, causing the number of viewers to skyrocket, reaching more than 1 million concurrent viewers. The system showered RNC with numerous notifications as he achieved milestones during this spectacle. Jan then turned to the camera and announced that he would begin talking about the naturalization, leaving the viewers eager to hear more. The platform that he was using right now was called BattleTube, which was the streaming system of BattleNet. This one possesses an unrivaled market share in the world. Since this was a part of BattleNet, all of the achievements here will also reflect the players. And since our MC used the name of the Sword King on his title, he easily raked in all the rewards he could get. Jan just became an internet sensation in a matter of minutes. He also noticed the amount of dislike his stream got from what he did. Most of the people who bought Furious have this twin sword logo on their pictures, indicating their affiliation with the fervent and obsessed fan club of Yoon Se-jin, known as the Sword King family, which tragically played a role in driving Sia to her untimely demise. These guys started to defend the Sword King's decision, but as time passed by, their admiration turned into hatred. And since Xiao was the only one related to the Sword King, they turned their attention towards her. Consequently, this sequence of events culminated in the tragic passing of SIA. RMC seethed with anger as he recollected the past, but his current mission was to alter the future and garner attention, whether positive or negative. Jan addressed the viewers, declaring that Yoon Se-jin wouldn't return. With a solemn expression, he presented a recording revealing that the Sword King had abandoned his daughter for another woman. The revelation stunned the nation, leaving Heian, Gang, and the chat window in silence. After playing the recording, Jan checked his niece's expression, and Sia smiled, relieved that the whole country now knew the reason behind their abandonment. She then introduced herself as the Sword King's daughter and announced her decision to donate the Sword Palace to the government of Korea, refusing the inheritance from someone who deserted his country and family. The building would be repurposed to nurture players in the country. 30 minutes prior, Sia was taken aback by the suggestion of donating the house. She even checked if her uncle was under the influence, but Jan couldn't provide an immediate answer, struggling to simplify things for his niece. In his past life, the people's rage against Se-jin escalated, leading to the confiscation of all his assets by the Korean government, leaving Sia with nowhere to go. Jan had no other way to explain to his niece that he already knew what would happen. Fortunately, CR unexpectedly agreed, confusing RNC as the suggestion seemed nonsensical. However, the lady revealed her trust in her uncle's decision, impressed by this side of him she hadn't seen in a long time. Xiang Jan was amazed at how much his niece had grown. Meanwhile, members of the Sword King family persisted in warning Saya about Jen, aiming to shield her from further harm. As for the final act, our ANC took over the camera, discussing Se-jin spontaneously, even though it wasn't part of the script. The statement that the Sword King was a has-been caught everyone's attention, indicating Se-jan's loss of importance in the country. RNC personally addressed Se-jin, mentioning his move to Japan due to his struggles in Korea, leaving viewers dumbfounded. RNC advised the Sword King to remain in Japan, as he would eventually be the one to defeat him, sparking excitement about Korea versus Japan matchups. When the stream ended at sunset, Sia questioned if her uncle needed to go to such lengths, causing an uproar in both Korea and Japan. This development made her feel that her uncle had truly changed, appearing like a different person now. She wasn't surprised, considering his rebirth and regress state. During their conversation, the doorbell rang, leading to Sia's panic, thinking people were coming after her uncle. But this guy knew that this was not the case. The one who rang the bell was someone who could help them earn a lot of money. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Japan, Yoon Se-jin was in a room hearing news about Japan and Korea. Shizuru, his new lover, woke up beside him. Addressing him as Se-jin, he told her he now goes by the name Yu-hei. She hugged him, affirming that to her he remained Yoon Se-jin, the #1 player of Korea, the Sword King. Shizuru expressed her affection and love for him, stating that his identity would never change. The two were surrounded by a peculiar aura, and it was evident that Shizuru desired the Sword King's Excalibur exclusively for herself. Jan swung open the door to greet him, and the individual before him was genuinely astounded by Jan's reaction upon their encounter. It almost seemed as if our main character had anticipated the visitor's arrival, though Jahan refuted this notion, asserting that it was only natural, especially considering the recent prominence of their family matter. The visitor in question held the position of department manager at the South Korean BattleNet branch, identified by the name Park Yun-sik. In a previous chapter of their lives, the department had ceased its visits after the Sword King's departure from South Korea, leaving only this man as the steadfast guardian of Sia and Jahan. He displayed a genuine concern for their welfare, which has led him to re-enter their lives once again. Sia extended a warm and inviting welcome to Yun-sik, her gestures imbued with sincerity. As this newcomer crossed the threshold of their home, Jan's lips curled into a smile, recognizing that the stage had been meticulously prepared for the forthcoming events. Simultaneously, he harbored a desire to gather all that he needed for the upcoming journey. Their discourse commenced, centering around the enigmatic figure known as the Sword King. Manager Yun-sik relayed to Jahan that the government had already conceded that Se-jin would not return after his live stream. However, this admission was intended to remain undisclosed to the general public. Furthermore, Manager Yun-sik voiced concern about the impending clash between South Korea and Japan. The RNC, Resonance Network Control, was already privy to these developments, prompting Yun-sik to concisely convey his message. Jahan was also aware of the government's desire for the two of them to reassume possession of the Sword Palace. They were advised to withhold their donation until the Sword King's situation had reached resolution. The enigmatic figure now pondered how Jahan seemed to possess a prescient understanding of his purpose. He marveled at the transformation of our main character, who had previously been known for indulging in alcohol and gambling. Manager Yun-sik then divulged that the government's relinquishment of the Sword King's return wasn't a definitive abandonment. Instead, he proposed a different approach, opting for a contract-based agreement rather than a donation. This arrangement would involve a transfer of ownership to a third party, charged with the responsibility of managing an organization or business. The government's proposition was for Jan and Sia to serve as custodians of the Sword Palace until the Sword King's eventual return. Our protagonist sought Yun-sik's confirmation of this proposal. Alongside this proposition, Yun-sik presented contractual documents to formalize the agreement. Beyond these formalities, he held a genuine concern for our protagonist's well-being, suggesting that they take up residence at the Sword Palace. He meticulously detailed the clauses within the contracts, underscoring their mutual benefit. Our protagonist was duly impressed, recognizing the substantial efforts put forth by the government this time. Although they had been willing to relinquish the Sword Palace immediately, this setup ultimately better suited their circumstances. In a display of concurrence, Jan voiced his agreement with all the terms, yet he apprised Manager Yun-sik of one final requirement. Sia found herself bewildered, unaware of her uncle's impending revelation. Simultaneously, a notification sprang to life, announcing that a player by the moniker of Golden Light had commenced a live stream. Those who had arrived early to the chat were abuzz with excitement upon witnessing this spectacle. The reason for their delight was evident, as this player was perched atop the head of the Colosseum statue, an audacious feat that amused the audience. The player in question was none other than Golden Light, who greeted his viewers with a radiant smile and a captivating aura. He announced that the day's stream would unfold within the blood and dusty Colosseum. Making a grand entrance, he strolled into the arena, reintroducing himself as the streamer Golden Light. A viewer even made a generous donation of 100 GP, urging the streamer to impart valuable lessons to the bronze-level players. This gesture evoked a gasp from Golden Light. However, the players surrounding him reacted with disdain, having long recognized his infamous persona. This player was widely known for his handsome appearance and cheerful demeanor, but his most distinct characteristic was his penchant for trolling. Despite being originally classified as a Gold League player, he deliberately demoted himself to the Bronze League to target less experienced players. He referred to this strategy as deep-sea traveling, an approach that demonstrated his indifference to the game itself as long as he derived amusement. Golden Light had earned a reputation as the epitome of trolling. Despite his stats and equipment still being on par with Gold League players, he effortlessly dominated the Bronze League competitors. Consequently, he had become synonymous with recklessness. After a while, he decided to shift the mood of his stream, revealing his intention to search for his first in-game residence. While undertaking this task, his attention was snagged by the sight of Xiang Jihan. Our main character stood there in sweatpants, clutching a peculiar weapon. Addressing him directly, Golden Light perceived an opportunity to incorporate Jian into his content for the day. Swiftly approaching him, he inquired about the Sword King, hoping to glean information. Meanwhile, the RNC found Golden Light's constant chatter irksome, deeming the streamer quite noisy. Observing this stream also sparked an idea in Jehan's mind, prompting him to open his status window. Golden Light humorously informed his audience that he was being brushed aside by Jian, yet our MC remained engrossed in his own activities. Jian's own live stream had commenced, causing viewers to divert their attention from Golden Light's stream to his. This turn of events set off panic within Golden Light, who believed he had inadvertently granted Jian free publicity. He desperately needed viewers to focus on his own content rather than Jian's. However, his concern was momentarily overshadowed by a new notification that captured his focus. A mission had been assigned to him to eliminate Jian within the Game League, ensuring he ended up in last place. The reward was a staggering 2,000 GP, a sum equivalent to 2 million won. Golden Light soon noticed the icons associated with the Sword family, recognizing them as the orchestrators of this mission. More and more members of the Sword family joined his stream, collectively increasing the bounty reward. While Golden Light was aware of the Sword family's grievances with RMC, the extent of their vendetta surprised him. The bounty reward continued to escalate, sparking trepidation within Golden Light as the GP tally steadily climbed. Eventually, the bounty reached a remarkable 31,978 GP. Suppressing his excitement, he yearned for it to reach the coveted 50,000 GP mark. However, his anticipation was abruptly cut short as the system announced the initiation of the game. The final bounty settled at 42,713 GP. In a sudden outburst among the Colosseum's participants, Golden Light voiced his frustration, his disappointment evident as he desired the reward to hit 50,000 GP. One member of the Sword family pledged to donate an additional 10,000 GP should Golden Light succeed in his mission. This promise fueled his determination, prompting a swift change in his demeanor. With renewed determination, Golden Light began channeling his skill. A radiant glow enveloped his form as he prepared to engage Jian. His chosen move, Charge, enabled him to dash forward at remarkable speed. Closing the distance rapidly, he grinned with anticipation, convinced that he was on the brink of securing easy money. However, his assault was thwarted as Jian expertly countered, the impact of their exchange evident. Golden Light found himself bewildered by the pain in his hand, realizing that Jian had wielded a mere cooking set club, a D-grade item. Jian had expended all his resources to deflect an attack from a Gold League player, and in response, he readied himself to unleash his own prowess, preparing to employ his sword. In a matter of moments, Golden Light found himself subjected to a barrage of hundreds of slashes, the assault intensified by his mid-air position. His screams of agony reverberated through the arena, leaving viewers in Jan's stream in awe. They bore witness to Jan executing a move known as Sword Kai, an impressive feat for a Bronze League player. RNC was awarded for achieving the first kill in the match, intriguing observers who hadn't anticipated his role as a support class. Jan's weapon of choice, a kitchen knife, now served as his sword. Having triumphed over a Gold League player, Jan's expression seemed to reflect his realization that he hadn't engaged in cooking for a while. A familiar voice echoed through the Colosseum. I fell into the pitch of darkness of death. I couldn't see anything, and it felt like all of my light disappeared. However, the deeper the darkness, the brighter the light. It was the voice of Golden Light. Now revived, he returned puzzled those unaware of the game mechanics, leading to speculation about cheating or system hacking. However, his revival was attributed to an item named the Crucifix of Revival, deployable only once and off-limits during National League games or guild matches. Golden Light aimed to win back his viewers' favor with a comeback, yet the odds seemed stacked against him, given the looming threat. The devil that had been lingering made itself known, wiping the smile off Golden Light's face as he noticed our protagonist Jan at his side. After a brief moment, Golden Light met his demise once more. The audience for today's match consisted of worthy elves, a race integral to humanity's downfall. Yet, RNC was preoccupied with other matters. Jan observed that the players around him froze, intimidated by his victory over a Gold League player. He received a quest to subdue the goblins congregated around the Goblin Champion. Armed with his cooking set items, Jan defeated the goblins, extracting divine power from them. With only one Goblin Champion remaining, Jan dispatched it with ease. Upon completing the quest, he shifted his focus to the remaining competitors in the arena. Despite their retreat, Jan remained unperturbed, opting to pursue them himself. Meanwhile, in Seoul Metropolitan City, Golden Light scoured the internet for articles about himself. He struggled to fathom Jan's strength, as some speculated Jan's stats exceeded the Bronze League limit of 35, leading Golden Light to consider the possibility of hacking. Watching Jan's stream, he marveled at Jan's skills and the ease with which he bested multiple opponents. Jan's performance culminated in a pentakill, making him the first player to achieve 10 consecutive kills since Yoon Sejin. Following his 10 kills, Jan's set items reacted, granting him another divine power stat before becoming redundant. He also received a hidden quest to locate the Shadow Queen, an unusual feat for the Bronze League. The reward encompassed 5,000 achievement points and the attention of the constellation Shadow Queen. These constellations represented omnipotent beings that sponsored players based on their interests, endowing them with unique abilities. Jan grasped the significance of capturing the constellation's interest. As he observed numerous elves in the audience, he suspected that the Shadow Queen might be among them. Realizing the need to garner her attention to potentially attract other constellations, Jan focused on the spectators, particularly the elves whose gaze remained fixed on him. The impressive performance of Seong Jae-han in his last match reverberated throughout South Korea, garnering widespread attention. News outlets showcased his exceptional achievements, emphasizing his distinction as the first player to accomplish such feats since the Sword King. His BattleTube channel witnessed a surge, gaining 10,000 subscribers and an impressive 4,000 simultaneous viewers. Some members of the Sword family also extended their support. This group's attention shifted towards Golden Light, who had faltered in their previous mission, prompting their interest. Golden Light couldn't help but notice the repercussions of his defeat on his reputation and was driven to salvage his standing. He contemplated becoming a fan of Seong Jian to improve his image, even aspiring to become Jihan's editor. Meanwhile, back at the Sword Palace, Sia saw her uncle again, and she was now asking him when he got that strong. This question got RMC's attention. This lady told her uncle that she really felt bad for those who got defeated by Jan, but he just shrugged that the competition's world was cold and cruel. SIA also mentioned about the people who wanted to donate some GP towards Jan. This guy forgot to set this feature beforehand. She also mentioned it to her uncle that he should also set a minimum donation for his stream. Jan then thought of raising it to a minimum of 10,000 GP. This amount nearly equates to 10 million won. Sia was shocked, as this amount was just too much. But along with this thought, Jan was still thinking about the epic quest he got. He really needs to find the Shadow Queen, and based on his last battle, he still had no idea how to locate her. His brainstorming was then cut off by Sia. She asked her uncle if he needed some help for something. This lady knew the face of her uncle, and things weren't going his way. Jan smiled as he remembered her sister. She also used to have this trait, but since his niece has offered help, he gladly accepted it. RMC then started to explain the epic quest to Sia. He told her that he needed to find some clue about this Shadow Queen, and the only thing he knew was this person was among the audience. Sia was really determined to help her uncle, and she had this bright aura around her. Following this interaction, Jan retreated to his room to consider involving his niece in his quest further. As he contemplated the idea, he experienced a mix of pride and uncertainty. With a renewed focus, RMC tackled more pressing matters. He accessed his status window, attending to one of his priorities, the second class allowed by the system. Having previously bought an extra class slot for 10,000 GP, Jan faced the choice of 3 classes. Opting for the Mage class, a dark aura enveloped him, marking the initiation of his new class. A distinct power flowed from within, different from divine power. Keen to explore his new abilities, Jan's concentration allowed him to harness both support and Mage class powers, resulting in the creation of Force. Jan learned about the concept of Force from Baron during a night when his guild leader was intoxicated and more candid. Baron revealed the secret behind his potent skill and discussed Force, a stat attained by combining divine power and mana seamlessly. Despite Baron's usually brash demeanor, he casually shared this information, knowing that he was unique in having 2 classes. This secret, hidden in Jan's past life, represented the pinnacle of human power and was deemed a triple S-class gift. Jan's curiosity was piqued, leading him to inquire further about Force. He discovered that achieving it required both divine power and mana to be at level 10 or above. Jan appreciated Baron's arrogance for sharing this knowledge, as it enabled him to harness the same power that dominated the realm. However, he soon realized that comprehending the requirements wasn't enough. Using this power proved challenging. Jan persevered, endeavoring to fuse divine power and mana. While he struggled, he was resolute in his commitment to use this power to save Earth, recognizing that he was the sole individual capable of doing so. Despite his determination, he struggled to control the newly acquired power, likening it to his previous experience with creating a red race he couldn't manage. After moments of intense focus, the force within him calmed, leading Jan to believe he had succeeded. However, the gathered energy suddenly erupted, wreaking havoc and causing severe pain. Undeterred, Jan resumed his efforts, recognizing that strength alone wasn't sufficient to master this power. He contemplated whether he needed more mana for his attempts, considering that his mana had depleted during the process. He realized that containing the force within his hands wasn't necessary and took a different approach. Closing his eyes, Jan envisioned the interaction between divine power and mana. He decided to concentrate the power within his body, fusing mana from his central denshin with divine power from his lower denshin. This fusion aimed to eliminate any leaks in the process. Despite his efforts, an attempt to further compress the force ended in failure, resulting in pain. The system intervened, issuing a red notification signifying danger. Jan had unintentionally combined 3 tensions, surpassing his limits and putting his life at risk. This endeavor underscored the hazards of pushing his boundaries. Sia, meanwhile, sensed something amiss while in her room, prompting immediate concern for her uncle. In each individual's physical form, a convergence of the 3 dimensions occurred. In the case of RMC, he endeavored to amalgamate his divine abilities with mana. Yet he also subconsciously harnessed his martial prowess to encompass and compact these 2 energies. Venturing to unite these powers was already deemed exceedingly perilous due to the stringent nature of each Kai with their distinct essences. The prerequisite for this undertaking was that the player must possess a minimum of 100 points across all their attributes. Such an endeavor was fraught with the potential for loss of life. The current predicament Jae-han faced mirrored this. The energies within him were reacting, engendering chaos. Sia was alerted by the resounding screams emanating from her uncle's chamber. She promptly hastened towards it, fearing for his safety. Upon flinging the door open, she cried out her uncle's name, only to be rendered speechless by the sight before her. Moments later, Sia arrived with a towel wrapped around ice cubes. As it turned out, RNC survived the mishap, attributing it to a severe headache. He persevered in concealing his plight from his niece, aiming not to unduly distress her. Sia tendered her apologies for her outburst, erasing the tears from her eyes. She elucidated that her fright arose from the prospect of harm befalling him. Jan then recognized his insensitivity, having neglected to consider his niece's emotions. Sia's tears abated as she inquired of Jan's improved condition. RNC reassured her of his well-being, expressing remorse for having caused her concern. Sia was taken aback by his words, subsequently transitioning the atmosphere with a gentle blow to her uncle. This gesture symbolized their mutual intent to move forward. Bid farewell by Sia, RMC mused that he should endeavor to not reveal his vulnerabilities to her in the future. Revisiting his earlier attempt, the system verified his failure, attributed to a deficiency in experience and level. Yet, a measure of solace was derived from this outcome, for he now possessed the ability to wield the Force. His triumph lay in merging divine power and mana, his sole shortfall being the fusion of the three forces. This setback conferred a deeper comprehension of these unique attributes, fostering a tenuous link between the three. RNC was flabbergasted as he scrutinized the present level of his Force attribute, commencing at the same value as his martial prowess, namely 12 attributes. The system apprised him that this tenuous connection between the three attributes enabled them to interact, exchanging their potential values. Jan was stupefied, grasping the enormity of this development. Elevating one unique attribute would concomitantly augment the other. As a result of his experiment, both his unique attributes stood at 14 attributes. RNC pondered this boon akin to discovering a cheat code within a game, yet resolved not to dwell on it, recognizing his current underleveled state. He ventured that miscalculation might culminate in his demise. Jan proceeded to employ a basic mage skill, conjuring a fireball that manifested as a modest flame. The system divulged that this diminutive fire was a byproduct of his depleted mana reserves. The subsequent day, RNC roused in response to the sun's rays filtering through the curtains. A system notification proclaimed his acquisition of 10 divine powers, simultaneous with the realization that he could no longer garner divine power from holy items of D rank and below. The holy items he had placed beside him the previous night had turned obsolete. Jan experienced regret for his investment in these items using his accrued points. Venturing outside, he assessed his niece's condition, discovering that she had persevered through the night, while engrossed in the task he had assigned. This attested to the daunting nature of uncovering clues about the Shadow Queen, yet Sia's diligence yielded positive results. She showcased a video from another streamer that focused on the Colosseum audience, with an emphasis on other species present. Jan's irritation mounted as he discerned that a player exploited their gift to record other species, yet Sia's discourse captivated his attention. The video spotlighted the royal elves, two figures resembling high-ranking elves, with a dark elf standing out notably. Jan surmised that this would be a perfect disguise if the Shadow Queen intended to conceal her identity. RNC commended Sia for her commendable efforts, though beneath the surface he harbored skepticism about the simplicity of deducing the Shadow Queen's identity. Sia pledged to continue her search, delving into videos from international streamers, even undertaking the task of editing and compiling them for Jan's perusal. This revelation unveiled Sia's hidden talent for video editing, the same skill she employed in editing her father's match videos. The thought evoked recollections of Yoon Se-jin for both RMC and Sia. Gazing upon their portrait, a realization dawned upon Jan. He contemplated whether Se-jin truly possessed the qualities to forsake his daughter for another woman. 2 days prior, this introspective moment coincided with a visit from manager Unsek to their abode. The manager unveiled Shizuru's identity, disclosing her as Ito Shizuru, endowed with a triple S gift termed a woman of matchless beauty. This ability bestowed upon her the power to induce adoration from the entirety of a single nation. Both Jan and Sia were flabbergasted by this revelation. Jan entertained the notion that Shizuru could have manipulated her gift to ensnare Se-jin's affections, rendering him infatuated. This guarded secret was vigilantly shielded by the South Korean government, explaining their unwillingness to relinquish the Sword King. Manager Unsek cautioned Jan, underscoring that Shizuru's influence was not limited to Se-jin. Other rising players had altered their nationalities to Japan after encountering her, and with Jaehan attracting attention, he could very well be her next target. Post-meeting, RNC scoured the internet for information about Shizuru to no avail, highlighting Japan's thorough concealment of her identity. Acknowledging the need for vigilance, Jan resolved to prepare for future developments, anticipating Japan's potential maneuvers. His foresight proved accurate, as the Neo Self-Defense Force of Japan arrived in South Korea. On the following day, Sia appeared resplendent in her elegant dress, prompting her uncle to hasten their departure as they risked being late. RMC, dressed in a suit, reassured Sia and declared their readiness to leave. Anticipation filled the air as important guests awaited their presence. Within the elevator, Jan noticed Chion's preoccupied state, her nerves evident. He offered a soothing reminder that there was no cause for concern and encouraged her to relax. This marked their first official public appearance since the Sword King's predicament. Jan urged her to summon the same confidence and boldness she exhibited during their last stream. His words proved effective in quelling her anxiety. As the elevator doors parted, a multitude of guests greeted their entrance, revealing the grandeur of the Sword Palace's lobby. A man approached Jan, expressing their anticipation and the successful preparation of the event. RMC expressed gratitude to this individual, recognizing his meticulous management. This man was none other than manager Yunchik, orchestrating every aspect of the event. Jan acknowledged that he had sought a favor from Yunchik, requesting South Korea's government to host an auction for the former Sword King, Yoon Se-jin's possessions. The stage was gradually set for the heart of the event. Jan's intention all along had been to lure Japan's forces to the event, tempting them into purchasing Se-jin's items. RMC had personally selected the items to be showcased that day: Se-jin's battle connector and the battle data stored within it. Jan foresaw Japan's strong interest in these items. Meanwhile, a luxurious car conveyed 2 men, one clutching twin swords, toward the Sword Palace. Jan held hopes that even the Sword King might attend, a move that could shift public opinion in Korea's favor. Manager Yunchik marveled at Jan's adept handling of the situation, perceiving an uncanny foresight in his actions. Jan underscored the significance of the event as their last chance to reshape public perception. He implored the reporters to observe Japan's table closely. Amidst their strategic planning, a group of people began shouting Sia's name. Sia turned to find her aunts and uncles attempting to gain entry. They voiced concerns about her intent to auction her father's cherished possessions, with her aunt even labeling Jan a fraud. Sia's words resonated powerfully, exposing their exploitation of the Sword King's name for their personal gain. She unveiled their history of scams under the guise of the Sword King's legacy. In response, the group fell silent, chastened by Sia's revelations. Asserting her ownership of her father's possessions, Sia dismissed their claims. Turning to the guards, she instructed them to remove the group. Jan commended her for her courage and unexpected resilience. Manager Yunchik declared their readiness, guiding them into the auction room and onto the platform. The presence of Sia and Jan elicited excitement among reporters and news outlets, who immediately barraged RMC with questions about the auction's purpose and influences behind the decision. Exhibiting composure, they calmly advanced. When the questioning persisted, Jan employed his newfound power, shattering the cameras of one reporter's. The crowd puzzled over the sudden camera malfunction. Jan emphasized that the event was an auction, not a press conference, quelling the unnecessary inquiries. Jan signaled the commencement of the auction, introducing 3 items from Yoon Sejin's collection. The first item was a battle connector, capable of reducing in-game damage by 99%. The others contained Yoon Sejin's analyses of his battles against other players, detailing their battle styles and information. The elite attendees from various companies vied for these priceless items, all eyes set on the upcoming South Korea versus Japan matchups. A hand raised in the crowd captured RMC's attention, and he was taken aback upon recognizing the person who had signaled. The individual was Takeda Kazuo, the recruitment manager of Japan's Neo Self-Defense Force, accompanied by someone bearing a striking resemblance to Yoon Sejin. The individual swiftly initiated his bid as the auction's commencement was announced. The Japanese recruitment manager promptly entered the fray, offering 5 billion yen. This proclamation drew the attention of everyone in the room towards him. He declared this bid applicable to all items in the auction. Additionally, he expressed a desire for a private meeting with Yan and Sia. However, our protagonist had anticipated this maneuver from Japan. RMC approached Mr. Taka, suggesting that if a discussion was warranted, it could transpire right there. Jan held reservations about private discussions, given the potential for misinterpretation by the public. Nonetheless, Mr. Taka dismissed these concerns, urging RMC to temper his glare and cautioning against aggressive actions, citing the possibility of intervention. Almost immediately after this warning, a figure brandishing twin swords materialized before Yahan. This individual was Shadow, Mr. Taka's personal bodyguard, and a standout player named Shadow. Though not on par with the Sword King, he ranked among their best players. This theatrical display aimed to unnerve RMC, yet Jihan's gaze remained steadfast, unwavering. In that moment he pondered whether the person confronting him bore resemblance to a duplicate of Yoon Sejin. "All right, son, it's your turn."
He gazed down at her. He proceeded to strike a blow against a high-level player. However, the opposing player was compelled to retreat, leaving her bewildered. After a brief pause, she clenched her teeth in frustration. Jan inquired Shadow whether she desired to continue their mini-duel, yet the pressure surrounding Jan was already enough to make even this powerful foe quiver. He also reminded her that his Battle 2 account was streaming their encounter globally. This assertion held true. The worldwide audience had their attention fixed on Japan's strategic moves. An elderly man, an ardent admirer of the Vate, also chose to withdraw. He reassured the audience that Japan would not engage in such tactics. Mr. Takiet, displaying humility, extended a bow and offered an apology to January, yet beneath these polite gestures, the elderly man subtly conveyed to RMC and Sia his lingering expectation for full compliance, particularly in securing a private meeting with Jan and Sia. He asserted that the substantial 5 billion offer should suffice to warrant his request, and most crucially, he sought to hear Sia's final decision personally. The viewers discerned the intentions of the Japanese individual. He aimed to exert pressure on Sia. Jan too found himself caught off guard by this maneuver. Mr. Takia asserted that Sia's voice carried greater weight in this matter due to her direct relation to the Sword King. Moreover, he indicated that the private meeting was specifically intended for her. He alluded to divulging her father's current location as an enticement. Sia found herself rendered speechless by this proposition. He also assured her that he was prepared to address any inquiries she had concerning her father. Mr. Takia's behavior could only be described as reprehensible. His intent was apparent in his eyes. Now he anticipated Sia's acquiescence to his terms. While most people would swiftly accept the 5 billion offer, Sia's response was unexpected. She declined the offer, a decision that left the Japanese man incredulous. He even appeared pixelated, unable to fathom the rejection of 5 billion yen due to his solitary private meeting. Sia's subsequent responses led him to make peculiar hand gestures, illustrating his bewilderment. She concurred with her uncle's counsel, advocating for heightened caution, and stated that she did not require her father's communication if it came at such a cost. Being a minor, she entrusted all decisions to her uncle. Attendees hoping to secure auction items felt a sense of relief, believing that their chances had improved. After hearing her remarks, Mr. Takia fell momentarily silent. His tone underwent a subtle change as he remarked that since she declined the meeting, he was unable to alter the situation. While many anticipated the withdrawal of his offer, the Japanese individual adhered to his bid of 5 billion yen. His offer remained unaltered, even in the absence of the private meeting. Jan's irritation with this man was palpable. He sensed they were being manipulated. Mr. Takia then revealed that the 5 billion offer was Japan's initial directive. He presented a letter to Sia, conveying that it came from the Sword King himself. Sia was taken aback by this unexpected correspondence from her father, evoking a sorrowful expression as she examined its contents. The name penned on the letter was a novel choice by her father. Subsequently, Mr. Takia indulged in boasting, speculating whether he had secured victory in the auction due to his unmatched bid. After several minutes of silence, Japan was declared the victor of the Sword King's items. Jan recollected this man's identity from a past life, recalling that the Neo Self-Defense Force had been banned in the USA. This individual displayed adeptness in recruiting players from different countries. Mr. Taka, also known as Japan's Calamity, potentially had connections to the Triple S skill user, warranting wariness. Recognizing the discontent in the venue, RNC perceived the abrupt conclusion of this pivotal auction, suspecting premeditation. The prevailing mood shifted when Sia's voice pierced the air. All eyes converged on the platform's center as she began reading aloud. It transpired that she was reciting the letter her father had given her, addressing everyone present. The Sword King conveyed that this would be his final gift to her, advising judicious use. The letter also marked the cessation of their father-daughter relationship. A heavy silence enveloped the audience as they absorbed this revelation, watching as tears welled in Sia's eyes. The authenticity of the letter was apparent to her, evident in her father's handwriting. In this moment, Jan found himself powerless to assist his niece. He conjectured that Japan had orchestrated this move, potentially influencing the Sword King through the enigmatic woman of great allure. RNC had first-hand knowledge of Sijin's character. He may not have been a perfect husband, but he was an exemplary father. Witnessing Sia tear the letter, he hoped that Mr. Takia might convey a message from her father. She aimed to inform her father that she was relieved to sever their bond. Despite her remorse over the mess she created, Sia's spirits lifted when Uncle Jan assured her it was acceptable. Employing a red orb, RNC collected the torn pieces of paper, assuring her he would handle it. Jan then closed his fists, incinerating the suspended paper fragments. Onlookers were agape, struggling to fathom that Jihan had harnessed mage skills. Puzzlement arose as they recognized RNC's dual strength as both warrior and wielder of mana and divine powers. Mr. Takia's attention was recaptured. His excitement was palpable, driven by his desire to recruit this remarkable individual. However, his reverie was interrupted as influential guild representatives queued to offer their contact information to January, the fervor to enlist him in their ranks ran high. Jan, taken aback, conveyed his lack of interest in joining a guild at the moment, directing his attention to Sia. He wanted her to go first as he was still dealing with these people, but Sia was not able to comply. She was not feeling well. She told her uncle that her head hurt so much. This scene was then followed by Sia falling on the ground. Jan was clearly shocked. He then immediately ran towards his niece. As Mr. Takia attempted to approach, guards intervened, blocking his path. He shouted apologies to Jan, extending a business card for a future invitation. However, the card was unexpectedly torn into shreds by an unseen force summoned by Jihan. He conveyed that this was his response, firmly declining aid offer. Viewers of the stream relished this turn of events, astonished that the leader of the fourth-ranked guild in the world had been rebuffed by a bronze player. Internally, Mr. Takia remained quiet, his excitement still palpable. He recognized the genuine power possessed by January RNC's display of an unknown force to sure the business card hinted that Jan had much more to unveil. Furthermore, being a bronze player meant Jan could potentially climb the ranks in the future. Mr. Takia's gaze remained fixed on him, his desire to recruit Jihan intensifying. Jan and Sia had executed their plans successfully. Jan commended his niece for her audacious act, acknowledging her achievement. RMC's attention was diverted by an unread notification from the system. A donation had been made from Mr. Takia, amounting to 10,000 GP, along with a message identifying the sender as Jan's top fan. Shehan marveled at this gesture, surprised that the old man had still made a donation despite the stream being turned off. Xiao maintained his disdain for the behavior of those individuals. Unexpectedly, a mysterious woman appeared, greeting Jan and Sia. The appearance of this woman, Li Hain, outside the event surprised the two. Hain introduced herself as the third department head of the Divergent Guild, accompanied by Gang. She offered apologies for the abrupt meeting and expressed her strong desire to meet January. Jan inquired how she had managed to bypass the guest restrictions. Ardency found her voice familiar, prompting him to recall where he had heard it before. Hain explained that she had close ties with South Korea's BattleNet department, leveraging her connections for this encounter. Her assured response reminded Jan of someone else with a similar attitude. Extending her hand for a handshake, Hain triggered a realization in Jan's mind, linking her voice to that of Shaun, the guesser of victories. This masked woman was a player from his past life, the one who had unveiled his true identity. Jan continued to scrutinize her, confirming his suspicions. Sia observed his behavior and misinterpreted it as a romantic interest in Hain. Jan then recited the famous quote, "While the world is full of possibility, it is difficult to ignore." Hain and Game were taken aback. This quote was attributed to Dostoevsky, a renowned writer with a known gambling problem. Jan's knowledge of this quote led him to ask Hain if she liked it. Gang, perplexed, questioned Jan about his true identity. Gang's confusion escalated as Jan's familiarity with her master's favorite motto emerged. She screamed that only a few individuals were aware of her master's gambling inclination. Jan's hypothesis was confirmed. Shaun, known as Manager Zero, was a member of his former American guild. This player, a Korean named Zero, had risen to the top through her voice ability, evolving from a simple experience buff to influencing player stats and gifts. Jan admired the prowess of the Divergent Guild, astonished by their array of powerful players. He offered the alibi that he had seen Hain on one of his broadcasts in the past, where she had mentioned the quote, making it easy to recall. Game, seeking to protect Han, questioned if her master truly engaged in chat during streams. Hain continued speaking, aiming to dispel any discomfort, using the moniker Gambler. Jan appreciated her response, and Sia noticed his smile. Convinced her uncle was interested in Hain, she assumed that Jan liked her. Hain exuded charm, expressing that she didn't mind being treated as a gambler to foster a friendly atmosphere. She handed her phone to Jan, prompting Sia to believe they were exchanging numbers. In the midst of this, Hain revealed her desire for Jan to join the Divergent Guild and meet again. Sia was overjoyed, imagining the possibility of having an aunt. Hain felt a sense of accomplishment in her approach, exuding confidence and allure. While conversing with January, she directed a glance at Gon, intending to demonstrate her charm prowess. However, Gon remained completely oblivious to the unfolding situation. This was Hain's display of charm, but despite her beauty, Jan remained resolute in declining the offer. He explained to Hain that he couldn't recall his phone number. This response left both Hain and Gon utterly confounded. Our NC even attempted to inquire about his number from his niece, which caught Sia off guard. Sia began concocting various scenarios, believing that her uncle was deliberately playing hard to get. Sia continued her act, maintaining her facade of feeling unwell. Jan found himself puzzled, unsure whether CR was still feigning illness, but he decided to go along with it, informing Han that they would be departing. Hain was then left standing there, rejected, still clutching her business card. Sia wore an expression that suggested she believed she was aiding her uncle in his romantic endeavors. Meanwhile, Dawn began to tremble, holding back her laughter. She realized that her master had experienced the same fate as her, being rejected by Jan and receiving the same response. Faced with the awkwardness of the situation, Hain grew irritated and requested her bodyguard to laugh, seizing the chance to lighten the mood. The bodyguard complied, breaking into laughter as the scene played out. After the meeting with Hain, Sia shared her thoughts with her uncle, commenting on his unexpected actions lately. She noted that it was the first time she had seen Jihan in a suit, and that too was her father's attire. The topic shifted to his interactions with Han earlier. Sia expressed her opinion that Jan's approach was outdated and too tacky, referring to the strategy of "You're the first man to ever reject me." Jan found himself puzzled by her words. Sia continued, suggesting that playing hard to get and the phone number alibi were terrible tactics. Jan was genuinely perplexed, his serious expression attesting to his honesty. But Ermisi told her that he really doesn't know his number. Sia was shocked and asked if he was for real. With that, they stared at each other for a moment. The silence was loud. Sia amusingly questioned if he was developing dementia. Following the incident, a new game began involving the same defense mission. Jan found himself transported, tired from the recent event and still preoccupied with consoling Sia. Sia regretted her performance in front of Han, fearing that she had sabotaged her uncle's chances at a relationship. Jan sighed, realizing that Sia genuinely believed he had feelings for Han. He hadn't expected to encounter someone from his past in that manner. Zero was someone he considered important in his mission to save the world. The two had grown close as refugees who lost their home country. They had shared experiences like watching sports and making bets, with Zero's tendency to bet on the wrong teams. Their bond deepened over time, fueled by self-hatred and guilt over their perceived failures to protect what mattered to them. Jan contemplated changing the past, motivated by the chance to do so. However, the atmosphere shifted as viewers reacted to his sentimental moment. Some viewers questioned his choice of attire, wondering why he wasn't wearing sweatpants. Others became intrigued by the large weapon on RMC's right hand, known as the Orpointis horse-slaying sword, a C-grade item. Jan treated the sword casually, swinging it to familiarize himself with its use. Each swing caused a significant impact on his surroundings. Viewers' curiosity grew, many eager to see his status window. Reading the comments, Jan paused his training due to annoyance. His viewership had grown to 12,000, prompting him to consider displaying his status window. He addressed his stream audience, introducing himself as San Jihan. With strategic thinking, he declared that he would reveal his status window upon reaching 200,000 subscribers. However, achieving this number seemed an impossible task, considering he had around 10,000 subscribers. Jan added a condition to the challenge. He promised to rank first in any game from now on. If he failed to do so even once, he would reveal his status window. This announcement sparked excitement among viewers, who wished for him to be teamed up with trolls to fulfill the challenge. 3 bright lights appeared in the sky, signaling the imminent revelation of his defense game teammates. Turning his attention to them, Jan discovered who they were. The unexpected lineup prompted the viewers to burst into laughter. Jan's teammates were Golden Light Kim Duck and Diego Macid, the person featured on his fastback. The third member's identity was not clear, but Jan felt he was familiar with the player. Jan's recollection shifted to his understanding of their roles in the game: support, warrior, and mage. However, a discrepancy arose when he realized the supposed mage Diego was labeled an archer. Jan began to question what had happened. Meanwhile, Kim Duck, upset at encountering Jihan once again, received a reward mission from a member of the Sword family. Shockingly, the task was to destroy their own crystals and rank Jihan last, earning Kim Duck 50,000 GP. Subsequently, the game commenced promptly, and these individuals initiated the defense of their tower. Diego Mao showcased his extraordinary prowess in ball handling in the game. People were taken aback as an archer utilized a ball as their primary weapon. But this feat wasn't beyond the grasp of this man. He even earned the moniker Soccer God. This individual then engaged in conversation with Jan, requesting some enhancements to bolster his power. RMC understood that, as a support, this was his genuine role in the game. Moreover, it marked the inaugural occasion he was poised to unleash buff spells. Previously, insufficient divine power had hindered him from casting such spells. RNC concentrated and enacted the strength enhancement, thereby bestowing the entire team with an increase in their strength stat. Golden Light felt elated to receive such substantial backing from RMC. This reaffirmed that he was indeed a support class, despite wielding a massive sword instead of a staff. Dodric was taken aback by the unexpected buff granted by RMC, particularly given their prior interactions. Jahan directed his attention towards Doak, inquiring whether he was willing to fully participate this time around. Considering the ongoing broadcast of the game, Doak promptly agreed. Golden Light deduced that these two shared a familiarity, suggesting they were friends. Jahan felt a sense of relief at this realization. Following this, the supposed support player leaped down into the midst of the zombies, informing everyone of his intention to entrust the tower's defense to them. This action perplexed his teammates, excluding Golden Light. Diego Macid found himself questioning Jihan's sanity. Conversely, Doak still harbored resentments toward RMC, disliking the notion of being treated as a subordinate. Nonetheless, he exercised restraint, recognizing that the rewards for his covert mission were still escalating. For the time being, he would allow Jan to dictate the course of events. Meanwhile, this individual proceeded toward the throngs of zombies, capturing their attention as they awaited his approach. RNC readied his mage skill, conjuring a flame in his hand, which he then imbued with his divine power. Crafting such a spell amplified both the firepower and impact of the ensuing attack. Jahan stood on the brink of unleashing these azure flames upon the zombies. The precision of his strike was impeccable, yielding a vortex of flames that engulfed the undead, causing them to burn akin to paper dolls. While the zombies remained entranced by the flames, RMC equipped his hefty sword, utilizing it to dispatch those who had survived his initial attack. Jahan pierced the ground, generating a substantial impact that struck the zombies and further intensified their fear in the face of the blazing inferno. Diego and Golden Light watched in awe, astonished as they were carried by a Bronze League support player. This remarkable scene was now being broadcasted across the battle too. Spectators pondered the origin of this seemingly overpowered player. Jihan had just eradicated 100 or more zombies with that impressive combo. Subsequently, blood zombies surged forth to assail RNC, but an anomaly became apparent. Upon nearing Jan, these creatures ceased their movements, trembling in his presence. A smirk graced Jan's lips. He had anticipated this outcome, convinced that his newfound power was unequivocally valuable. This was the true manifestation of his space control ability, aptly named Absolute Territory. Within this domain expansion, he held absolute authority. Any intruders within his territory had their actions restricted and manipulated, subjected to intense pressure. He alone comprehended the genuine potential of this formless power, having witnessed it firsthand. Baron remained indifferent to the exposure of his secret. The American individual had become Jihan's personal training partner, sparring frequently to enhance their capabilities. Returning to the present, our MC retrieved his sword from the earth, having ascended to the status of an absolute being. He could now seamlessly harness both mana and divine power, and in addition had acquired two unique attributes, force and martial power. It was evident that the confines of the Bronze League had grown inadequate for him. No adversary could thwart his prowess. A single swing of his colossal sword resulted in a substantial increase in the number of undead casualties. Jan realized that he could now accomplish the quest he had previously fallen short of, defeating 1,000 zombies. The interconnected quest had resurfaced, motivating him to surpass all expectations. He dashed for the monsters, wielding his sword with remarkable finesse, defying the preconceived notion of him as a mere support. His speed and precision continued to escalate, leaving bystanders stunned by the unfolding massacre. The scene was both surreal and bewildering, prompting viewers to recognize that Jan's commitment was well-founded. Some even endeavored to secure 200,000 subscribers, fully aware of his insurmountable lead. Golden Light pondered the current state of our MC's status, but one observant viewer noticed an individual standing inconspicuously in the background. Kim Ju-huk exuded an ominous aura coupled with a sinister grin. Golden Light was prompted to showcase their mage on the stream, and upon redirecting his gaze to Juk, he spotted something peculiar. Their mage stood before the crystal, harnessing more mana for his fireball skill. Juk braced himself, issuing a resounding roar that invoked Jan's name. He addressed him with derogatory language, insinuating his lack of parental guidance and channeling his anger and disdain. This declaration reverberated through Jan's ears, inducing panic among stream viewers who were unprepared for the mage's outburst. Juk remarked that Jan had been quite occupied lately, coercing his own niece into compliance and implying that he had instructed Sia to behave in such a manner. This revelation halted Jihan's movements, and it became apparent to all that the mage had crossed a line. The mage persisted with his commentary, inquiring about Jan's actions toward his niece. Viewers interpreted Jan's outwardly calm demeanor as a testament to his extraordinary patience, although the truth was quite the opposite. An intense undercurrent of animosity radiated from Jan, foreshadowing a confrontation that would firmly establish the mage's rightful place in the unfolding story. The motivation behind this individual's audacity to confront Jahan stemmed from the reward Juka could secure, currently amounting to around 55,000 GP. This sum was sufficient to aid his recovery and regain the skill he had lost previously. RMC halted his quest to listen to this significant discourse, discerning Juk's underlying intentions. The crux of Juk's actions was the involvement of someone behind him. It was evident to RMC that this individual had a bleak future ahead of him. Jan surmised that Juza planned to flee after shattering a crystal. RMC was unperturbed by the insults hurled by Juk, but his stance shifted drastically when his niece was dragged into the altercation. No one had the right to utter derogatory remarks about Yoon Xia. Her innocence and purity rendered her impervious to such low tactics. Recalling their reunion stirred a memory Jan had tried to suppress the day he lost Xia. Jan vividly remembered his niece being concealed beneath bandages to conceal the scars inflicted upon her by the Sword King family. On that fateful day, he cradled her in his arms, her injuries casting a shadow of despair. Since then, RMC had borne the weight of regret, haunted by his inability to rescue his beloved niece who lay dying before him. This was the driving force behind Jan's commitment and his solemn vow to prevent history from repeating itself. This individual emitted an intense aura as reflected in the chat, where Xiang Jihan's fury was palpable. Simultaneously, he realized he could now harness the power he had long awaited, the nameless divine arts. In this critical moment, he intended to remind everyone that Sia was not to be trifled with. With a gesture, Jan activated the immensely powerful skill he had mastered in a previous life, magnifying its impact. As he combined his three dantians, he sensed the power was attainable. A malicious expression adorned Jan's features. Meanwhile, zombies attempted to converge upon him, yet he sensed electricity coursing beneath his feet. A simple tap triggered a lightning discharge, causing the zombies to be struck. RNC metamorphosed into a thunderbolt, a technique reminiscent of his method of shattering the sky, known as the flashing sky thundersteps. Meanwhile, their allies remained atop the tower, and Juyek's primary sponsor donated an additional 100 GP to alert him of Jan's advance. Satisfied after venting his frustration, Juyek resumed his effort to destroy the crystal, only to be interrupted. Golden Light attempted to approach him, but Juyek repelled him, warning Sparkly not to obstruct him. Capitalizing on the situation, Golden Light urged his viewers to subscribe, aiming to thwart the mage, but met with limited success. Juyek initiated mana accumulation for his next fireball, resolute in culminating his quest with this attack, his expression tinged with menace. He was jubilant at the prospect of finishing last in the game. His fire skill engulfed the crystal, but a surprise ensued as a soccer ball materialized, absorbing the flames. The unexpected turn of events left everyone astounded. Juyek turned his gaze toward the culprit, Diego Macy, who had effectively safeguarded the crystal. The soccer player divulged his enduring passion for gaming and his determination to thwart Juyek's attempts at sabotage. He also couldn't let go of the fact that this mage had disparaged the teammate who had been carrying the team, further fanning Juyek's ire. The initial plan was derailed, yet the time bought by Golden Light and Diego proved sufficient for the arrival of the hero. A lightning bolt struck near Juyek, generating a sense of relief as they realized a divine figure had descended. Juyek turned to ascertain the situation. Jan greeted Juyek, observing that the latter seemed to have much to say about him. An overwhelming sensation of rage emanated from our MC, causing Juyek's thoughts to race wildly. He recognized the gravity of his misstep. Juyek attempted to hurl more curses at Jihan, but an unseen force prevented him from speaking. Our MC maintained his intense gaze, employing his forceful pressure, while simultaneously unveiling a world unknown to Juyek. Jan hoisted the mage onto his shoulder. Juyek believed that even if he met his demise, his level wouldn't diminish, rendering the move futile. He regarded his capacity to enrage this individual as a triumph, yet his satisfaction was short-lived. The mage found himself gripped by an unexplainable agony, surpassing his comprehension. RNC persisted in his unwavering gaze, questioning Juyek's profound discomfort. The latter merely hinted that the ordeal had yet to begin. In essence, it was a universal lesson. Guys, just remember, never mess with Jan's niece.
The mage's agonizing screams echoed as he pleaded with Jihan to stop, the desperate cries reverberating everywhere. Even Golden Light shuddered at Jihan's cruelty, a sentiment shared by Diego. Puzzled, Golden Light questioned the strangeness of the situation, considering that people usually employed BattleNet connectors, which shouldn't inflict such excruciating pain. Diego pointed out that Jihan was utilizing a heal skill with one hand, causing Golden Light to wonder if this was a side effect. A side effect, Golden explained, was a bug, where a healing skill used on a long-lasting damage overtime effect overloaded the connector, intensifying the pain. Golden Light's credibility was bolstered by the mage's anguished expression. The horror deepened as Golden Light realized the technique Jihan employed, a bone-crushing and muscle-twisting martial art known as disjoint. With every fiber of his being ravaged, the mage's internal monologue revealed his use of a top-tier battle connector that should have diminished pain by 95%, leaving him baffled. The pain felt like organs being torn apart, leading him to curse Jihan and request death. Jihan complied, beheading him with a determined expression. As the viewers bore witness, Jihan scanned for the mage's impending resurrection, while Golden Light, still traumatized, failed to notice a zombie approaching him. Golden Light, as a fan of Jihan, experienced firsthand the chilling extent of Jihan's power. Upon resurrection, the mage displayed terror and pain, prompting viewers to speculate on the familiarity of his expression. The mage implored for salvation, but met his demise again, one viewer attributing it to shock. Jihan claimed the mage couldn't handle his power, adjusting his approach. After yet another resurrection, the mage crawled backward, pleading with Jihan to stay away and expressing remorse. Jihan responded with seriousness, indicating that the mage should have been prepared for the consequences. Jihan's attention was diverted by a 10,000 GP donation from Sia, urging her uncle to stop as he was going too far. She warned that he might lose viewers if he continued, a sentiment echoed by the audience who expressed concerns about PTSD and excessive violence. Sia's call for Jihan to focus on the game surprised him, acknowledging her calm demeanor. With a piercing gaze, Jihan admitted he still thought the punishment wasn't enough, but decided to halt, reasoning that they were in peaceful times, and this lesson was sufficient. The mage, still on the floor, begged to be saved or killed. Jihan felt a need to investigate and asked the mage who instilled the courage in him. Panicked, the mage confessed it was Sword King FC 898, who offered 50,000 GP, revealing he'd lost his mind due to the amount and deserved death. The Sword family members comment that the mage is ungrateful, but even though they failed today, it will be different next time. Jihan sensed an oddity in this, suspecting an organization's involvement due to the hefty payment. He grabbed the mage, thanked Seer for intervening. The mage becomes happy and thanks Seer. Then Jihan threw the mage out of the tower, ending his life once more. Holding a 10-score sign, Golden Light highlighted this as a lesson in educating a troll player, encouraging subscribers to like and subscribe if they had fun. He is right. You guys should like and subscribe if you are enjoying the video. Jihan contemplated continuing zombie hunting despite the interruption, reflecting on his progress of killing 921 out of 1,000. He realized he could efficiently eliminate 80 more. An unread notification startled him, revealing the completion of the chain quest, Zombies Source. Looking outside, he understood that his previous leap-generated electricity had eradicated the zombies. Although the outcome was positive, he felt embarrassed for not using his optimal skills and resolved to train harder. Golden Light's call caught Jihan's attention as he sparkled and asked to accompany Jihan down. Ignoring Golden Light, Jihan directed his attention to Diego and they exchanged a handshake. Jihan expressed gratitude to Diego for safeguarding the crystal, to which Diego humbly responded that he merely did what was necessary. With a gentle smile, Jihan proposed repaying Diego at a later time, and there was something personal he wanted to discuss. However, their conversation was abruptly halted by an earthquake that shook the surroundings. Amid the tremors, confusion reigned as they tried to comprehend the unprecedented situation. Golden Light conjectured that an explosion might be imminent, prompting him to query everyone about their course of action. Suddenly, Diego directed their attention to a specific direction. Jihan's shock matched that of the viewers as they beheld a massive entity emerging from the ground. The sight of an enormous hand, complete with a mouth, sent shock waves through them, and the hand unleashed a deafening scream that reverberated with an overwhelming sense of doom. While they roamed the area, contemplating the grotesque hand before them, Golden Light remarks on the hand's enormity and wonders about its true scale. The ominous hand is encircled by a horde of zombies, and a scream emanates from its mouth, sending shivers down Jihan's spine. Abruptly, the zombies start getting cleaved in two, and upon closer observation, Jihan realizes that the hand is devouring them. The gigantic hand feasts upon the repulsive zombies, morphing them into a nauseating green mass. The putrid mound drops from its mouth to the ground, taking on a zombie form. This astonishing appearance in a bronze game baffles Golden Light, as it's anticipated to emerge in gold leagues or higher. Jihan internally identifies this creature as a flesh golem, spawned from the hand's dismantling and reshaping of bodies. It aligns with Golden Light's earlier statement that it hasn't manifested in the Bronze League previously. He ponders if this anomaly results from the chain quest he received. The quest demands him to defeat the flesh golem without relying on the crystal's assistance. Perplexed, Jihan contemplates the system's meaning of "without the crystal's help." A system notification arises, announcing their completion of the defense map with 10 towers. Consequently, they receive a bonus quest tasking them with eliminating the flesh golem. Curiosity arises among other players, questioning if bronze maps typically feature bonus challenges and if the system truly intends for them to eradicate the creature. The system urges them to halt the flesh golems spawned by the Black Hand, the Apostle of Destruction. Once the flesh golem emerges, the Black Hand recedes, leaving its minions to wreak havoc. Viewers ponder the system's provision of a single buff to aid in the hunt, while some jest about employing a nuclear bomb. Doubts surface about the quest's feasibility, even for Gold League players who struggle against these monsters. Jihan privately speculates that it doesn't seem like a quest designed for completion. After all, if it were easy, such substantial rewards wouldn't be granted. The system unveils the bonus quest's reward: 10,000 achievement points and a crystal fragment. Jihan acknowledges the crystal fragment as the primary prize, with the added rewards being uncommon. As he gazes at his sword, he concludes that it qualifies as an epic quest, at the very least. Considering it's a bonus quest, Golden Light asserts their need to give it their all. While Jihan extracts his sword from the ground, Golden Light suggests he first receive the blessing. Jihan inquires if it's necessary, prompting puzzled looks from his two teammates and speculations among viewers. Some suspect Jihan's fear or resignation, while others consider this an exception, given the daunting challenge. Suddenly, sparks envelop Jihan's foot, and as he advances toward the flesh golem, his movement is accompanied by an electrical aura. The narrative shifts to describe the flesh golem in detail, an undead entity known for its resilience. Its core must be destroyed to defeat it, but with its composite of numerous corpses and massive form, this is no easy feat. The flesh golem is classified as a mid-difficulty boss in the Gold League, presenting a formidable challenge even for someone surpassing Bronze League level like Jihan. In a bold move, Jihan instructs his teammates to step back momentarily. With remarkable speed, he dashes forward, leaving an indelible mark on the ground. Golden Light and Diego stand amazed by the imprint. Golden Light gazes upward, spotting Jihan soaring through the air toward a flesh golem. At the core of the nameless divine arts lies a foundational technique, 3 talents. This martial art draws inspiration from heaven, earth, and man. In this context, heaven symbolizes the sky, correlating to a vertical cut. Earth, representative of the ground, corresponds to a horizontal cut. Men signifies people and manifests as a piercing strike. This lays the groundwork for the nameless divine arts. Building upon this foundation, there's the Mount Tai Crush technique, an embodiment of overwhelming power. With this understanding, Jihan executes the 3 talents technique Mount Tai Crush, cleaving the towering flash golem from top to bottom in a single strike. The sheer astonishment leaves both Golden Light and Diego speechless. Their amazement is so intense that Diego drops his soccer ball. Amid Jihan's astonishment while passing through the golem, he privately acknowledges that the technique's name may sound grand, but it's essentially a vertical cut. A system notification confirms Jihan's victory against a flesh golem, signifying the clearing of the bonus quest's 4th tower. Some viewers experience a shiver of excitement, while one viewer consistently posts, "Don't underestimate Sung Jihan." Another commenter theorizes that Jihan is akin to a nuclear bomb, the only plausible explanation for his triumph over the formidable flesh golem. The instant Jihan wields his sword, a melange of complex emotions envelops Golden Light: fear, despair, anticipation, desire, ultimately converging into respect. Overwhelmed, Golden Light collapses to his knees, his breath heavy. Internally, he admits to never having experienced such emotions before. Initially regarding Jihan as merely an entertaining subject for streaming, he now recognizes the significant difference and seeks to chronicle Jihan's journey to ascendancy. He is determined to document how Jihan evolves into a legend, despite Golden Light's first determination to offer his all to Jihan. That was the moment when Sung Jihan and Diego Masid's bromance began. Friendship. The other players were left helpless, as they were overwhelmed by the colossal monster. A notification emerges, indicating that the 3rd tower bonus quest has been unsuccessful for those unable to vanquish their respective foes. The system further announces the conclusion of the bonus quest, promising players who completed it triple the experience and GP. With a contented expression, Jin Hyuk praises the substantial rewards of the game. However, his demeanor changes as he fixes a stern gaze on Diego, mentioning that there's another matter he requires. He approaches Diego and proposes a meeting outside the game. Diego responds by expressing gratitude for the substantial bonus resulting from Jin Hyuk's feat of slaying the monster, implying that he doesn't desire any further reward. Undeterred, Jin Hyuk reveals that he wishes to discuss Diego's unique abilities, asking if Diego would be willing to listen. Taken aback, Diego seeks clarification regarding the nature of his abilities. Jin Hyuk responds by conjuring a flame in his palm and utters, "Mage." Jin Hyuk suggests that he won't divulge everything at this moment, intending to converse over dinner. Internally, Diego questions the potential meaning of becoming a mage. While he might have dismissed such a notion from anyone else, Jihan's astonishing display captivates Diego's interest. Considering the possibility of finding a suitable class, Diego eventually agrees, sending a message to Jihan. Jihan responds positively, inquiring about Diego's culinary preferences to select an appropriate venue. Golden Light expresses interest in joining the gathering, but Jihan politely declines, deeming it troublesome. He explains that the occasion is meant as a reward for Diego. Persistently, Golden Light attempts to broach the subject of streaming, yet Jihan stands firm in his decision. Undeterred, Golden Light proposes to be Jihan's steadfast partner, and even offers to serve as his editor. Jihan remains disinterested, stating that it's all right. Golden Light momentarily believes his plea was accepted, but Jihan clarifies his refusal before logging out of the game. Golden Light is left stunned, as the chat mocks his rejection. The scene transitions to the Twin Sword Building, where Jihan receives a notification confirming the completion of the chain quest involving zombies. As a result, he gains 10,000 achievement points and a crystal's fragment. The system additionally assigns Jihan another quest, directing him to trace the whereabouts of the Apostle. However, this particular quest will only be accessible once he reaches the Silver League. Observing the substantial reward of 10,000 points, Jihan remarks that the quest's difficulty is justified by the enticing reward it offers. He's content that he had acquired the power in advance, though he finds the crystal fragment slightly underwhelming. This fragment of the crystal bestows upon the player a one-time use divine blessing, an item exclusive to the Bronze and Silver Leagues. The divine blessing is a remarkable enhancement available only to the apex support job, the Saintess, capable of augmenting all statistics by 50%, a necessity in the upper echelons of the leagues. Jihan's ability to utilize it is limited to once, solely within the Bronze or Silver League, a limitation he finds regrettable. Anticipating the clear reward, thanks to securing the top position, the GP and experience he gains undergo a 50% increment. He now stands at level 14, with his martial power and force reaching 17. Internally, he calculates that there are a dozen levels remaining before he can engage in the silver promotion match. His current statistics, truth be told, are astonishing, prompting him to wonder whether any other player has ever achieved such rapid growth. Abruptly, his weapon begins emitting a luminous glow, and a notification emerges, indicating that his sword is responding. Further details reveal that Jihan has comprehended an otherworldly sword, elevating his divine power by 1 and integrating it with his force. The system further notes a decline in the sword's rank to E. This revelation astonishes Jihan, who ponders why his stats did not experience an uptick, now comprehending that divine power and force are not on a direct 1:1 ratio. Suddenly, the notification's hue changes to red, bearing the news that the sword has failed to contain its remaining power, leading to the destruction of the equipment. The sword shatters explosively, releasing a considerable surge of energy. Internally, Jihan recognizes that the 3 elixir field's might within the sword is dissipating outward. He muses whether it failed to withstand the pressure akin to that of Mount Tai's force. The burst of energy emanating from the sword unexpectedly begins to lacerate Jihan. Struggling to reabsorb the surging energy, he acknowledges the potential peril of absorbing too much. Abruptly, Jihan's eyes widen as the intense illumination from his room becomes visible from outside. Gradually, the brilliance wanes. Simultaneously, within a room adjacent to Jihan's building, a light emanates from a building, prompting the occupant to express his annoyance at the situation. He laments having ended up living next to Jihan. The individual in question was Takeda Kazuo, who opines that one might be surprised to see his plan fail. A swift flashback depicts the mage receiving a quest to shatter the crystal and thwart Jihan's race to first place. Concealed behind a partition, Takeda Kazuo dubs himself the savior, acting in the interest of a fellow ally. He conveys that the mage's vendetta will come to fruition, and he will be privy to Jihan's status window. Takeda notes his adeptness in manipulating the Sword King family, effortlessly targeting Jihan by posing as a member of the Sword King fan club. He remarks that this endeavor couldn't have been simpler. In a slightly unsettling manner, he observes Jihan's wariness towards him. Takeda Kazuo suggests Jihan should be more concerned about his own circle. Casting a gaze at the mage, he asserts that the mage ought to impart a lesson in defeat to Jihan. Returning to the present while relishing his fried chicken, Takeda contemplates the failure of his elaborate plan. He acknowledges that it's time to suspend his game-disrupting efforts temporarily. Yet he laments the missed opportunity for success, labeling the mage as inept after his misstep. He derides the mage's inability to even feign a loss, asserting that the mage should have promptly shattered the crystal instead of squandering time. In frustration, he takes a vicious bite of chicken, uttering a profanity aimed at the mage. Frustrated by the deviation from his plan, Takeda finds it irksome, as someone else might apprehend Jihan to their guild before he does. With a forceful slam of his hand on the table, the narrator elucidates that Takeda Kazuo of the Neo Self-Defense Force found himself ensnared in a vexing situation. This ordeal led him to the realization that recruiting Jihan was imperative. However, his superiors demanded concrete evidence before taking action. Consequently, they sought more substantiation for Takeda's assertions. His foremost requirement was Jihan's status window, which would serve as the bedrock of his claims. The portly individual expresses a sense of urgency, remarking that his time is limited. He acknowledges the inadequacy of employing such amateur tactics any further. He advises that Jihan should exercise patience and bide his time. Once he obtains Jihan's status window and secures approval from his organization, he plans to implement a method akin to the Sword King's unique approach to claim Jihan as their own. Basically, Bro is saying that they will use puss to make Jihan one of them. Jihan receives a notification indicating a rise in his divine power by 1, which has now been seamlessly integrated into his force, causing an increment of his force by 1. Seated on the floor, he reflects internally that his force experiences a growth of 1 for every 3 units of divine power. A subsequent notification emerges, informing him of an elevation in both force and connected martial power by 1. Expressing gratitude, he notes that his martial power has now reached 18. He ponders whether the remaining divine power absorbed by the sword was eradicated, lamenting that while it's unfortunate for the weapon to meet this fate, the substantial rewards he's gained make up for it. In a sudden shift, his train of thought is disrupted by a notification indicating that his force points have surpassed 17, and from this juncture onward, he can only assimilate divine power from A-rank relics or higher. Frustration takes hold as he finds this to be excessively demanding, as the restriction to A-rank feels akin to urging him to continue dreaming for the foreseeable future. Labeling it as a regrettable circumstance, Sia enters the room, beckoning to him. With a cheerful demeanor, she exhibits her phone and exclaims the balance of 50 billion in her bank account. However, upon observing Jihan's disheveled state and his room, she inquires about his appearance. He responds with a smile, explaining that his weapon unexpectedly exploded, accompanied by a trickle of blood from his head, assuring her that it's inconsequential. Sia's anger flares, and she tugs at her uncle, expressing her exasperation and asserting her inability to tolerate his condition. She urges him to promptly freshen up, so she can provide treatment. She remarks that she had thought Jihan was displaying more mature behavior lately, but he remains the same youthful individual as always. These words leave Jihan momentarily stunned. The scene transitions to him and Sia at a restaurant, during which he reflects that this is his inaugural experience consuming real food since his regression. The notion of occasionally dining out like this doesn't seem disagreeable to him. He conveys his preference for Korean cuisine. Sia, still somewhat perturbed, informs him that she's treating him. Thus, he should have taken the opportunity to request something luxurious and costly. He dismisses the idea, asserting that they will be sharing 3 meals a day for the time being anyway. Unexpectedly, Sia interjects, suggesting that they might not even manage to share a single meal together. This statement leaves Jihan perplexed. Sia clarifies that she's returning to school, highlighting that despite her appearance, she holds the position of student president and doesn't feel justified in taking a break. Jihan contemplates whether it might be more prudent to take a week-long respite, as the instructor had suggested. She said that the day when she will be getting the blessing in the gift hall is coming soon. Now that he thinks about it, he now realizes that Sia's birthday is rapidly approaching, specifically on August 22nd, marking her transition to 18 years of age. Bro will be legal. Even amidst the current challenging circumstances, Sia has consistently looked forward to this milestone. She has fervently awaited this day, a beacon of hope throughout these arduous times. Sia, who has been consistently graced with the Academy's gift hall offerings, had nurtured an expectation that her circumstances might improve following the reception of a noteworthy gift. Unfortunately, this aspiration was swiftly shattered. The gift bestowed upon her was of the F-ranked variety. This pivotal moment served as a devastating blow to Sia, who had persistently held on to her strength and resilience. While enjoying a meal, Jihan privately acknowledges that divulging the nature of the F-rank gift in advance would only lead to disappointment. Consequently, he finds himself compelled to gently manage her expectations. He broaches the topic of her departure on the following day. She responds affirmatively, citing Monday as an opportune moment for her departure. Jihan expresses his concurrence and commits to personally driving her henceforth. Sia reacts with astonishment, asserting that she's no longer a child and thus requires no such special treatment. Jihan, however, underscores the current circumstances and firmly asserts that he has already made up his mind. He encourages her to acquiesce to his arrangement. Although she wears an expression of dissatisfaction, she inquires about Jihan's uncharacteristic display of assertiveness, as such behavior appears incongruous to her perception of him. His response comes in the form of a meaningful gaze followed by laughter, prompting her to query the reason behind his mirth. Jihan clarifies that his amusement is unrelated, urging her to focus on the meal. Sia asserts her intention to independently utilize public transportation the next day. Jihan, however, urges her not to adopt that stance, and to instead comply with his plan, reiterating his intention to help her. As the following day dawns, both Jihan and Sia find themselves bewildered by the sight that greets them in the parking lot. They question the fate of the myriad parked cars and luxury vehicles that had previously occupied the space. Sia reveals that their collaborators had indicated an intention to sell the cars, although she had not anticipated the wholesale liquidation that had transpired. With a hand resting on his forehead, Jihan laments that this is why he had been unable to locate the car keys. Just as Sia contemplates relying on public transport, Jihan's peripheral vision catches a figure nearby. It turns out to be Sia's mother's car. Jihan posits that the reason this particular vehicle remained untouched was likely due to its limited profit potential. Attempting to access the car, Jihan discovers that it is unlocked, and the key still remains inside. Sia inquired about their actual plan to use the car, expressing concern over whether the vehicle was embarrassing. However, she swiftly clarified that her unease was not about that. She stated her worry was more subtle. Jihan then inquired about the nature of her concern. The setting shifted, and a man instructed Jihan to move the car from the parking lot. Sia disclosed that her apprehension revolved around this precise situation. They found themselves at the Seoul-based Gangnam-gu BattleNet Academy. Privately, Jihan mused that he had anticipated this budget car might attract attention, but he hadn't anticipated someone would audaciously attempt to provoke him. Jihan asked the enraged man to explain the issue. The enraged man retorted, berating Jihan for placing his inferior car there. He demanded Jihan to take his car elsewhere. Stepping out of the car, Jihan retorted that the furious man had suddenly pulled in while he and Sia were attempting to park. He questioned the reason for his anger. The furious man claimed the parking spot belonged to him all along, and insultingly referred to Jihan as a beggar bastard. As Jihan confronted the man face to face, he cautioned him about his language and revealed his role as a guardian to a student in the academy. Onlookers recognized Jihan, prompting them to speculate about his presence at the academy. One individual noted that the daughter of the Sword King attended the same academy, although there were rumors that she had taken a leave of absence. These individuals decided to share this incident on the internet, titling it Sung Jihan at the Academy. A commenter questioned Jihan's decision to attend an academy at the age of 27, while another responded with the adage, "There's no end to learning." Meanwhile, in the premises of the Resin Guild Company building in Seoul, Gangnam-gu, Lee Haeon summoned Lim Ga-yong to accompany her. Haeon revealed that they were en route to BattleNet Academy, holding a post that disclosed Jihan's location. Ga-yong sought an explanation for the sudden change of plans, prompting Haeon to assert, "What else? We're going to closely obsess after him." Filled with anger, she proclaimed that Jihan had dared to overlook her, and thus she was on her way to meet him. The burly guy couldn't help but unleash a stream of profanities, baffled by the sight of what seemed like a beggar emerging from such a rundown car. He menacingly poised himself for a punch at Jihan, all the while demanding that Jihan bow his head in submission. However, Jihan's eyes began to emit an eerie crimson glow, and just as the beefy man swung his fist at him, he reminded Jihan that he'd asked him to lower his head, adding an unsavory term to address him. Sia's face twisted into a mix of shock and worry, clearly evident from her expression as she anxiously called out her uncle's name. Among the onlookers, one person commented that Jihan wasn't giving in, while another astute observer pointed at Jihan and the hefty aggressor, questioning the oddity of the big man's fist stopping right in front of Jihan's nose. Surrounded by Jihan's inexplicable red aura, the big man internally pondered why he couldn't move his body all of a sudden. In the midst of attempting another string of curses, a red aura sealed his mouth, rendering him mute. With a casual gesture, Jihan compelled the big guy to bow before him, then disdainfully looked down upon him, deeming his behavior vulgar. He speculated that this bully was probably someone who ferried students to and from the academy. Jihan admonished him amidst the prying eyes of the crowd, suggesting that if he couldn't set a good example, he should at least refrain from bullying others. In response to the spectacle, Sia implored her uncle to cease his actions. Suddenly, someone called out Sia's name, catching her off guard. It was a girl seated in a car, expressing disbelief at the sight of Sia. This girl was none other than BattleNet Academy's 18-year-old student vice president, Kim Hee-soo. Inwardly, Jihan deduced that Hee-soo must be a friend of Sia's. Sia noticed her and exchanged greetings, remarking, "Long time no see." As Hee-soo stepped out of her car, she inquired about the fallen big guy, humorously asking what he was doing on the ground. In response, Juicy, the big guy, made the absurd claim that it was slippery there, prompting silent amusement from both Sia and Jihan, who shared the sentiment. What a joke! Juicy proceeded to apologize to Hee-soo, and she, appearing genuinely concerned, asked Sia about her father's missing cars, and why she had arrived in such a shabby vehicle. Sia explained that her dad had sold all his cars, causing worry to wash over Hee-soo. She insisted on giving Sia a ride home after school, though Sia initially declined. Hee-soo, however, pointed out that Sia would attract even more attention in that dilapidated car, ultimately persuading Sia to agree. Citing her reluctance to burden Hee-soo, Hee-soo reassured her, promising to speak to her father about it. As Jihan observed their interaction, he couldn't help but ponder inwardly. He questioned whether there had always been someone this close to Sia at this particular time, casting an intrigued gaze upon Hee-soo, with a nagging feeling that something didn't quite add up. Guys, I always forget these two women's names, so let's call the brown-haired woman Waifu 1 and the dark-haired one Waifu 2. As they both arrived at the scene, Waifu 1 exclaimed, asking what was happening. She inquired about Jihan's whereabouts as he had just arrived 10 minutes ago, and it seemed unlikely he'd already left. Witnessing Waifu 1 growing furious, a bystander informed her that Jihan had recently departed in his car. Waifu 2 reminded Waifu 1 that she had predicted this would occur. Waifu 1, nervously biting her nail, voiced her concern that if this continued, overseas scouts might reach Jihan before them. Suddenly, Waifu 2 urged Waifu 1 to stop and withdrew her fingers from her mouth. Waifu 2 mentioned that Waifu 1 had requested her assistance, explaining that merely biting her nails wouldn't solve the problem, so she had asked her to intervene. Waifu 1 nodded in agreement, inwardly admitting that she fell for her. Turning to leave, Waifu 2 inquired about Waifu 1's plans. Waifu 1 questioned if they had any alternative options. She opened BattleTube and began watching Jihan's live stream, wearing a smirk as she declared they would track Jihan in real time now. The chat was lively, with viewers expressing confidence in Jihan's victory as he effortlessly dismantled opponents, showcasing his formidable power by shattering shields and armor with his bare hands. Jihan paused briefly, closing his eyes to employ his nameless divine technique. Footwork heavenly thunder steps, He moved at lightning speed, swiftly dispatching anyone who ventured too close to his electrifying attacks. As players fell before him, Jihan clenched his fist, acknowledging that he was becoming accustomed to it faster than expected, thanks to his heightened senses. Glaring at the remaining players, Jihan cracked his fingers and resolved to persevere a little longer. Two individuals observed him nervously, aware that their fate was sealed. Song Jihan, the man who effortlessly defeated a gold-ranked flesh golem with a single strike. For Bronze League players, facing Jihan is truly unexpected. The arena was enveloped in Jihan's overwhelming power, with spectators screaming in terror as if witnessing a natural disaster. After the game concluded, Jihan was teleported back to the real world and secured the top rank. The system notified him of his 5th consecutive victory, granting a 200% increase in experience points. Jihan finds that to be a jackpot, he received another notification announcing a level increase of 2 and a bonus for hitting level 15, unlocking the game map known as Dungeon. This revelation left Jihan taken aback, but he soon recalled that the system had indeed promised this milestone at level 15. Dungeon, he mused, a fresh game mode reserved for level 15 and up. Unlike other modes, where it's all about combat, this one's a mix of traps, mazes, and mind-bending puzzles. There's a catch though: solo runs have their limits. BattleNet's all about teamwork, so you've got to find yourself a party to conquer the dungeon. Yet, a cloud of concern loomed over Jihan as he stepped into his apartment. He realized that he could be in for a world of hurt if his team decided to mess with him. He briefly contemplated joining a guild for added protection, but quickly dismissed the idea. He knew they'd hassle him once he left the guild. With a determined nod, Jihan resolved to tough it out, even if it meant dealing with a bit of trouble. After all, he was on the cusp of reaching silver, and once he did, he had grand plans to establish his very own guild. Jihan then began cooking some eggs, asking Sia to set the table, and she gladly agreed. As the meal was served, Jihan announced it was time to dig in. The room fell into a hushed silence as they savored the food. However, Sia broke the silence, curious about her uncle's culinary skills, and asked him how he became such a great cook. Jihan admitted that he didn't really cook. He just grilled some ingredients that were already on hand. Sia complimented the delicious taste, insisting that Jihan was indeed a fantastic cook. Congratulations on reaching this point. If you've managed to make it this far, please leave a comment saying "let him cook" to confuse those who skipped this section or failed to watch the entire video. Jihan promised to prepare a proper meal for her next time, secretly thinking it was worth cooking every meal back when he was in the US. Sia was delighted that her uncle would cook for her more often. Jihan then asked if she planned to use his friend Hee-Su's car to go to school like she did yesterday. Sia, knowing who he meant, firmly replied that she wouldn't be using Hee-Su's car and asked him not to bring it up. She explained that the discomfort she felt during the ride was unbearable, almost like she was going to die. In a quick flashback, we saw Sia's uncomfortable experience in Hee-Su's car, where Hee-Su bombarded her with questions about her future and offered to help her. Hee-Su expressed sympathy for Sia, wondering how her father could abandon his only daughter. Jihan, looking annoyed, muttered, "How lame!" to which Sia responded with a simple, "Very." Then she revealed another reason, mentioning that her mum's car was much better. It felt cozier and more comfortable. Jihan was surprised by her comment, but also smiled, agreeing with her. The scene then shifted to the academy, where scouts eagerly awaited Jihan's arrival when they spotted his car. Jihan couldn't help but wonder if those people were scouts or reporters. Sia, with a sigh, remarked that they stood out like sore thumbs yesterday. Jihan agreed, stating that at this point these people seemed more like stalkers than reporters. He suggested they change their car quickly. But Sia's attention was elsewhere as she asked Jihan to look at the people up ahead. These people were none other than Waifu 1 and 2. Upon spotting Jihan's car, Waifu 1 exclaimed, "Ah, Jihan is finally here." As Jihan stepped out of the car, Sia asked him what was going on, while Jihan couldn't help but wonder about the tense atmosphere. Addressing Waifu 1, Jihan commented on their meeting in this unexpected place. Waifu 1 explained that she had come in advance to wait for him, which left Sia privately thinking that Waifu 1 was incredibly obsessive. Waifu 1 mentioned that she had given Jihan her business card, but he hadn't reached out. Sia, however, saw their interaction in a different light, thinking that Waifu 1 might be interested in dating Jihan. Waifu 1 then moved closer to Jihan and asked if he could spare some time for her right now. They decided to head to a cafe for a chat. The scouts, seeing this, grew frustrated, with one lamenting that Waifu 1 had beaten them to it again. Another worried about the gold-level contract they had prepared, fearing they might not get a chance to hand it over. Yet another urged them to give it a try first. Jihan expressed concern to Waifu 1 about standing out even more outdoors and asked if they would be all right. Waifu 1 replied with a casual maybe, mentioning that she was quite used to these stairs, being a Nepo baby and all. For those who don't know, here is an explanation. A Nepo baby or nepotism baby refers to someone who has enjoyed advantages in life from the moment they were born due to their parents' fame or connections. Waifu 2 expressed her bewilderment at Jihan's reaction, and he promptly apologized, explaining that he had been preoccupied with his busy schedule. Waifu 1 reassured him, saying it was all right, and even found it refreshing in its own way. She explained that it was a first for her, and when Jihan inquired what she meant by "it was her first," she clarified that it was the first time someone had made her chase after them. As Waifu 2 handed Waifu 1 a contract, she revealed that she had prepared an impressive platinum-level contract. The scouts who were standing nearby couldn't believe their eyes as they watched Waifu 1 hand a platinum-level contract to a bronze-ranked player. Another scout, looking utterly devastated, couldn't help but exclaim with a resigned tone, "Haha, I'm out!" Inwardly, Jihan found this unexpected, realizing that Waifu 1 had put in a significant effort into all of this. Leaning in close to Jihan, Waifu 1 credited the contract to her feelings for him, mentioning her meticulous planning and desperation. Jihan inwardly noticed that Waifu 1 had the same scent as Zero. On the other hand, Waifu 1 was shocked by Jihan's calm reaction, while Jihan wondered if it would remain the same. Blushing in embarrassment, Waifu 1 inwardly felt her pride being slowly wounded as she sat down. Realizing she didn't even have Jihan's number yet, she asked Jihan to send her the contract after checking it and requested his contact number. But Jihan responded by asking, "Do you want my number?" This statement further hurt Waifu 1's pride, and Waifu 2 found it amusing. Jihan then proposed a bet, explaining that he had reached level 15 and was heading to a dungeon. This left Waifu 1 and 2 astonished, wondering how Jihan had reached level 15 so quickly. She couldn't believe that Jihan had reached level 15 in less than a month, and on top of that, he wanted to make a bet. She asked Jihan about the conditions of the bet, and he explained that he planned to connect to the BattleNet without using any pain reduction machines. He stated that if he didn't rank first, he would sign a contract with the Reason Guild and provide her with his number. Confused, Waifu 1 mentioned that many people were eager to recruit Jihan. Meanwhile, Waifu 2 wondered if Jihan was going into a dungeon without a guild or party. Jihan responded that it was worth a try, and Waifu 1, still surprised by his unusual offer, asked him what the catch was. Jihan, needing to confirm if Waifu 1 was Zero, told her that if he won, he wanted to see her status window. He inwardly wondered if she possessed the cultivation gift and the same skills as before. Waifu 1 questioned if it had to be her status window, and Jihan affirmed. He inwardly says that it was because cultivation acted like an exp buff during this period, making it embarrassing for others to see. Judging her reaction, Jihan assumed she had it, but wanted to confirm with his own eyes. Waifu 1 sighed in agreement, cautioning Jihan not to regret it later. She suggested they move, since Jihan had to connect now, but he assured her they didn't have to. As he disappeared while connecting to BattleNet, he instructed them to wait there because it wouldn't take long. Simultaneously, Jihan activated his BattleTube broadcast, and viewers began to comment and prepare, sensing that something significant was about to happen. The game mode Jihan would be playing was Dungeon, specifically the Imperial Tomb of the Conqueror, while showing this bearded, cool old man riding a horse. This old man is trying to be cool like me for real. The Conqueror's Imperial Tomb boasts a high difficulty rating, dwelling deep beneath the earth where a legendary conqueror rests. This underground maze isn't just teeming with monsters. It's riddled with intricate puzzle contraptions like traps and mazes. However, what truly elevates this dungeon's challenge is the requirement for all party members to survive until the end, a real test of teamwork. Now, as the system announces the entry of a player named Sung Jihan, and with the game about to commence, Jihan silently thinks that his team this time doesn't seem half bad. His teammates are taken aback, amazed to find Jihan on their side. While surveying his companions, Jihan privately acknowledges that all three of his teammates hail from the same guild, and their gear is top-notch. One teammate humbly expresses the honor of meeting Jihan, while another warmly extends greetings, vowing to excel in this game. An observant viewer spots the Black Eagle Guild logo on their attire, igniting a spark of enthusiasm. One member proposes they aim for first place, a sentiment echoed by their peers who believe it's a cakewalk with Jihan on board. When Jihan's teammates suggest they take the lead, Jihan declines their offer. They're puzzled, thinking warriors should be at the forefront. But Jihan reassures them, expressing confidence in his raw strength. Recalling Jihan's epic triumph over the zombies, the viewers chime in, declaring Jihan as the epitome of reliability. The three comrades unanimously rally behind Jihan, pledging trust and allegiance. Jihan breathes a sigh of relief, sensing no trolls in this team, which had been a concern given the strict clearing conditions. With a determined expression, he says, "Well then, shall we get started?" Jihan and his team make their way to the first basement floor of the Imperial Tomb of the Conqueror. As they notice the approaching enemies, the green-eyed man signals the imminent arrival of the Imperial Tomb guards, animated statue sentinels wielding an array of weapons, poised for battle in the hero's path. The green-eyed man turns to Jihan and inquires about their formation, suggesting that he can create a path using his magical skills. Jihan, however, dismisses the idea, striding confidently ahead of the guards. He instructs his teammates to follow closely behind. As the guards rush to attack Jihan, he effortlessly dodges a slashing attack, then swiftly shatters one of the stone guards with a powerful punch. Without wasting a moment, he continues his assault, effortlessly breaking through the remaining foes. His teammates are left in awe, and Jihan questions why they haven't caught up yet, even shattering another stone guard's head as he speaks. Within the depths of the Imperial Tomb of the Conqueror, a complex labyrinth housing 10 passages, each leading to the climactic 7th basement floor. Among those currently assigned to the 8th passage, Sung Jihan's team is dominating with unprecedented speed. By the time they reach the 3rd floor, the man in glasses is deeply impressed, expressing awe at witnessing Jihan's abilities in person. The green-eyed companion readily agrees, remarking that Jihan seems to dismiss the formidable stone guards with ease, as if they were nothing more than sand statues. In Jihan's mind, he contemplates that this challenge may be less daunting than he initially anticipated. Viewers are left wondering whether Jihan intends to tackle this challenge without using a weapon from start to finish. Some assert that in the Bronze League, Jihan doesn't need a weapon at all. Another viewer recalls Jihan's previous feat of destroying a flesh golem, bolstering their confidence that this journey should be a cakewalk for him. However, their speculations are interrupted as Dakejang generously donates 10,000 GP to Jihan. Jihan takes notice of the donation and can't help but wonder about the intentions of this fatty, pondering what schemes he might be hatching once again. Dakejang's accompanying message in the donation prompts Jihan to check his memo box, and emphasizes that he's prepared a generous donation for him. Viewers become agitated with Fatih, suspecting ulterior motives and labeling him as desperate to recruit Jihan into the self-defense force. One viewer earnestly advises Jihan against joining, and another contemplates migrating if Jihan ever ventures to Japan for that purpose. Jihan reassures them not to worry, boldly declaring that he won't go to Japan even if it means facing dire consequences. Instead, he decides to block Fatih. Touched by his steadfast commitment, viewers begin chanting Jihan's name in the chat. The man with green eyes expressed disbelief at how swiftly they had cleared the third basement floor. He admitted that typically he'd struggle to get past the first floor. The heavily armored companion quipped, "Isn't Jihan essentially carrying us at this point?" as he attempted to strike down a stone guard with his sword. He marveled at how Jihan had dismantled such a robust adversary, using only his bare hands. Suddenly, his attention was diverted by a system notification he had received. As they ascended the stairs, the man with green eyes preemptively thanked Jihan, confessing that it felt like they were entrusting everything to him, and he offered his apologies. Jihan reassured him, stating that no apology was necessary, as long as they weren't intentionally sabotaging the game. Upon reaching the fourth basement floor, they encountered a straightforward corridor, but it was rife with traps. The walls and floors were adorned with warning signs for traps. The man with green eyes had initially believed there would be no traps, but it appeared that every conceivable trap had congregated here. Jihan inquired if they could increase their pace, and the green-eyed man enthusiastically consented. However, the others hesitated, displaying a degree of nervousness, as if they were concealing something. Jihan reassumed the lead, leaving the rear to them. The archer and the knight appeared distinctly suspicious, tightly gripping their respective weapons. The knight privately ruminated, "Indeed, hurry up and proceed ahead," while both the knight and the archer inwardly contemplated that once Jihan departed, the 1 million would be theirs. A notification materialized, indicating that Sword King Clan 787 had registered a reward mission. The notification succinctly advised them to commit suicide swiftly and avoid capture, and the reward would be 1 million GP. The members of the Black Eagle Guild are all being commissioned to commit suicide right now. It's all because of Takeda, the guy Jihan just thwarted a moment ago. Fatih, lounging at his desk while streaming Jihan's antics on a massive screen, remarks that Jihan is in a tight spot now. He admits he didn't plan on resorting to the same tactics, but at this point all he can rely on is his wealth. He shrugs and says, "Guess it can't be helped." With a sly grin on his face, Fatih wonders aloud about Jihan's next move. He mentions how he's greased quite a few palms with a hefty sum to keep things discreet. He smirks and declares that the moment Jihan decides to make a run for it, that's when his downfall begins. Fatih can't contain his amusement, laughing heartily as he believes he's won this round. He adds, "There will be no exceptions unless someone informed him beforehand." The scene then shifts to Golden Light, seated proudly amidst a constellation of stars, sporting a self-satisfied expression as if he's accomplished something truly significant. Returning to Jihan's predicament, he navigated a treacherous hallway riddled with traps. As the hazards approached, the emerald-eyed individual assured Jihan that his skill could ward off the impending arrows. Yet, Jihan nonchalantly responded that he was perfectly fine. In a swift motion, Jihan invoked his extraordinary power, Force Absolute Zone. As the arrows encroached upon his expanded dominion, they came to a sudden halt, perplexing the viewers, who wondered which incredible skill Jihan had employed to thwart the arrows. Even the man with the green eyes, taken aback, turned his attention to his fellow teammates to check if they had witnessed Jihan's astonishing feat. To his astonishment, his two companions were in the midst of preparing to take their own lives. The green-eyed man immediately realized this dire situation and urgently relayed the information to Jihan, imploring him to intervene swiftly and prevent the tragic act. Jihan swiftly employed his nameless divine art steps, evoking energy beneath his feet. The archer, taken aback that his companion the knight shared the same mission, watched in astonishment as Jihan utilized his heavenly thunderstep. In the blink of an eye, Jihan materialized before the archer, delivering a forceful punch to his face, disarming both the archer and the knight in the process. The archer crumpled to the ground from the impact of Jihan's blow, while the knight grimaced in pain from the arm strike. Jihan turned around, and with a simple gesture he enveloped them in a crimson aura, rendering them completely immobile. The green-eyed man arrived, expressing concern about Jihan's well-being and inquiring whether the game was nearing its end. Jihan, breathing a sigh of relief, quipped, "That was a close one." The knight, with a touch of sarcasm, labeled the archer as a fucker, insinuating that he might have been on the brink of fulfilling his mission to end his own life. This revelation startled the archer, leading him to inquire if he had been assigned a similar suicidal task. The knight tersely advised him to keep quiet, asserting that the situation was painfully apparent. The green-eyed man, puzzled by the sudden altercation, inquired about the cause. Jihan explained that it appeared they had received identical missions, wherein the game concluded for the first person to commit suicide. The green-eyed man placed his hand over his heart, sighing in relief, and questioned why anyone would resort to such a dishonorable act. He then extended a heartfelt apology on behalf of his guildmates. With a wary glance, Jihan reassured the green-eyed man that there was no need to apologize, emphasizing that he had prevented the tragedy. As he noticed the green-eyed man preparing to end his own life, Jihan swiftly surrounded his hand with a crimson aura and prevented him from proceeding. He concluded by explaining that it was because he knew the green-eyed man was also part of their group. The green-eyed man, his voice filled with shock and disbelief, screamed at Jihan, demanding to know how he had uncovered their association, insisting that he had not engaged in any suspicious actions. Deep within, Jihan acknowledged that it aligned precisely with what he had warned, that all members of the Black Eagle Guild had been instructed to take their own lives. In the chat, the viewers were left perplexed, wondering how Jihan had come to this revelation. Then a notification about a donation appeared. The generous contribution came from Golden Light, who donated 10,000 GP and left a message cautioning Jihan to be vigilant, as someone had paid the entire Black Eagle Guild 1 billion GP to end their own lives. Golden Light, sporting a bright smile, credited Jihan's diligent assistant for this revelation and expressed gratitude. The chat was left in wonderment, with everyone curious about how these events transpired. Golden Light stepped in to elucidate, revealing that he had been an unwavering fan of Jihan. He watched Jihan's live broadcasts regularly, which by extension included Jihan's current team members. During one of these broadcasts, he had a front-row seat when Sword King 898 posted a mission offering 1 billion GP. The chat was astonished, finding it unbelievable that someone would offer 1 billion GP for such a task. One viewer pointed out that Sword King 898 might be the same person as before. Golden Light confirmed this and explained how he had previously informed Jihan about the situation. He recounted that, although he initially found the 10,001 donation message to be too high, he justified it as a matter of justice and felt compelled to act, believing it wasn't a waste. As Jihan's loyal editor, he was determined to contribute. Jihan chimed in, questioning the unusual nature of the situation. He raised doubts about the rationale behind offering 1 billion GP per mission, deeming it excessive, even for those harboring grudges. He argued that such missions should have had a lower price, even considering the gravity of the actions involved. The chat members concurred with Jihan's perspective. One viewer noted that it didn't make sense, even if it was indeed the Sword King clan, and another wondered if it was truly the Sword King clan in the first place. Jihan then shared his conclusion, speculating that the person behind the 1 billion GP missions must either hold a rank in a named guild or be part of a specific group, unassociated with the Sword King clan. The chat found this possibility plausible. Jihan continued, suggesting that creating quests in exchange for 1 billion GP to see a mere status window seemed like an obsession with him. One viewer humorously pondered if he was the only one who thought of that one fat guy in relation to this situation. Takeda was visibly sweating, and he couldn't help but mutter angrily, calling Jihan a son of a bitch. One of the viewers noted that it had been a while since Takeda had spoken up. Jihan, meanwhile, was scrutinizing his stats and expressed his frustration that people were willing to stoop so low just to see his status window. He decided it was time to amend his promise. The viewers were taken aback, wondering if Jihan intended to retract his earlier commitment. However, Jihan reached into his inventory and pulled out a rope. He announced that he was increasing the subscriber goal from 200,000 to 1 million, vowing to keep his promise of securing the top rank. The viewers were left wondering when Jihan would reach that impressive subscriber count. And although they were frustrated with Takeda, they were relieved that Jihan hadn't revoked his pledge. Inwardly, Jihan was quite pleased with the development, because he had been concerned about his subscriber count approaching 200,000 too quickly. He realized that this change would likely lead to greater profits. He couldn't help but imagine how fantastic it would be if he reached 1 million subscribers. As the viewers noticed Jihan's smile, they found it peculiar that he was holding a rope, prompting them to wonder about its purpose. Jihan proceeded to tie up his 3 teammates with the rope, and the viewers burst into laughter, taking satisfaction in seeing the troublesome individuals restrained. Jihan decided it was time to move, so he pulled the rope, causing the tied-up men to hit the floor, writhing in pain. Upon arriving at their destination, the tied-up archer, terror-stricken, questioned what they were witnessing. Suddenly voices echoed, cautioning against disturbing someone's slumber and declaring the Emperor's eternal nature. Numerous golden eyes emerged, repeating the warning not to disturb the slumber multiple times. The location Jihan found himself in was the 6th basement floor. A few moments ago, while Jihan was pulling those 3 clowns along, they couldn't help but think to themselves that what Jihan was subjecting them to was absolutely messed up. The chat found the whole situation hilarious, but they were also puzzled by the clown's silence. It was way too quiet. Little did they know, Jihan was using his powers to seal their mouths shut, rendering them speechless. One of the knights began to wonder if Jihan was truly a bronze like them, considering how much stronger he appeared to be. 10 minutes earlier, Jihan had a change of heart and allowed them to speak again. Their first words were far from kind, as they called Jihan a piece of shit and threatened to seriously mess him up. It was their final warning, urging Jihan to release them if he didn't want to make enemies out of the entire Black Eagle Guild. In response to their threats, Jihan effortlessly poked holes in the knight's armor with his fingers. The knight was left in shock, wondering if Jihan was using some kind of secret technique. Jihan questioned whether they genuinely believed their guild would support individuals like them. Suddenly, the strength seemed to drain from the knight's body, possibly due to Jihan's earlier finger attacks. Jihan proceeded to do the same to the archer. Observing Jihan's actions, the knight pondered if Jihan was using the particular attack he had in mind, wondering how it made sense. The knight explained that Jihan was targeting their pressure points, a technique that only advanced warriors in the martial artist class could execute. As Jihan continued applying this technique to the green-eyed man, the knight realized that he had misjudged Jihan's role, thinking he was just a supporter. Now it seemed they were being dragged along by Jihan's actions. With a malevolent grin, the knight recalled a time when the mage insulted Jihan. Believing that Jihan was sensitive about his niece, he had intended to showcase his insulting skills from his keyboard warrior days. However, before he could utter a single word, Jihan swiftly silenced him, rendering him unable to open his mouth and spew any insults. As they were dragged across the ground by Jihan, the knight admitted that he didn't care about anything at that moment, except for the pain he was experiencing from being dragged. Suddenly, Jihan proceeded to heal the 3 individuals. a gesture that the archer appreciated while the green-eyed man told him to be quiet. It was comical how regularly Jihan healed them because he couldn't let them die. Now on the 6th floor, Jihan expressed his hope that if he could clear this floor, he would reach the final stage of his journey. As he entered the underground 6th floor, Jihan was greeted by countless golden eyes, making it difficult to see clearly due to the darkness. These golden eyes belonged to clay soldiers. Suddenly, Jihan's eyes widened as more clay warriors spawned behind him, surrounding him from all sides. The soldiers rushed to attack them, and fear overcame the 3 individuals. Jihan acted swiftly, turning around to block an attack from a clay soldier that was about to strike one of the clowns. He then grabbed the rope and flung the 3 clowns out of harm's way. Jihan continued to block attacks and counterattack, cutting through the clay soldiers as if they were made of butter. The chat was highly impressed by Jihan's swordsmanship, especially because it had been a while since he had used a sword. A system notification informed Jihan that the tomb was in a state of shock, and voices repeatedly warned against interfering with the rest of the Emperor, proclaiming, "The Emperor is eternal. Do not interfere with His Majesty's rest." Jihan noticed the soldiers' glowing eyes and speculated that they must be in berserker mode. Jihan received a notification presenting a limited quest that required him to eliminate all of the guards, with a reward of 1,000 achievement points. Inwardly, Jihan noted that it had been a while since he had received a quest, the last time being during the defense map. He decided to use his shield skill to protect the 3 clowns, ensuring they wouldn't be killed. He also tested the shield's durability, finding it much sturdier with the force field on top. Now that the clowns were safe within the shield, Jihan used his skill, Force Absolute Territory, expressing his continued amazement at how powerful it was. Within the Absolute Territory, all movements of anyone who entered were significantly slowed down, and with just his hand, Jihan could exert overwhelming control, creating a region where he had complete dominance. Inwardly, Jihan felt it was a shame that Baron had used his remarkable skill merely to reinforce mana. Jihan decided that it was time to put an end to the situation. With a swift slash of his sword, he easily evaporated every clay soldier. A grin appeared on Jihan's face as the system notified him that he had successfully cleared the quest. Suddenly, the boss materialized out of thin air, extending a warm welcome to the group. He expressed that gold was both mankind's plunder and the plunder itself, promising to grant their deepest desires. With a casual reminder to maintain their decorum, Jihan couldn't help but think that the conqueror's tomb could only be conquered if everyone made it through the adventure alive. That was because the ultimate test required a reverential bow from each player. The online chat buzzed with excitement at the fact that Jihan had already reached the boss stage, situated in the underground 6th floor, the final frontier. Out of nowhere, 4 small circles materialized in front of the boss, marking the designated spots for their respectful bows. Jihan, in a surprising twist, deftly dispatched the trio of jesters, leaving the chat wondering if that was his unconventional way of making them bow. On the other hand, a viewer speculated that Jihan might employ telekinesis for the task. He was spot on, as Jihan proceeded to employ his telekinetic powers, expertly severing the ropes binding the 3 clowns. Another curious observer couldn't help but wonder how Jihan would manage such a feat from such a distance. Jihan, in response, briefly closed his eyes and reopened them, revealing a striking crimson hue. Inwardly, he confidently affirmed that it was achievable. With a subtle motion, Jihan guided the 3 clowns to follow his lead. The system chimed in, providing Jihan's impressive force stat of 18. Jihan noted that the Absolute Territory's area and effect had always held certain advantages. The boss, with a commanding tone, ordered them to begin. As they all stepped into their designated areas for the bow, Jihan inwardly acknowledged that the distance was a bit challenging, but by positioning himself in the center, he could effectively control the 3 clowns. Without hesitation, Jihan orchestrated a synchronized bow, albeit causing one of them to accidentally bump their nose on the ground, much to the amusement of the chat. They also praised Jihan's improved control. After the bow, Jihan followed suit, anticipating a perfect clear. The boss expressed his satisfaction, granting them permission to leave. The system confirmed their successful clearance of the underground 7th floor, leaving the chat astounded at Jihan's remarkable dungeon-clearing speed, especially as the second-place team had just reached the 4th floor. A gate materialized, identified as the Gate of Return, and swung open. The archer expressed his satisfaction at securing first place, even if the coveted 1 billion hadn't been granted. The green-eyed man, however, wondered why Jihan remained motionless. Observing Jihan placing his hand on his face, the chat speculated whether he knew that the adventure was only truly over once he left the dungeon. Jihan's face lit up with a surprised yet mischievous grin, contemplating the nature of the quest he had just received. A hidden quest tasked him with displaying genuine respect to the Conqueror's statue. The promised reward was an enticing 5,000 achievement points and the enigmatic Conqueror's arrows. As he looked at the boss, Jihan mused that 5,000 points alone were fantastic, but the prospect of receiving something as substantial as the Conqueror's arrows felt like a tremendous bonus. He couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at the green-eyed man, pondering the meaning of genuine respect. The green-eyed man, growing impatient, questioned Jihan's momentary distraction, wondering about the second-place competitors. Suddenly, Jihan's telekinesis gripped him, and with a sharp focus on the boss, Jihan called him by the title King of Plunderers. He proceeded to explain that this was his sincere act of respect. Startled and bewildered, the green-eyed man found himself hurled toward the boss, and the Emperor's horse devoured him, resulting in a gruesome death. The knight was traumatized, and the chat was in shock, questioning Jihan's actions. Curious and slightly taken aback, the boss asked Jihan if he had indeed referred to him as the King of Plunderers. Jihan clarified by elaborating that a conqueror epitomized the art of plundering and claimed that he was showing his genuine respect. Rather than seeking gold, he expressed his desire for the weapon the boss held, the arrow. Jihan explained that he wished to take one of the Conqueror's arrows included in the reward, knowing their true value, and regarded it as a form of plundering to demonstrate his genuine respect. Jihan stated that this was the clear condition for the hidden quest. For a brief moment, the Conqueror paused, and then his face transformed into a wide, menacing grin. He burst into uproarious laughter, expressing his appreciation for Jihan's audacious act and declaring that he was genuinely touched. As Jihan reached for the sword, the Conqueror commended him and presented his treasure as a reward for the display of genuine respect. Jihan thanked him and poised himself for a fight, expressing his readiness to accept it. The Conqueror pointed his arrow at Jihan and introduced it as the Phoenix Arrow, challenging him to try and take it. The Conqueror instructed Jihan to give his utmost effort in catching his Phoenix Arrow. While Jihan prepared for the task, the chat pondered whether the tomb held such mysteries and marveled at how Jihan was familiar with such pursuits. Suddenly the archer began perspiring profusely and struggled to breathe, fearing suffocation. They felt like they were about to combust, leading the chat to wonder if the scorching heat was causing them to ignite. Jihan stood, drenched in sweat, hearing his comrades cry out as they burned. Inwardly he realized the peril. His teammates' demise would lead to the disappearance of the weapons they wielded, including the one he currently held, not his own. He had to finish before that happened. The chat was in disbelief at the intense heat. Even the gold was melting, though the Conqueror hadn't yet released the arrow. A notification revealed the loss of a party member, the archer, reducing the team to 2 out of 4 members. The heat was terrifying, and Jihan sensed he couldn't defend against the impending strike. With unwavering resolve, he aimed for the bow before the Conqueror could release the arrow. A long time ago, a sage had once offered guidance to someone who had lost their way, directing them down the path with the advice to move straight forward. This was the human aspect of the 3 talents, an exceptionally refined instant stab. Jihan and the Conqueror simultaneously launched their attacks, but Jihan's sage's guidance struck so swiftly that it cleaved the bow before the Conqueror could shoot his arrow. The chat wondered in amazement about the events, particularly how the bow had shattered. The Conqueror addressed Jihan as the Plunderer and inquired about his name. Internally, Jihan celebrated the success of his plan and introduced himself as Sung Jihan. The Conqueror complimented Jihan, labeling him an extraordinary warrior. The arrow then levitated and flew towards Jihan, who caught it with skill. The Conqueror continued, declaring that Jihan had displayed immense respect and was now the rightful owner of the Phoenix arrow. This revelation astonished the chat, leading them to question the weapon's appearance, which resembled a spear more than an arrow. The Conqueror addressed Jihan and expressed his hope for a more honorable encounter in their next meeting. Jihan nodded and replied, "Sure." Inwardly, he contemplated the numerous battlefields within BattleNet, realizing that they might indeed cross paths again. Jihan eagerly tested out his new weapon, experimenting with various tricks and perfecting its utility. He marveled at the weapon's feel and considered removing the feather at the tail to use it as a spear. After witnessing Jihan's incredible display of skill, the chat inquired about the technique he had used to defeat the Conqueror, as they couldn't even discern the attack, even when slowing down the video. Jihan explained that Sage's guidance was both nearly instantaneous and relied on precise control of thin sword ki to target a specific point. His mastery of the nameless divine arts was improving, becoming more efficient and precise with each use, paving the way for him to tackle higher-level techniques. A notification announced that Jihan had been recognized by the Conqueror and was exempt from the underground 7th floor's trial. Jihan questioned if it was all over. The chat was bewildered by Jihan's trial exemption and wondered how everything seemed to work out for him, even though his entire party had perished. Jihan decided it was time to wrap things up neatly. The knight, astonished by the notification, inquired about when the archer had died. As he looked up, he saw Jihan standing before him. The knight wept as Jihan made it clear that he wasn't inclined to offer a free pass to someone who had betrayed him. Jihan raised his spear and swiftly ended the knight's life. A smirk played across Jihan's face as the system message confirmed the death of a party member, leaving just 1 out of 4 members remaining in the party. A system notification popped up, signaling the end of the game. Jihan re-entered the real world, clutching his new formidable weapon, securing the first rank. The nearby recruiters were genuinely impressed by Jihan's formidable new weapon, considering it quite the marvel for a bronze-level dungeon. Jihan turned to Waifu 1 and asked if she had been watching the stream given his victory. Waifu 2 internally admitted she couldn't quite get used to this, no matter how many times she witnessed it, while Waifu 1 praised Jihan, calling him amazing. Jihan prodded Waifu 1 to reveal her promised status window, and though she hesitated at first, it wasn't due to fear, but rather the awe of his new weapon. She requested that he put the weapon aside as it was somewhat intimidating. She then displayed her status window, cautioning Jihan that he might regret seeing it. Yet Jihan, with a knowing smirk, observed her status, revealing Waifu 1's gift of fostering. She pleaded with him not to disclose her status to anyone. Waifu 2 pondered if Waifu 1 would be okay, knowing her aversion to discussing her gift, regretting her investment in what she perceived as a subpar ability. In a brief flashback, Waifu 1 expressed her apprehension, muttering to herself that the newcomers from the Turtle Guild possessed impressive gifts this time. She recalled with a less than joyful expression the anxiety she had felt after spending a considerable sum of money and days in prayer, only to receive the underwhelming fostering gift. She questioned her decision to attend the academy in the first place. In the present, Waifu 2 noted how Waifu 1 always criticized the academy and her gift whenever she could, only to end up unveiling fostering there. Waifu 1 blushed, embarrassed and anxious, questioning why Jihan remained silent. Noticing his smirk, she asked herself if Jihan was mocking her, inquiring if he thought it was rude to laugh at someone. Jihan clarified he wasn't laughing at her, but was simply delighted. Pulling out his phone, he requested her number, and she retorted that she had lost their bet. Jihan casually explained he just wanted her number, and she mentioned it should be on the business card she had given him last time. However, Jihan casually admitted he had lost the card, rendering her speechless. This response indicated his lack of interest in joining her guild. Inwardly, she couldn't help but think that Jihan had lost her business card and was now asking for her number. A thought crossed her mind, wondering if Jihan's interest was in her fostering ability, but she was baffled by the idea. She felt like he might be toying with her, and her ego couldn't easily surrender her number. Despite her initial hesitation, she reluctantly shared her number with Jihan. As Jihan glanced at the name she'd entered, he couldn't help but smirk upon noticing a heart next to her name. As she was leaving, she turned around, smirking, and shot a challenging glare at Jihan, wondering what he made of the heart symbol. However, her confusion deepened as she observed Jihan's continued smirk. She was taken aback by his demeanor, and as he walked away, she pondered what could possibly be wrong with Jihan, finding him incredibly annoying. Inside the academy, people were engrossed in Jihan's stream, including Sia and her friends. One of Sia's friends praised her uncle's amazing skills, to which Sia commented that it felt like Jihan grew stronger every day, especially given his remarkable performance in clearing the Conqueror's tomb. Hisu, however, seemed to be watching Sia with an irritated expression, biting her lip in what looked like anger. Suddenly, one girl in the group asked Hisu if she noticed that Jihan appeared vastly different from when they last saw him a month ago at Sia's house. Hisu inquired if they were referring to that visit, back when Jihan seemed like an unemployed, disheveled individual. Another girl in the group requested Sia to introduce her to Jihan, clearly intrigued by his transformation. She uttered those words right in front of her boyfriend. "Damn, that's tragic. Catch you at the gym later, lil bro." Congratulations on reaching this point. If you've managed to make it this far, please leave a comment saying, "Damn, that's tragic," to confuse those who skipped this section or failed to watch the entire video. Sia couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, silently thanking her uncle for his remarkable growth. Suddenly, Hisu brought up the fact that Sia's 18th birthday, the day she would officially become a player, was approaching. Turning 18 allowed everyone to unlock their status windows, and one of the girls commented on the potential nervousness Sia might be feeling. Another girl agreed, acknowledging that this transition was significant, as they would soon have access to BattleNet. The anticipation of this day was palpable among the students at BattleNet Academy, given the various classes and training it offered. The gift room was a major attraction, and students were eagerly interested in their gifts. A guy asked if Sia would receive a good gift, and a girl responded positively, predicting that Sia might get at least an S-class gift at best. She cited Sia's impressive lineage, with her father being SSS rank and her mother SS rank, plus the additional title of Saintess. Rumors even suggested that her uncle possessed at least an S-rank gift. Sia interjected, mentioning that it had been established that DNA had no bearing on gift selection. The guy countered with statistical evidence, but Sia laughed it off, expressing her hope for a good gift. With Sia's birthday approaching on the 22nd, since it was the 13th, she admitted to feeling unusually anxious. Hisu reassured her, placing a comforting hand on Sia's and urging her not to worry. She advised Sia to look forward to the gift she would receive from her in her birthday, even as Sia declined, claiming she didn't need a gift. Hisu kindly insisted she accept, though her eyes suddenly held a hint of disdain. The scene then shifted to a man lying dead on the ground in Tokyo, Japan, at the Neo Self-Defense Force First Training Hall, while Sia's father stood ominously over numerous fallen men. One man expressed shock at the Sword King's power, and his friend noted that it had become apparent that the Sword King had grown stronger through this practice round. A bespectacled man observed that all of the Sword King's abilities had improved, and the man beside him eagerly anticipated the first stage of the Ito Ryuhai, an upcoming BattleNet international competition, where Korea would face off against Japan on August 15th, 2023, at 17 o'clock, in the Gangnam Seoul Divergent Guild headquarters. Waifu 1 found herself in a heated phone conversation, questioning the sanity of the person on the other end for even contemplating marrying their daughter off to a man like that. She emphasized that he couldn't have free reign. Though the other person's responses remained hidden for some mysterious reason, Waifu 1 retorted, explaining that this was precisely why she had left in the first place, declaring her intention to decide for herself whether she would marry or not. As she hung up, it became clear that she had been talking to her father. Waifu 2 entered the room, expressing concern for Waifu 1's well-being. In response, Waifu 1 admitted she was far from all right. Waifu 2 inquired if she was looking away because of her anger, to which Waifu 1 confessed, and Waifu 2 acknowledged her visible upset. Waifu 1 then vented her frustration, musing that she had initially thought she was meeting Fatty from the Neo Self-Defense Force, and being dragged into an arranged date was already infuriating. However, discovering that her date was a balding man seemed utterly crazy to her. Waifu 2 agreed, acknowledging that the situation was pretty bad and noting that being rich didn't necessarily equate to an easy life. Grateful for the understanding, Waifu 1 thanked Waifu 2. As Waifu 2 suggested that Waifu 1 go home and rest, Waifu 1 declined, insisting she was comfortable there. Waifu 2 gazed at the beautiful city view and simply said, "I see." Unexpectedly, Waifu 1 apologized to Waifu 2. Startled, Waifu 2 asked for clarification. Waifu 1 explained that Waifu 2 didn't have much time for herself due to her demanding job. And with her exceptional S-rank abilities and talents, she could be doing much better. Understanding the sentiment, Waifu 2 reaffirmed her commitment to being Waifu 1's bodyguard, vowing to hold on until Waifu 1 inherited the company. However, Waifu 1 confessed her reluctance to inherit the company, expressing a desire for independence, to earn her own money, and live life on her terms, so her parents wouldn't pressure her about marriage. In response, Waifu 2 commented that it was unfortunate that Waifu 1's chosen method for independence was gambling. Waifu 1 defended her gambling habit, claiming that predicting wins was perfectly legal and a form of investment. Waifu 2, with her finger on her chin, questioned whether it could be considered an investment without a tangible return. Waifu 1 confidently asserted that she would win big this time. Waifu 2 inquired if she meant the Korean versus Japan round, considering it a relatively safe investment. She noted the irony that many Koreans were secretly betting on Japan winning 3-0, even though they didn't openly admit it. Waifu 1 agreed, but her attention was suddenly diverted by a message notification from Jihan, leaving her puzzled. As she read the message, she exclaimed, "What's this?" The scene shifted to a city restaurant where meat was sizzling on the grill, and the one in charge of the grill was Diego Maciel. He eagerly eyed the food, expressing his delight at trying Korean beef for the first time. He felt a bit guilty about the cost, but asked Jihan if it was all right. Jihan reassured him and offered to get more if he wished. Diego then requested a drink, to which Jihan suggested wine. Diego expertly opened 2 bottles and poured drinks for both of them. They clinked glasses, and Jihan silently acknowledged Diego's skill in mixing soju and beer. Diego savored the meal, and the exceptional taste left him almost speechless, surrounded by sparkling delight. Jihan was pleased that Diego enjoyed the food. After they finished eating, Diego confessed feeling a bit resentful about his current life, crediting the BattleNet for the lifestyle he now led. He delved into his own history, once a renowned soccer star, but his world had come crashing down in the blink of an eye. Financial struggles had driven his wife and daughter away. Inwardly, Jihan empathized with Diego's plight, recognizing that Diego Maciel had enjoyed the status of a global soccer sensation with everything one could desire. However, the advent of the BattleNet had led to a steep decline in interest in traditional sports, causing him to lose his fans and become a forgotten figure in the world of soccer. Now he found himself in Korea, teaching kids soccer. Diego, eager to get to the point, questioned Jihan about why he wanted him to become a mage. Jihan explained that Diego's gift reinforced all equipment resembling a soccer ball, which was why Diego always carried around a soccer ball. Diego expressed doubts about his potential as a mage due to his poor mana stats. Jihan urged Diego to check out a unique item, and upon seeing it, Diego was surprised. The item in question was the Arachne's Orb, boasting a B-ranked status, a mystical artifact from the spider tribe called Arachne. It was wrapped in spider silk, which lent it remarkable elasticity since spiders only had feet. The beauty of it was that it essentially served as a ball, tailored perfectly for Diego's use. Jihan was curious to know what Diego thought because he found it fascinating. Inwardly, Jihan believed that this item had the potential to unleash the real power of the Diego from his past life, back when he was the mightiest mage to ever exist. Diego's interest was piqued, prompting him to ask about the price of the orb. Jihan revealed it to be a hefty 500,000 GP, roughly 50 million in regular currency. Diego was flabbergasted by the price, even comparing it to a down payment on his house. He felt that even with 10 years of saving, he wouldn't be able to afford it. But he thanked Jihan for the information. Jihan, however, hadn't yet revealed his main point. He expressed his intention to gift Diego the orb, as well as provide financial support when needed. Puzzled, Diego inquired further, wondering why Jihan was making such an offer. Jihan explained that he wanted Diego to join his guild, which he planned to establish once he reached the silver rank. Diego was taken aback, questioning whether Jihan had the financial means for such an endeavor. Jihan affirmed this and said that he is going to earn even more soon, displayed his phone screen to Diego, revealing something astonishing. Diego couldn't help but ask if Jihan was out of his mind. Meanwhile, Waifu 1 was engrossed in her phone, pondering the perplexing nature of her choices. As she glanced at her phone, she received a message from Jihan, who referred to it as a gift. The message displayed the results of the game, with Korea winning 1 round and losing 3. She couldn't help but scoff, believing that Korea stood no chance against the formidable Sword King. The Korea versus Japan battle was on the horizon. The Sword King, with a steely determination, opened his eyes, and the announcer greeted the audience. He introduced the Korean representative and acknowledged fans worldwide after the BattleNet's global influence. The much-anticipated Korea versus Japan round was about to begin. In the Gangnam Seoul Divergent Guild headquarters, Waifu 1 found herself in a heated phone conversation, questioning the sanity of the person on the other end for even contemplating marrying their daughter off to a man like that. She emphasized that he couldn't have free reign. Though the other person's responses remained hidden for some mysterious reason, Waifu 1 retorted, explaining that this was precisely why she had left in the first place, declaring her intention to decide for herself whether she would marry or not. As she hung up, it became clear that she had been talking to her father. Waifu 2 entered the room, expressing concern for Waifu 1's well-being. In response, Waifu 1 admitted she was far from all right. Waifu 2 inquired if she was looking away because of her anger, to which Waifu 1 confessed, and Waifu 2 acknowledged her visible upset. Waifu 1 then vented her frustration, musing that she had initially thought she was meeting Fatty from the Neo Self-Defense Force, and being dragged into an arranged date was already infuriating. However, discovering that her date was a balding man seemed utterly crazy to her. Waifu 2 agreed, acknowledging that the situation was pretty bad and noting that being rich didn't necessarily equate to an easy life. Grateful for the understanding, Waifu 1 thanked Waifu 2. As Waifu 2 suggested that Waifu 1 go home and rest, Waifu 1 declined, insisting she was comfortable there. Waifu 2 gazed at the beautiful city view and simply said, "I see." Unexpectedly, Waifu 1 apologized to Waifu 2. Startled, Waifu 2 asked for clarification. Waifu 1 explained that Waifu 2 didn't have much time for herself due to her demanding job. And with her exceptional S-rank abilities and talents, she could be doing much better. Understanding the sentiment, Waifu 2 reaffirmed her commitment to being Waifu 1's bodyguard, vowing to hold on until Waifu 1 inherited the company. However, Waifu 1 confessed her reluctance to inherit the company, expressing a desire for independence, to earn her own money, and live life on her terms, so her parents wouldn't pressure her about marriage. In response, Waifu 2 commented that it was unfortunate that Waifu 1's chosen method for independence was gambling. Waifu 1 defended her gambling habit, claiming that predicting wins was perfectly legal and a form of investment. Waifu 2, with her finger on her chin, questioned whether it could be considered an investment without a tangible return. Waifu 1 confidently asserted that she would win big this time. Waifu 2 inquired if she meant the Korean versus Japan round, considering it a relatively safe investment. She noted the irony that many Koreans were secretly betting on Japan winning 3-0, even though they didn't openly admit it. Waifu 1 agreed, but her attention was suddenly diverted by a message notification from Jihan, leaving her puzzled. As she read the message, she exclaimed, "What's this?" The scene shifted to a city restaurant where meat was sizzling on the grill, and the one in charge of the grill was Diego Macied. He eagerly eyed the food, expressing his delight at trying Korean beef for the first time. He felt a bit guilty about the cost, but asked Jihan if it was all right. Jihan reassured him and offered to get more if he wished. Diego then requested a drink, to which Jihan suggested wine. Diego expertly opened 2 bottles and poured drinks for both of them. They clinked glasses, and Jihan silently acknowledged Diego's skill in mixing soju and beer. Diego savored the meal, and the exceptional taste left him almost speechless, surrounded by sparkling delight. Jihan was pleased that Diego enjoyed the food. After they finished eating, Diego confessed feeling a bit resentful about his current life, crediting the BattleNet for the lifestyle he now led. He delved into his own history, once a renowned soccer star, but his world had come crashing down in the blink of an eye. Financial struggles had driven his wife and daughter away. Inwardly, Jihan empathized with Diego's plight, recognizing that Diego Macied had enjoyed the status of a global soccer sensation, with everything one could desire. However, the advent of the BattleNet had led to a steep decline in interest in traditional sports, causing him to lose his fans and become a forgotten figure in the world of soccer. Now he found himself in Korea, teaching kids soccer. Diego, eager to get to the point, questioned Jihan about why he wanted him to become a mage. Jihan explained that Diego's gift reinforced all equipment resembling a soccer ball, which was why Diego always carried around a soccer ball. Diego expressed doubts about his potential as a mage due to his poor mana stats. Jihan urged Diego to check out a unique item, and upon seeing it, Diego was surprised. The item in question was the Arachne's Orb, boasting a B-ranked status, a mystical artifact from the spider tribe called Arachne. It was wrapped in spider silk, which lent it remarkable elasticity since spiders only had feet. The beauty of it was that it essentially served as a ball, tailored perfectly for Diego's use. Jihan was curious to know what Diego thought because he found it fascinating. Inwardly, Jihan believed that this item had the potential to unleash the real power of the Diego from his past life, back when he was the mightiest mage to ever exist. Diego's interest was piqued, prompting him to ask about the price of the orb. Jihan revealed it to be a hefty 500,000 GP, roughly 50 million in regular currency. Diego was flabbergasted by the price, even comparing it to a down payment on his house. He felt that even with 10 years of saving, he wouldn't be able to afford it. But he thanked Jihan for the information. Jihan, however, hadn't yet revealed his main point. He expressed his intention to gift Diego the orb, as well as provide financial support when needed. Puzzled, Diego inquired further. wondering why Jihan was making such an offer. Jihan explained that he wanted Diego to join his guild, which he planned to establish once he reached the silver rank. Diego was taken aback, questioning whether Jihan had the financial means for such an endeavor. Jihan affirmed this and said that he is going to earn even more soon, displayed his phone screen to Diego, revealing something astonishing. Diego couldn't help but ask if Jihan was out of his mind. Meanwhile, Waifu 1 was engrossed in her phone, pondering the perplexing nature of her choices. As she glanced at her phone, she received a message from Jihan, who referred to it as a gift. The message displayed the results of the game, with Korea winning 1 round and losing 3. She couldn't help but scoff, believing that Korea stood no chance against the formidable Sword King. The Korea versus Japan battle was on the horizon. The Sword King, with a steely determination, opened his eyes, and the announcer greeted the audience. He introduced the Korean representative and acknowledged fans worldwide after the BattleNet's global influence. The much-anticipated Korea versus Japan round was about to begin. Jihan then displayed the bet he made, predicting South Korea would win 1 round and Japan would secure 3, nominating Lee Hyun-wook as South Korea's team MVP and Ito Ryuhei as Japan's. Diego, uncertain, noted that he wasn't undervaluing the Korean team, but inquired if Jihan comprehended the Sword King's nature. Diego described the Sword King as someone so formidable, capable of single-handedly taking down an entire team, thus considering him now an adversary. Jihan, grabbing the TV remote, acknowledged the difficulty in explaining, but believed it'd be easier seen on screen. He switched on the TV, tuning in to witness the match and its outcome. The system announced the commencement of the international competition, outlining the victory conditions. Defeat all opponents in 5 rounds, with the first to secure 3 wins declared the overall winner. The crowd erupted in cheers. After that, the Sword King, Sia's father, urged his teammates to follow his lead. A tense silence followed, broken by their outright refusal to acknowledge him as a teammate or leader. When the Sword King questioned whether it was due to his Korean identity, they clarified that their loyalty lay with Seiji, their longtime comrade, pointing out that Seiji was sacrificed due to the Sword King's actions. They confronted his apparent coldness, suggesting he owed Seiji an apology. Amidst the standoff, someone materialized behind the Sword King. The Sword King briefly closed his eyes. Then he opened his eyes, and a golden aura emanated on top of him. As the light descended upon him, he addressed the misunderstanding, culminating in a blast of gold light termed divine finishment, dispersing the dust in an explosion. His teammates recognized the phenomenon but also readied for battle, acknowledging the presence of the Korean team. Surprise swept through the attacker, who managed to hit the Sword King. Shocked that their strike connected, another player was astounded that the Sword King fell victim to a supporter skill, speculating that his focus on the dispute prevented him from noticing the attack. As the Sword King's body began to pixelate, the Korean team seized the moment to attack him. Their leader instructed them to strike first, prompting a rush toward the Sword King. However, in a surprising turn, the Sword King swiftly swung his sword toward the oncoming Korean team, creating a deep crack in the floor. Shocked by his action, one of the Sword King's teammates questioned his motives with a mixture of emotions. The Sword King replied by referencing their earlier refusal to follow his lead, then impaled himself with his own sword, effectively eliminating himself from the match due to his team's lack of cooperation. Before fading away, he conveyed his understanding of the situation and announced his withdrawal from the match. A system notification confirmed the Korean team's unexpected first kill, the Sword King. The crowd, including Diego, was taken aback, while Jihan remained composed, seemingly anticipating this outcome. The match commentator remarked on the unbelievable turn of events, crediting Divergent Guild's Lee Jin-wook with the final strike and potentially positioning him for the round's MVP. Diego queried Jihan about his prior knowledge, to which Jihan alluded to it being a company secret, urging them to focus on the ongoing fight. Meanwhile, Jihan checked his phone, remarking on the familiar aspects and the unchanged dividend rate. He privately speculated that his earlier suspicions about manipulated circumstances might hold true. On the battlefield, the Korean team effortlessly overwhelmed the Japanese team, securing a resounding victory. With the first round concluded, the system declared South Korea the victor. The commentator attributed South Korea's win to the Sword King's unexpected action and highlighted Jin-wook as the anticipated MVP. The commentator expressed certainty that players from both nations were taken aback. Meanwhile, the system altered their setting, and amidst this shift, the Sword King found himself grasped by the collar by one of his teammates, who angrily demanded an explanation. Accosting the Sword King for eliminating himself despite being the nation's representative, the teammate's frustration boiled over. With a menacing demeanor, the Sword King scorned his teammates, branding them as unprofessional and lacking in sense, understanding now why they perennially lost to Korea. Disregarding their camaraderie, he asserted that if they refused to recognize his leadership, he would continue to eliminate himself. He presented them with a choice: win with him or lose as pitifully as they had before. Releasing the Sword King's collar, the teammate reluctantly acquiesced, cursing under his breath at the lack of alternatives. The system announced the commencement of the second round, and as the Korean team entered the fray, confusion lingered among them regarding the Sword King's actions. Speculation arose about the Sword King potentially being a spy. Internally, the Korean team's leader doubted this theory, sensing a different foreboding aura emanating from the Sword King as he stood menacingly before them. Advising his teammates to stay vigilant, the leader was abruptly interrupted as the Sword King unleashed a dual-blade attack, slicing through the entire Korean team except for one member, leaving the lone survivor trembling in shock. The crowd, including Jihan, was stunned by the Sword King's inhuman display of power, which left an indelible mark of astonishment. Without delay, the formidable Sword King sliced through the leader and another member effortlessly. The crowd erupted in cheers for the Sword King after witnessing that remarkable display. With just 2 attacks, Sword King Ryuhai took out the entire Korea team. The commentator exclaimed excitedly. As the 4th round commenced, the commentator announced Japan's victory in the 3rd round, now leading 2-1. He urged their country's players to rally, hoping to avoid another disheartening loss like the 3rd round, describing it as a different kind of overpowering compared to the 2nd. One of the Korean team members swung his sword at the Sword King, who easily dodged it, countering the subsequent slashes, while the Korean urged teammates to keep the Sword King on the defensive. Responding to the call, one of them transformed his hand into gold, chaining the Sword King's hand, while others, clad in helmets, rushed to attack. Undeterred, the Korean encouraged his teammates to give their all, even if it meant taking hits. Unexpectedly, the Sword King released his sword, summoning a magical blue blade that intercepted an attack from a helmeted assailant. Breaking free from the golden chains, he swiftly struck down the helmeted opponent. When a mage attempted a magic attack, bewildered by the Sword King's unexpected strength, the Sword King effortlessly overpowered the chains, swiftly defeating the mage. Nervous, the remaining Korean players focused solely on the Sword King, forgetting his teammates, who swiftly dispatched one of their members. The man on Japan's team warned the Koreans not to overlook their opponents, but soon found himself sweating as the Sword King appeared floating behind the Korean players. The Korean turned around faster than your father left to get milk, startled to find the Sword King levitating behind him. He sarcastically asked if the Sword King had traveled all the way to Japan just to perfect his cool levitation skills, stating it looked far better than standing on the ground. The Sword King retorted with a touch of disappointment, remarking that if only the Koreans' combat skills matched their insult game, they might not be losing. Without delay, the Korean gathered a blue aura, challenging the Sword King to witness his abilities. The Sword King found that to be Greya, lifting both swords, announced his intention to test a new skill as a golden light emanated from his weapons, He unleashed an attack, summoning a colossal golden sword from the sky that forcefully struck the Korean, leaving a massive crater, and ending the round with Japan's victory at 3-1. The spectators were stunned by the destructive power displayed, leaving the commentator acknowledging the unfortunate loss for Korea, but emphasizing that one defeat doesn't define eternity. Meanwhile, Diego was amazed by the round and asked Jihan how he accurately predicted the outcome. Jihan humorously mentioned dreaming about it, leaving Diego incredulous. Jihan admitted winning a substantial amount from the bet, but privately acknowledged the unexpected intensity of the Sword King's strength. Reflecting on the Sword King's formidable abilities and his own pursuit of the elusive SSS rank skill, the nameless divine art, Jihan pondered the challenge ahead. He recognized the difficulty in awakening this skill, considering the Sword King's possession of the formidable Double Blades Ultima. However, determined to surpass him, Jihan resolved to become even stronger, promising to confront the Sword King soon. Meanwhile, Waifu 1 was trembling with excitement, staring at her phone screen and screaming, "Holy smokes!" in disbelief as she realized she'd actually won. Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaimed that her initial bet of 5 million had transformed into nearly 200 million. Grinning ear to ear, she expressed her surprise at this unexpected turn of events and gratefully thanked Jihan. Thanks to Jihan, Waifu 1, aka Li Haiyon, raked in a profit of 180 million, she announced gleefully, but she also lamented losing 20 million in the process. Confident in South Korea's imminent defeat at 0-3, she staked a total of 200 million, assuming it was a surefire bet. However, her certainty backfired, resulting in the loss of her entire wager. Man, bro didn't just lose 200 million, she lost her shot at a bright future. Back with Jihan and Diego, Jihan asked if Diego would consider signing the contract to work together. Scratching the back of his neck, Diego honestly admitted he couldn't fathom why someone like Jihan would want to collaborate with him. He questioned his own worth and importance. Jihan grinned, expressing his confidence in his decision, much like his accurate prediction of the Japan versus Korea outcome. Diego prodded, curious about Jihan's cryptic statement. Jihan explained his belief in Diego's potential to become the most formidable mage. He pitched the contract as an investment in Diego's future and asked for his partnership. "Be on my side," echoed in Diego's mind, a sentiment he hadn't experienced in a long time. Feeling a sense of importance once more, he accepted, eager to collaborate and promising to repay Jihan's faith, initially with a 1,000-fold commitment that swiftly escalated to 10,000. Jihan appreciated Diego's determination and eagerly anticipated their collaboration. On the battlefield, a man charged towards someone with a sword in hand, swiftly defeated by the person with just 2 slashes. That skilled combatant turned out to be Waifu 2, Lim Gaiyong. As 2 others rushed towards Gaiyong, shouting threats, she deftly countered them, remarking, "Not enough," before skillfully dispatching them. With 50 survivors remaining, the game concluded, declaring Gaiyong the first-place winner with 5 kills. Despite her victory, Gaiyong couldn't revel in it, feeling the urgent need to improve. Comparing herself to the likes of the high-ranking Sword King, who dominated the South Korea versus Japan match, and Jihan building a legendary record of no losses, she recognized her considerable lag behind them. Comfort in the divergent guild had made her complacent, and she resolved to push herself further to avoid falling further behind. Meanwhile, Sia was immersed in an article chronicling her father's victorious involvement in the Japan versus Korea battle. She sat quietly in the car, but her friend broke the silence, asking if she was okay. Sia, wearing a sad expression, replied, saying she was all right, yet her friend urged her not to fib as she didn't seem okay. Her friend then offered to stay with her today, noting it's nice to have company when feeling down, but Sia declined, saying it's okay. Sia expressed gratitude for the ride home, mentioning her uncle's appointment and how she was pondering her return. The driver, acknowledging a previous mistake, asked Sia to let him know if he could help. Sia smiled, acknowledging his awareness. Suddenly her friend asked about something she mentioned, offering to prepare it right away if Sia approved. Sia admitted uncertainty, prompting her friend to ask, why not, as there's nothing to lose. Sia felt it might not turn out great, but her words were interrupted as the driver abruptly stopped the car, causing her friend to hit her head on the seat. The nervous driver explained they had arrived at the Sword Palace, leaving Sia stunned at the sight of numerous people outside, prompting her to ask, "What's all this?" Jihan is seen leaping from building to building. Now high in the air, he lands on top of another building. Testing his agility, he remarks that he definitely feels lighter than before, having improved quite a bit. Glancing into the distance, he remarks, "A high place like this is definitely much better," as he observes the sun rising, illuminating the sky with an orange hue. Sitting and peering down, he observes people walking below, reminiscing that he had ascended to such heights back in the US, and he spaces out. These memories trigger reflections on the past. With closed eyes, he reflects that he now fully understands the kind of person Yoon Se-jin, the Sword King, was during this period. He admits that he had never actually fought Yoon Se-jin before. During the time when half the nation's population had vanished and top rankers gathered, Yoon Se-jin, who consistently held the first position as a warrior, suddenly disappeared. Jihan still doesn't know the reason, but the present Yoon Se-jin matches Jihan's peak strength from his past life. Despite his rapid growth now, Jihan realizes he can't relax. He needs to surpass his past strength. Determined, he stands up, affirming his need to master the nameless divine arts faster. He declares he must leave, and then he disappears from his standing position, just like someone's dad. Back at Jihan's building, the car driver was shouting at people to get out of the way. He was screaming at reporters who were doing their best to take pictures and interview Sia. Someone called Sia and said they were from Right to Know TV, asking for a few words from her. Someone asked her what she thought about the Sword King's match and today's interview. Her supposed friend told her to just ignore them. The reporters continued, mentioning that some people believed her previous statement had provoked the Sword King further. They asked her for a few words regarding these claims. The driver, Arjusi, was doing his best to prevent the reporters from getting close to Sia. He asked them what the hell was wrong with the situation. As the reporters requested an interview while Jihan was away, another person mentioned they were doing this for a living. Meanwhile, Sia's supposed friend wore a grin on her face, pretending to pity her. Suddenly, Jihan appeared with a menacing voice, saying, "What the hell?" Every reporter turned around to see who had spoken. Jihan continued, "What do you think you're doing?" With an angry expression and using his powers, he commanded them to fuck off. He sent the reporters flying and they fell to the floor. As Jihan passed them to reach the car where Sia was, a reporter complained about their hurting back. Another person called out to Jihan, asking if he dared lay a hand on reporters, questioning if he cared about his image. Still with a menacing tone, Jihan replied that he did care, which was why he reacted so gently. The reporters got scared and lowered their gaze. Continuing, Jihan mentioned he had gone easy on them because it was their first time. As he passed, he told them they should be grateful that this was all he did. Jihan grabbed the car door and opened it, then called Sia, asking her to get up. With a bright smile, he told her, "Let's go home." As she stepped out of the car, Jihan thanked the driver for protecting Sia. The driver humbly answered that it was nothing. As they were leaving, Hisu advised Jihan to take good care of Sia. Jihan responded with gratitude, saying, "Yeah," appreciating her concern. They exchanged farewells, and once Jihan and Sia departed, Hisu, after a moment of quiet, burst into laughter, finding it hard to contain herself. She exclaimed loudly about her struggle to hold back the laughter. Observing her, the reporters recognized her as Taewon Daily's CEO's granddaughter, Kim Hee-soo, from South Korea's leading press company. As she wiped away her laughter tears, Hee-soo remarked, "Our dear Sia, it's all over for you, isn't it?" Meanwhile, an interview with the Sword King, Sia's father, was being watched. When asked about his daughter, he stated he had no such thing as a daughter, claiming he buried all of his past to move to Japan. Thus, he declared he had no daughter, requesting refraining from such unproductive questions. Jihan watched the interview, realizing the reason behind these interviews. With an angry expression, he muttered about wishing he could confront the Sword King. Internally conflicted, he wondered what he should do next, noting that Sia seemed to be improving. But this interview had completely dampened her spirits. Suddenly, Sia interrupted, calling Jihan's attention. Jihan looked at her, asking, "What's up?" Sia asked if he remembered promising her a wish. The wish for finding the Shadow Queen? Jihan recalled. Sia affirmed this and expressed belief that she might have found her. Jihan was taken aback, disbelief evident in his expression, upon hearing that Sia claimed to have found the Shadow Queen. The next day arrived, and at the arena, the system announced that the game would commence. Jihan, live streaming, received a query from someone in his chat, questioning if they heard correctly. Curious, the chat inquired about Jihan's intentions. With confidence, Jihan replied, "I'm going to destroy them." The audience seats. Observing the audience, he remarked, "Let's give it a go." He needed to confirm if the dark elf in a coat truly was the Shadow Queen. Just a day prior, Sia had informed him about the Shadow Queen and observed Jihan's reaction. Showing him a picture of the dark elf, she assumed this figure to be the Shadow Queen, though not entirely certain, labeling her as the primary suspect. Jihan inquired about her reasoning. Sia explained her doubts about the elf queens seated on the thrones, finding them too conspicuous due to their status. However, this enigmatic elf bore a closer resemblance to a shadow. "Shadow?" Jihan exclaimed in confusion. Sia instructed him to check the files she'd just sent. As he scrolled through the files, Sia pointed out the first detail, the elf's eye color. While black eyes were not uncommon among elves, having even the normally white parts filled with black was exceedingly rare. Agreeing inwardly, Jihan acknowledged she was right. Sia continued, highlighting another peculiar behavior. The elf had consistently focused on a specific spot before the beginning of each game. Perplexed, Jihan inquired further. She clarified that the elf had been unnervingly fixated on Jihan throughout Ji's match. Sia had extended her observations beyond his match, so she looked at other matches too, pointing out, "Here, here, and here." Sia elaborated that the elf's intense gaze was always fixed on the player, who eventually claimed first place, almost as if predicting the future. Finding it highly unusual, Jihan internally acknowledged its suspicious nature. Sia wasn't finished. She emphasized the significance of the last video file. Directing Jihan's attention, she urged him to scrutinize the shadow beneath the elf's feet. Despite the poor quality, Sia believed that the oddity wasn't just her observation. Jihan concluded internally that this certainly warranted investigation. "Guys, listen," she cooked. And it was delicious. Comment, "Let her cook if you think she's smart." Jihan told her to wait and asked if she found this all on her own. Sia replied, "Yeah," explaining that she'd been working on it whenever she had free time. Jihan asked if she wasn't overworking herself because of him. She said, "Nah," explaining that she didn't have much to do lately anyway. Jihan thanked her and said that he would have to check next time. With a smile, Sia said, "Of course," and she hoped she was right. Jihan then said that he should keep his promise. He asked her what her wish was, telling her that it could be anything, and he would make it come true. Sia thanked him, and then said her wish. However, the wish itself was not disclosed for us readers. Back in the present, Jihan was seen completely annihilating an orc with his spear. The system announced that he had attained 10 kills. Inwardly, Jihan thought that should get him first place. He lifted his head and looked at the barrier, stating that he would break the audience barrier like he promised. The chat now understood Jihan's intentions. Initially, they thought he was going to blow away the audience, but now they realized he meant breaking the barrier. Jihan explained that the Colosseum had a barrier built between the stage and the audience. He said that the strength of that barrier was comparable to that of a diamond rank support's barrier skill, and it works to stop all attacks and skills from leaving the games. This explained why he couldn't see her real identity with Wanderer's eye. He needed to create a gap to see through the barrier. As he held his spear firmly and made a pose to attack, the chat expressed disbelief, saying he was really going to try and do it. Someone told Jihan it seemed pointless because it was impossible. Jihan insisted it was possible with his weapon, the phoenix arrow he obtained from the dungeon. He couldn't unleash its full force when throwing it due to the risk, but for breaking the barrier, just stabbing with it should be enough. He readied himself to utilize the 3 talents of martial devotion to unveil the true identity of the elf. With a powerful attack, he struck the barrier, but to his surprise, not a single scratch appeared. The chat anticipated success, but the barrier remained unaffected. Undeterred, Jihan continued his assault, repeatedly targeting the same spot with determination. Employing the path of the martial sage, he struck again, and finally the barrier yielded impressively. The chat, in awe, exclaimed, "Holy shit, it actually broke!" Now it was time for Jihan to activate his skill, Wanderer's Eye. He needed to check before the barrier regenerated. Focused on revealing the elf's identity, he used it on the elf, only to find himself suddenly in a dark place, disoriented and uncertain of his whereabouts. A glimmer of light emerged behind him, and swiftly turning around, his eyes widened at the sight of 2 large white eyes peering at him from the shadows. Later in the day, Jihan lay on his bed, feeling exhausted. "That was a tiring day," he muttered, unable to relax. There was no way he could unwind after facing something as daunting as that whole incident in the body of a bronze rank. The experience had been terrifying, even if he had been in that body before his regression, he thought inwardly. With a grin, he got up and remarked, "Its power should be very helpful." He opened his achievement store, and with the rewards he had collected until now, leveled up the achievement store to level 5. The feature that came with the level up was Constellation Slot Edition. Now he could choose several constellations, but of course it was still too early for that. The system informed him that Earth was currently in its tutorial season, so even if he purchased Constellation Slot Edition, it would not show up in the status window. Since he didn't need it right away, he decided to postpone buying it and opted to add a title slot first. Opening his status window after doing so, he saw that he'd reached level 22. Now there were only 3 levels left for the silver promotion. With the possessed force, martial power, and a title, he had basically become a silver rank. However, there was a reason he chose to add another slot for a title. It was for the sake of martial god's successor that he would soon obtain. Soon, Jihan's martial power would reach 30, and he would master the nameless divine arts. In the process, he would be linked to the martial god and earn the title Martial God's Successor. It had been a title he used until his death in his previous life. So he needed to acquire it this time too, no matter what. With a fierce gaze, he acknowledged that he would soon have to confront him, this imposing figure, a man standing on a pile of bodies, surrounded by a red or pink aura, or flames. The next day, a man explained that this place was the very center of Gangnam and well connected to public transit. The area housed numerous renowned scholarships and boasted the symbol of success, a top-floor Han River view. The man asserted that this was the best estate he managed and suggested that a 200 SQM space should suffice for both of them. Inwardly, Sia wasn't impressed. Her inner voice echoed, "It's too small." Nonetheless, the man encouraged her to explore other rooms, and hesitantly Sia agreed. Jihan sensed her displeasure. He surmised it was expected since she had spent her entire life in the Sword Palace penthouse. A regular apartment wouldn't meet her expectations. Recalling Sia's wish in a brief flashback, she had expressed her desire to move, to depart from the Sword Palace. It seemed evident she was in a hurry to leave due to the memories tied to her father. Jihan felt the place must be suffocating for her. Returning to the present, the man highlighted the spacious rooms and perfect layout, emphasizing the scarcity of empty apartments in the building despite the price. Jihan glanced at Sia, and mentioned that he needed to find a place she'd like soon. He informed the man that they would require more space, explaining that Sia would soon become a player too, necessitating additional room for the connector. Understanding, the man agreed to search for more options. He remarked how fortunate Sia was to have a strong and dependable uncle like Jihan. Modestly, Jihan admitted that he still had many shortcomings. Expressing his support, the man said he'd always cheer for Jihan as a fan, prompting Jihan to offer thanks. Surprised by the man's gratitude, Jihan inquired further. With a smile, the man revealed his connection to the Sword King family, mentioning the shock of Sword King going to Japan and his subsequent resignation. He had been genuinely worried about Saya when he left, considering how tough it might be for her, but was relieved to see her doing well. He extended advance congratulations for her awakening, emphasizing that she still had a long way to go. He assured her of receiving a good gift. Touched by his words, Jihan felt concerned as attention on Sia increased after the Japan-Korea match. He anticipated everyone's interest in her awakening and gift. However, he worried that once she received her F-rank gift, the attention would turn into poison. He recalled past comments criticizing Sia for receiving an F-rank gift, branding her a failure, with hurtful remarks like S-rank traitor and his F-rank daughter. Jihan needed to stop that from happening, no matter what. He would have to prevent people from approaching her for a while, especially the reporters. The scene shifts to Hee-soo laughing while talking to someone on the phone. She was discussing Sia's birthday, scheduled for the 22nd of August, mentioning that Sia would be at the school gift center. Assuring the person on the other end of the phone, she promised to facilitate an interview. After a laugh, she hung up. She wasn't alone. A man sat on a couch in front of her. He called her a derogatory term and labeled her as fake, perfect for someone in the media family. Hee-soo retorted, telling the man that no one was forcing him to stay. Annoyed, she asked how he would have gotten linked to Sia if it wasn't for her. Then, the man questioned her disdain for Sia. With an annoyed expression, Hee-soo replied that Sia wasn't from a reputable family, yet people kept comparing them. She continued, saying Sia would just be an ordinary person if it weren't for the BattleNet. The man asked why she was arranging an interview for Sia. She giggled and explained it would make a great article, benefiting her family while potentially undermining Sia with a lackluster gift. Hee-soo and the man shared a laugh. He called her a demonic witch. In response, Hee-soo showed him a picture of Jihan, emphasizing the man's crucial role. She questioned if he was confident in winning against Jihan in a fight. The man grinned, stating he didn't care about that insignificant person, urging Hee-soo to keep her promise. Grinning, Hee-soo called him a dirty little bastard, assuring him not to worry. Once her scheming was complete, she vowed to let him do as he pleased with Sia. In Seoul, at the Gangnam BattleNet Academy, on August 21, 2020, at 10 a.m., there were 14 hours left until Sia's awakening. Sia appeared nervous. Hee-soo, who was nearby, tried to reassure her, telling her not to be so tense. However, Sia snapped back, telling Hee-soo to stop, because she had already mentioned that she wouldn't do the interview. Hee-soo persisted, pleading for Sia to reconsider, insisting it was for her own good. Sia remained resolute, stating she didn't want to do it. Hee-soo expressed her disappointment, explaining that due to the Sword King's recent controversy, Sia was unfairly receiving criticism despite her innocence. She suggested covering it with a positive spin. Hee-soo mentioned how hard she'd pushed her grandfather to assist. Sia, getting up from her seat, assured Hee-soo that it was okay, thanking her for the concern but stating she didn't need it right now. Sia then excused herself, stating she was going to the restroom. Once Sia had left, Hee-soo, visibly angry, muttered, calling Sia an obnoxious bitch. She declared her dislike for Sia but then shrugged it off, saying it didn't matter as they were waiting to ambush her at the gift room. Tonight was Sia's birthday, and Hee-soo pondered what gift Sia would receive. She grinned, remarking that since the awakening was inevitable, it would be great if they could spin a positive article out of it and make Sia suffer, suggesting it'd be even better if she received a F rank. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Sia found it tough to contain herself. She revealed that she was already aware of everything, including Hisu's true thoughts about her. In a brief flashback, someone had called Hisu, questioning why she was always with Sia as if they were best friends. Hisu, irritated, had defended herself against the remarks. Her friend continued, questioning if Hisu wasn't planning to sever ties with Sia and send her to hell. Hisu explained that before she could do that, she needed to extract everything possible from Sia. Another friend mentioned hearing that Sia's father was a lost cause, prompting Hisu to clarify that her family owned a media company. She emphasized that the best time to gain leverage over someone was when they were facing downfall. Hisu laughed, expressing her desire for Sia to receive an F-rank gift, hoping to capture Sia's shattered and despairing expression in numerous photos. She called Sia crazy, finding the situation intriguing, anticipating fun and a high number of views in return. Unbeknownst to them, Sia was in the bathroom overhearing their conversation. Initially shocked by Hisu's true nature, Sia's unease grew as she feared receiving an F-rank gift. In the present, Sia found herself in the gift room, clasping her hands together, praying fervently for anything but an F-rank gift. As the room brightened, Sia looked up, shocked to see her own ability manifesting. However, the specifics of her ability remained undisclosed. At the same location on the same day, but now at 7 p.m., 5 hours before Sia's awakening, Jihan glanced at his watch, noting the dwindling time. As he readied himself to depart, 2 individuals escorted him, guiding his way. He inquired about Sia's well-being in the gift room. One of them assured Jihan that Sia was secure, under the protection of security personnel. Expressing his gratitude, Jihan emphasized the need to ensure that no outsiders, especially reporters, could approach Sia. The man reassured him, explaining the implemented security measures that barred even school personnel from getting close to CA, highlighting the government's heightened concern. The day before, around the same time, Jihan had a serious conversation with manager Park Yoon-sik regarding the Sword Palace donation issue. Manager Park recalled Sia's impending awakening as a player the next day, and Jihan confirmed his awareness. Due to the tense situation, Manager Park expressed concern that someone might intrude into the awakening room. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he proposed increasing security within the building. Consequently, the government provided extra security to safeguard Sia. In the present, Jihan smiled, acknowledging the necessity of seeking help once more. Abruptly, one of the men informed him of their arrival, gesturing towards a door labeled as the gift room. They mentioned setting up chairs inside for him to wait comfortably. Thanking them, Jihan mentioned he would return after midnight. The man agreed and urged Jihan to notify them immediately if he required anything further. Seated on the chair as the men departed, Jihan let out a sigh, feeling the weight of worry settle upon him. However, he quickly dismissed his concern, reassuring himself that this time he would stand by Sia's side to protect her. He hoped fervently that the gift he brought would bring solace to Sia. As night fell, still on the same day, but now at 11:55 p.m., just 5 minutes before Sia's awakening, Hisu arrived, accompanied by a cameraman. "Oh my, you're really here," she exclaimed. Hisu giggled, remarking on how frequently they seemed to encounter each other. Jihan, recalling Hisu being introduced as Sia's friend, wondered if the accompanying person was a reporter. Curious about her entry, Jihan inquired how she managed to get in when all entrances should have been blocked. Hisu laughed again, explaining that media companies had extensive connections, allowing her to gain access through someone she knew. Jihan noted her lack of intent to conceal her sneaking in, to which she casually responded, "Secretly." Hisu claimed she had her own school-related business, indicating she was supposed to conduct an interview with Sia. Jihan firmly told her to stop with the nonsense and leave, as Sia would head straight home after her awakening. With a menacing tone, Jihan issued a stern warning, declaring it to be his first and final caution to them. The cameraman, visibly frightened, questioned Hee-soo about the potential trouble they might face. Hee-soo, feeling cornered, expressed her necessity to conduct the interview. In response, Ji-han warned that if she persisted, he wouldn't stand idly by and watch. Hee-soo closed her eyes and pondered their options, fully aware she couldn't defeat Ji-han in a fight. Opening her eyes, she smiled, suggesting, "How about a level 27 support? Sung Ji-han, who was protecting his niece, gets attacked by an unknown level 50 warrior." As she spoke, someone emerged behind Ji-han. A man charged up a powerful attack, poised to strike. Meanwhile, inside the gift room, Sia fell to her knees, gazing at the system notification congratulating her on awakening as a player. Her gift was Late Bloomer, an F-rank gift. She had hoped this wouldn't happen. Back to Ji-han. The man landed a punch on the back of Ji-han's head. The scene shifted between Ji-han and Sia. Sia, tearfully devastated, muttered, "It's really all over now." Simultaneously, Ji-han's neck and jaw veins tensed. With a menacing, enraged expression, he turned to face the person who had just struck him. After the blonde guy landed a sudden punch on Ji-han from behind, a wicked grin stretched across his face as he taunted Ji-han to stay down, promising to shower their Sia with love and care. Ji-han whirled around, his expression dark and menacing, demanding to know how the man dared to mention her. Impressed by Ji-han's resilience despite his blow, the man recognized Ji-han as far tougher than he appeared. In a surprising turn, Ji-han struck the blonde guy on the head without warning, only to notice the man's reaction to the blow, remarking, "Stone skin?" The man grinned, revealing the hardened skin where Ji-han's punch had landed. He acknowledged Ji-han's knowledge, but questioned his lack of surprise. With a forceful blow, the man pushed Ji-han back, questioning his confidence in challenging a level 50 player while being at level 25. Hee-soo observed the intense fight with a grin, while the cameraman diligently captured the unfolding scene. As the man continued his relentless assault on Ji-han, Hee-soo pondered if the man was gaining the upper hand. Charging up for a powerful punch, surrounded by a crackling red lightning aura, the man scolded Ji-han for his inflated ego, fueled by others touting him as a rising star. Landing a hard punch on Ji-han's face, he pressed Ji-han to respond, resorting to calling him a motherfucker. Suddenly the man's face contorted in pain as Ji-han retaliated with a powerful punch to his chin. Ji-han maintained a cool and composed demeanor as he delivered the punch, executing it with such ease that the man was sent hurtling through the air. The cameraman, along with Hee-soo, stood in stunned silence, witnessing the sudden manifestation of a crimson hand-like aura seizing the man by his hair, hoisting him aloft. The source of this power was none other than Ji-han, employing his abilities to lift the man who, while suspended, writhed in agony as his hair was tugged, vociferating questions about the inexplicable event. Surrounded by a crimson aura, Ji-han spoke, his voice edged with menace, likening the man's bully actions to his appearance. With a piercing gaze, Ji-han menacingly threatened to seal his abilities to prevent any recurrence. With a swift motion of Ji-han's hand, it appeared as though the man's head was violently severed from his body. The cameraman fled in terror at the gruesome sight, while Hee-soo stood frozen, her eyes wide with shock, transforming into sheer terror as the man's lifeless form collapsed near her, triggering a piercing scream. Meanwhile, within the confines of the gift room, Sia sat in contemplation, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yet she resolved to cease this sorrowful burden, wiping away her tears. Internally questioning the impact of grieving alone, she sighed, affirming that she should rise. Her uncle awaited. As she made her way towards the exit, she examined her status window with a sorrowful countenance. She glanced at it with a mournful expression, silently acknowledging that despite her status as an active player with an F-ranked gift, it was evident she would likely falter in the Bronze League, succumbing to fear. Reading the description of her gift, labelled as a late bloomer, promising realization of her potential at a later time, she pondered the laziness behind such an explanation. As the door creaked open, revealing the man's hair floating amid Ji-han's crimson aura, Sia, her eyes shut tight, lamented her plight, feeling foolish for devoting herself to prayer only to receive an F-rank gift. Abruptly, she snapped her eyes open upon hearing Hee-Soo's scream. A shift in perspective revealed that the man's head hadn't separated from his body, but rather his hair had been detached from his head. Turning to her uncle, Sia inquired about the situation. Ji-han, with a nonchalant expression, simply conveyed that the man deserved his fate. Sia swiftly redirected her attention toward Hee-Soo's protests, accusing Ji-han of reducing his brother to such a state. As she touched Bro's head, she questioned if he knew the identity of her grandfather, the president of Taiwan Daily. In response, Ji-han unleashed a laser-like attack, retorting, "So what?" Dismissing the significance of her family's prominent media position, he challenged whether she intended to manipulate the press. Sporting a malevolent grin, and with the man's hair slipping from her hand, Sia provocatively questioned if he truly believed she would stop there. She brazenly declared her intent to fabricate and circulate false news, her eyes taking on a demonic glint. Her vow? To tarnish their reputation, transforming them into the most reviled family globally, capable of making people gag merely upon meeting them. She asserts that truth holds little sway over people's concerns, particularly when public opinion is already tainted due to the Sword King's actions. This turn of events plays into her favor, making it easier for her to disseminate false information. Unfazed, Ji-han encourages her to do her utmost, suggesting that leaving Korea remains an option if things take a turn for the worse. In response, her expression turns fearful as she queries, "What do you mean?" Ji-han, flames dancing on his hand, questions her ability to bear the consequences of her current actions. Dismissing his warning as an attempt to appear impressive, Hee-Soo derides him as a lame bastard, attributing their association solely to BattleNet and Yoon Sejin. With a swift gesture, Ji-han envelops her in flames, asserting that self-reflection is not within her nature. He vows to etch into her the repercussions of her actions should she dare to cross certain boundaries. The blaze consumes the room, drowned out only by Hee-Soo's piercing screams. Later, in the parking lot, Ji-han and Sia sit inside the car. Concerned, Sia questions the safety of their actions. Though satisfied with seeking retribution against Hee-Soo, she voices her apprehension. Ji-han, fastening his seatbelt, inquires, "About what?" She cautions about the dangers of antagonizing Taiwan Daily, the largest media conglomerate in their country. Ji-han reassured Sia, expressing his belief that the colossal size of the company would deter any hasty action. He inwardly reasoned that it wouldn't make sense for the media entity to act solely due to the president's granddaughter. Rationally, they wouldn't risk targeting a player who was currently under such intense public scrutiny. Observing her uncle's confidence, Sia marveled inwardly at his assured demeanor, finding it fascinating. Ji-han, diverting the conversation, queried about the gift she'd received. Sia's expression shifted to one of melancholy as she confessed to having obtained Late Bloomer, an F-rank gift. Internally unsurprised, Ji-han silently acknowledged its predictability. While Ji-han accessed his status window, Sia expressed doubts about her potential success as a player. Abruptly, Ji-han directed her attention to his status window. Confused by the sudden reveal, Sia questioned if it was indeed his status window. Confirming it, Ji-han shared that it was his first time showing it to someone else. Sia was taken aback as she noticed something unusual within his status window. Puzzled, she inquired about the presence of an F-rank gift, despite his evident strength. Ji-han calmly directed her to the stats above, revealing martial power and force, which intrigued Sia. She questioned if these were authentic BattleNet stats, to which Ji-han explained they were unique stats, their acquisition conditions shrouded in secrecy. Emphasizing that gift rank wasn't everything, Ji-han enlightened her about the possibility of attaining unique stats, hinting at her potential. Before delving deeper, he presented her gift, asserting that it would illuminate the path to her journey towards strength. In a brief flashback, China's top player, Jin Yuhua, the former second-ranked in the world before Ji-han's regression, possessed the same late bloomer gift as Sia. At the time, Jihan couldn't believe it, even witnessing it with his own eyes. The F-ranked gift that had plunged Sia into despair and led to her demise held a hidden secret. Returning to the present, Sia gazed at her late bloomer gift through the item Jihan had given her. With this mysterious item called Hermes Monocle, a remarkable A-rank tool, the Hermes Monocle from Olympus was a one-time use item capable of revealing the true essence of a gift. Jihan acquired this extraordinary tool after repairing the C-ranked messenger's broken monocle, which he had meticulously crafted a day earlier as Sia's birthday present. She discerned the various paths to enhance her F-ranked gift. For instance, she discovered that after participating in 50 BattleNet games, her gift could be upgraded. The game participation requirement increased daily by 1, and her natural status growth rate could surge by 100%. Sia was astounded by the prospect of upgrading her gift and its fundamental effects. Jihan, sporting a smile, confirmed that the item performed as expected, clarifying that it was a special birthday present, the transformed messenger's broken monocle. He explained that while the ability to upgrade her rank was surprising, the inherent ability itself was commendable. By enhancing her training effectiveness by 2x compared to others, once the 100% growth rate kicked in, Sia would acquire rare stats faster. Then that effect is incredible, right? Sia nervously stammered. Jihan reassured her, affirming the incredibility of the effect and highlighting how it would swiftly help her gain the rare stat he had mentioned before. Upon hearing her uncle's encouraging words, a mix of emotions surged within Sia. Jihan had expressed his belief in her potential to become a top player. However, Jihan was caught off guard by Sia's sudden tears as she questioned the quality of the gift. Despite her doubts, Jihan reassured her with a smile, affirming that it was indeed an excellent gift. Yet inwardly, Jihan couldn't help but wonder about the depth of her anticipation. Sia had faced abandonment from her father, who denied her existence, while others gossiped about her. As more people started talking, Sia must have yearned to rise above it all, not solely as the abandoned daughter of the Sword King, but as a player known as Yun Sia. She likely feared receiving a worthless gift, hoping to overcome the challenges that plagued her past. Suddenly, Jihan employed his powers to float a tissue towards her, acknowledging the hardships she had endured. Encouraging her to let it all out, he gently urged Sia to release her pent-up emotions. Sniffling, Sia replied that crying felt okay. She hardly found time to laugh anymore. Then, in a moment of vulnerability, she confessed to finding Jihan fascinating, as though he held knowledge of the entire future. Nervously chuckling, Jihan attributed it to mere luck. Sia, feeling less anxious now, expressed her hunger. Rising from his seat, Jihan suggested making something to eat. Surprised, Sia exclaimed, "Huh? Right now?" But Jihan reminded her of his promise to prepare an even tastier meal next time, having lined up quite a spread for her birthday. With a cute expression, Sia responded, "Okay." Comment, "Let him cook if you never want this face to be sad ever again." Meanwhile, "Hisu!" the witch was screaming, her voice echoing in distress because Jihan had scorched off all her hair, even her eyebrows. In her room she seethed, hurling curses at Jihan in various derogatory languages. Worried about facing her parents looking like this, she raged, "Oh my God! What am I going to say to Mommy and Daddy?" Just then, the driver barged in, prompting Hisu to hastily throw on a beanie, scolding the driver for not knocking first. He apologized and handed her the CCTV video she had requested, triggering more frustration before she dismissed him. Unseen, her associate couldn't ignore her attitude, inwardly labeling her a rude bitch. Hisu, resembling a drug dealer, couldn't let this slide. She was determined to find something to screw them over. Suddenly her demeanor shifted, a sly grin forming as she gazed at something. "Cute little Sia," she chuckled, eyeing a camera image capturing Sia exiting the gift room. "You really can't hide those facial expressions of yours," she remarked, Observing Sia's vulnerability, an expression on the verge of tears, perfect for an article. Amused, she laughed, noting, "Looks like it's an F rank." Hisu felt elated. Sia's unwittingly captured expression was a perfect tool for her to undermine and screw her over. Hisu, still lost in her thoughts, is about to learn a lesson. Let's leave her be and catch up with Sparkly, who we've overlooked for a while. Bro was contemplating one-sided love and a broken heart, while Sparkly was back to streaming after a lengthy hiatus. Sharing his recent struggles, Sparkly confessed to feeling hollow and lost, having not been chosen by the person he deeply admired. In the midst of Sparkly's streaming session, viewers noticed Jihan's stream playing in Sparkly's computer. Chat members suggested Sparkly confess his feelings to Jihan. Sparkly's imagination soared as he declared, "The ugly and nasty flame mage and those dirty eagles. He, Golden Light, dealt with everyone who bothered Jihan." Although the chat somewhat agreed, one member found the depiction amusing, leading to bouts of laughter. Sparkly then stood up, proclaiming a newfound realization. He believed that he, Golden Light, was destined to become Jihan's manager. His sole wish was for Jihan to acknowledge his message. Meanwhile, in the realm of a zombie game map, a powerful golden beam sliced through a zombie, catching the attention of viewers. It was none other than Jihan, showcasing his remarkable skills while live streaming. The chat marveled at his extraordinary gameplay, but wondered about his teammates. It was a common trend among Jihan's teammates to simply spectate, munching on popcorn, knowing that as long as they didn't disrupt him, victory was assured for the team. Blue and yellow electricity crackled beneath Jihan's feet as he executed the nameless divine art's flashing sky thundersteps. With that move, the game concluded, and Jihan claimed the top spot. Among his teammates' banter about the difficulty of munching through all the popcorn, someone suggested a blend of onion and caramel flavors for the next batch. Amidst the chatter, the system announced Jihan's elevation to level 25, granting him access to the silver promotion battles. The chat erupted in disbelief, questioning how Jihan was still in bronze. Urged by another member to ascend to silver, the system mentioned Jihan earning the title Ruler of Bronze for securing the highest win rate in the league, also securing a spot in the global top 100 of the Bronze League. The mention of the upcoming August 25th promotion battles sent shockwaves through the chat. "Wait, global top 100?" exclaimed one member, while another remarked on the rarity of Korean players reaching such heights. Assuredly, it seemed Jihan's move to silver was all but guaranteed. Global top 100 means that your BattleNet results were in the top 100 of the entire world. If those selected for the top 100 just participate in the promotion battle, they are guaranteed to advance. In addition, their promotion battle has another special aspect, which is that they shall fight until only one is left standing. The promotion is a survival game, and only ends when one person is left rather than half. A stage that determines who shall be placed first, in other words, Fortnite Battle Royale. While Jihan was looking at the top 100 list, he inwardly remarked, "As expected, this person also participated in the global top 100 at this time." He muttered, "It's been a while, Baron Williams." Jihan had thought he'd meet him sooner than before, but to encounter him this soon was unexpected. However, this was concerning because Jihan had never beaten Baron. He wondered if he would lose. For those who forgot, Baron was Jihan's guildmaster in his previous life in America, and at that time, Baron held the top 1 ranker position. The decisive factor for how Seong Jihan was able to get within the top 100 was the unique stat Force. Of course, martial power is a great unique stat too, but before unlocking the nameless divine arts, it's nothing more than strength, stamina and speed put together. It cannot match up to Force, which is a power that transcends reality, such as absolute territory, mana reinforcement and telekinesis. Even then, there are different weight classes. The power of the Force Baron used was on a different level. Force is a stat in proportion to mana and divine power. Baron had been born with great mana, so his force is at least double the force of Seong Jihan's. Jihan may have precise control, but that means nothing in front of absolute power. Baron had reached first in ranking with just his power alone. He wasn't keeping his first place because of luck. He had been famous for his diamond rank manner ever since he was a bronze. Fighting him head-on would be an act of suicide for our boy. He needs to unlock nameless divine arts as soon as possible, or he will get shit on by Baron. After his brief exercise, Jihan checked his status window. He gazed at Baron's portrait, and no matter how long he looked at it, Jihan couldn't believe this was truly the same person. He had heard that Baron attempted to appear more mature upon becoming a guild master. But Jihan wondered what Baron had done to change so drastically. Well, folks, since Jihan is blind, let me tell you what Baron did to change so much. Firstly, he grew his beard. Secondly, he altered his hairstyle. And thirdly, he began wearing more sophisticated attire. Suddenly, Jihan's phone started buzzing. He picked it up and saw it was Lee Hayon. He wondered if she was calling to thank him. Jihan greeted her with a hello, and Hayon asked him for advice on whom to bet on in the silver promotion battles. Taken aback by the request, Jihan paused before responding. The next day, in the Divergent Guild. Someone suddenly called Hayon, and turning nervously she answered. It was Gayong, who explained that she was there to escort Hayon to the next meeting location. Hayon, realizing it was already time, apologized and asked for 5 more minutes to finish her tasks. Gayong inquired if something was wrong, and Hayon confessed that she had asked Jihan for more pics earlier. Looking at her with disappointment, Gayong questioned if she wasn't ashamed. Hayon replied that she had already suffered losing money and requested Gayong to be a bit more considerate. Gayong inquired about Jihan's advice, and Hayon responded by mentioning that Jihan is participating in the global top 100. She also shared that Baron from the US is attending. Hayon explained that Jihan recommended placing a bet on him for first place. Gayong remarked on Jihan's confidence, and Hayon agreed, stating it made sense. Gayong then said, with Baron in the mix, how would Jihan win against someone who flies around raining down attacks? Hayon responded, right? You think so too, right? She continued by stating that Baron would be the safe choice, so she was a bit shaken because Jihan predicted the betting results too accurately for the Japan-Korea match. Even though Jihan advised her to vote for him, she contemplated betting Baron. However, inexplicably, Gayong found herself inclined to disagree with Hayon. Suddenly, Hayon inquired about Gayong's well-being, asking about her BattleNet scores and acknowledging the evident dedication she had been displaying lately. After these words, Gayong fell silent, clenching her fists, wrapped in bandages. Meanwhile, Jihan, having finished scrutinizing his status window, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then reopened them to exhale. With a determined look, he increased his martial power by 1 point, reaching 30, asserting that all conditions were met. Closing his eyes again, the system indicated that the Wanderer's eye was reacting. His eyes snapped open, and before him materialized the constellation, Wandering Martial God, detecting him through his traces. In the enveloping darkness, Jihan could sense a familiar feeling, just like the last time. The Wandering Martial God gazed upon him and recognized Jihan as its successor, initiating the bestowal of the nameless divine arts. In his past life, Jihan had received significant assistance from this entity. Typically, a constellation's sponsorship carried substantial consequences. Yet the Wandering Martial God made no demands of Jihan. Shortly after, Jihan received a system notification indicating the acquisition of the martial arts techniques, 3 talents martial devotion, and flashing sky thunder steps. Jihan then expresses his goal to reach 30 in martial power, but his words are abruptly cut short as the Wandering Martial God starts frowning. Confused, Jihan questions what is happening, pondering if the connection with the deity got severed. A notification reveals that the deity is displeased because Jihan's 3 dantians are already opened. As Jihan's confusion grows, the system explains that the Wandering Martial God is extremely wary of him. Jihan remains puzzled, wondering why the deity is cautious just because his 3 dantians are open. He questions why a divine being would be wary of such a thing, expressing his bewilderment. Suddenly, the deity begins cancelling the martial arts technique succession and retracts its traces. Following this, a sharp pain surges in Jihan's right eye, and as he opens it, he finds himself on his knees, confused about his return. Swiftly checking his status window, he exclaims that it's a disaster because his gift has vanished. The message reveals previous world ranking top 7th in the world Song Jihan, with the top 100 promotional round just ahead of him. He'd lost his most important aspect. The next day, as Sia returned from school, she was picked up by Jihan. While riding through the road, Jihan asked her if she felt like the burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Sia agreed, stating that he was completely right. She felt refreshed. After awakening, Sia decided to drop out of the academy. The main reason students attend the academy is for the gift, and most drop out after awakening. If you continue with the academy, your friends sign contracts with guilds and undergo training, putting them ahead of you in life. Sia chose to take training from Jihan, giving her even less reason to continue with the academy. Jihan's mind is at ease now, knowing Sia won't face any more problems. However, his biggest concern is himself. The top 100 tournament is tomorrow, and he wonders what he will do. Not only did he lose the Wanderer's Eye, but he also failed to completely inherit the Nameless Divine Arts, an S-rank skill passed down through fragments. It's a skill imbued with a fragment of Nameless Divine Arts, currently encompassing the 3 talents, Martial Devotion, Flashing Sky Thundersteps, and upon the customization of the 3 divine secrets to suit the user, or upon discovering the true name of the Nameless, the user can wholly awaken Nameless Divine Arts. With a change in Jihan's expression, Sia remarks that he doesn't seem to be in a good mood, and asks if it's due to the top 100 promotion round. Jihan, with a nervous expression, replies, "Ah, yeah, sure." However, he inwardly admits, although it's really more of his twisted future that's bothering him because of what happened yesterday. His future got completely changed. Suddenly, Sia expresses her confidence that he will win anyway, citing his knack for finding solutions. She playfully envisions him coming home and declaring, "I got first again." She giggles and contemplates getting into betting, confidently stating that she would bet everything on him securing first place. Jihan advises her against it, warning that she could get into trouble. Sia playfully argues, "Boo, you even streamed a betting live so you can do it, but I can't." Jihan tells her she can't bet because she's too young. Sia protests, calling it ridiculous, but then casually dismisses the idea, claiming she doesn't want to do it anyway. As Jihan prepares to respond, his eyes suddenly light up white, and he touches his face, wondering about the strange sensation just experienced. Later that day, Jihan went to the playground, closed his eyes and began meditating. He sensed something strange as his left eye felt off. This sensation was unfamiliar to him, and he decided to address it. Slowly he approached the issue, using force to pinpoint its precise location and eliminate it. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his eye, making him wonder if it was even okay at this point. A notification interrupted his thoughts, stating that he had successfully eliminated the traces of the wandering martial god. The message continued, indicating that he was now completely free from the constellation's domination. Confused, Jihan pondered the meaning of free and questioned what it meant. As he got up, the system clarified that he could now receive sponsorship from another constellation, leaving Jihan perplexed by the timing. He wondered if this meant he couldn't receive sponsorship before. Since the system window never lies, it meant that the martial god had been hindering Jihan all along. Grinning, Jihan sat back down, realizing that the martial god wasn't benevolent like the giving tree, but more of a parasite. Suddenly a notification arrived stating that the wandering martial god was now even more wary of him. Reading further, another notification revealed that the god had suddenly vanished. Jihan wonders What's up with that deity? He's wary of a bronze, and why is he running away? He's supposed to be a god of martial arts, so what's with him? It's Jihan's second round of life, but it's still full of questions he can't answer. Either way, he won't be able to use his powers then. He brushed it off, stating he will use this opportunity to look for another constellation. Plus, it's a new opportunity at the perfect timing. He reads an epic quest instructing him to find the Shadow Queen somewhere in the audience of the Colosseum map and provoke her. The reward is 50,000 achievement points and the interest of the Shadow Queen. Let's say the Shadow Queen will sponsor him, but then what about tomorrow? Jihan thought inwardly. He needs to somehow compensate for the lack of the martial god. Suddenly he stopped his sentence and remembered that he had this. We are not shown what he meant by this. The next day at the Colosseum, fireworks are being ignited, coloring the sky in different colors. Today, the Bronze Top 100 promotion round begins, and the game will continue until one player is left standing. It instructs them to prove that they are the best. The chat was excited, counting down, and people cheering for South Korea because of Jihan. The round started, and Jihan said that he doesn't have any intentions of fighting each and every extra. So, he tells the people surrounding him to come at him all at once. With a determined expression, he plans to make this quick. Jihan's punches were so powerful that he killed many who came towards him. The chat was confused, wondering why everyone was after Jihan. Someone explained that Jihan is popular overseas too, known as someone to be feared. As people attacked him from the front, others attacked from behind. Being the legend he is, he used his force to deflect a purple attack aimed at him from behind towards the man attacking from the front. He then rushed towards the purple mage, who charged up multiple magic attacks, only to be punched squarely in the face by Jihan, sending him flying. Inwardly, Jihan remarked that aside from Baron, they were all pretty weak, so he decided to go easy instead of wasting energy. However, his words were cut short as a sword was about to pierce his face. Blocking the attack, Jihan turned around. His eyes widened as he found Gaiyong is the one who attacked him, leaving him shocked and wondering why she was there. After the Space League began, as people started getting used to the fact that dying in the game meant dying in real life too, the Northeast Asia League final began. Japan's representative player in the final was, of course, the Sword King, Ito Ryuhei, Sea's father. At the time, there was no one in South Korea who could put up a fair fight against Ryuhei. Too afraid of death, the South Korean rankers avoided fighting him. The person who stepped up against the Sword King as the representative of Korea was the Sword King successor candidate, Plum Blossom Sword, Lim Gaiyong. However, as Jihan was being attacked by her, he wondered why she was here. She was never in the top 100 in his past life. As she continually attacked him, he dodged skillfully while inwardly wondering if the future has changed. He then blocked her attack with skilled hand movement and activated his flashing Sky Thunder steps. The blue and yellow energy from his attack landed on her face, as both of them stepped back to make some distance between them. Jihan then clenched his weapon firmly and went for a vertical stab on her. But fortunately for her, she managed to dodge the ground-crushing attack from Jihan. Resolute, a pink aura of flowers surrounded her as she dashed towards Jihan while launching numerous attacks on him, prompting him to block all of her attacks. Jihan was taken aback, wondering if she was always this strong. However, it wasn't that, though. The thing is, she's grown. She's on a different dimension from the last time he saw her. She has decreased all of her unnecessary movements, and all of her attacks are heavy, while her footsteps are lighter. With a confident expression, she dashed towards him with a strike, but he managed to block that attack as well. As he looks at her, he wonders what happened during the time he didn't see her for her to get this strong. In a brief flashback, we return to the time when Waifu 1 asked her about her BattleNet grades. She noticed that she seemed to be grinding these days. Lim was silent for a moment, then told her that she actually got into the Bronze Top 100. Waifu 1 was taken aback, asking if she's already level 25. Lim Gaiyong answers that it just kind of happened. She got first place all the time except for when she met Jihan. Waifu was happy for her, asking why she didn't bring up such important news earlier. Lim Gaiyong then told her that it was because she wanted to ask her a favor. Waifu 1 asked what favor she wanted. Clenching her fist filled with bandages, she nervously asked if she could ask for new equipment. She said that she doesn't want to blame her equipment, but she realized after all that use that her sword is too heavy for her. She tried to get used to it, but her hands can't handle it. It's a precious sword that she gave her as a gift, so she is sorry to be saying that. Suddenly, with a serious tone, Waifu 1 asked her if she's out of her mind. She wasn't mad, though. She just wondered why she would say that now, that the sword has been preventing her from doing well all this time. Lim Gaiyong replied that she still received pretty good grades, so she thought it'd just sound like an excuse. However, Waifu 1 told her that it just meant she could have done even better if she had a more suitable weapon. She then vowed to get her a better and lighter weapon, even if she had to use her own personal money. She asked to throw away the current weapon right now. Lim Gaiyong then remarked, "Didn't you throw away all your personal money through gambling, though?" With an embarrassed expression, Waifu 1 denied it. She then called her an idiot and promised to get her something else as soon as possible. Lim Gaiyong asked if she was sure, to which Waifu 1 replied that it was fine. She urged Lim to show everything she had in this promotion round and assured her that she could win against Jihan if she set her mind to it. She reminded Lim that regardless of what anyone said, she'd always been the rising star of the Bronze League in Korea. She just needed to prove herself and aim for the top 100 battle. After those words, Lim smiled and answered, "Okay," thanking her sincerely. But inwardly, she knew that Waifu 1 understood she was comparing herself to Jihan, yet genuinely cheered her on, saying that she could rise higher in the ranks. However, she doubted she could keep that promise because the current her couldn't win against Xiong Jihan. Inwardly, Jihan knew she understood she couldn't win against him, but he wondered why she was trying so hard. She could have survived for quite a long time if she had fought those weaker than her. It was the same thing in the Northeast Asia final too, back in his past life. Suddenly she spoke, admitting that she knew better than anyone she couldn't win against him in her current state, and perhaps she might never be able to win against him. But if she gave up, then it would all be over. If she couldn't surpass him, then she would try her best to keep up. With resolve, she readied herself for a final attack, surrounded by pink flowers and a beautiful pink aura. Inwardly, Jihan remarked, "Yeah, that's the kind of person you've always been," acknowledging her relentless determination to improve despite the odds against her. In Jihan's past life, the Sword King had killed her with his dual blades. But now, in the top 100, Jihan wondered how much his regression would alter the future. Despite his reservations, he smiled, realizing he needed her on his side. As she charged her attack, she prepared to unleash her secret technique called Plum Blossom Hurricane. Suddenly, after images of her darted towards Jihan, ready to defeat him. However, Jihan remained poised, knowing there was a skill perfect for this situation. 3 Calamity Martial Devotions Earth. The blossoming 3 representing Lim Gaiyong's attack were cut in half by a bright golden light, known as Thousandfold Rampage. Meanwhile, on the other side of the arena, a bald individual named Clark Jr., ranked number 3 in America as a bronze player, stood confidently with his lackeys, addressing the American first-place bronze-ranked Baron Williams. Clark expressed his opinion that it's a mess these days, with some cowards who used to merely buff others from the back now holding the world's top ranking. He was referring to Baron. He asserted that he would demonstrate to Baron that they were inherently on different levels. However, his words were cut short, as Baron simply yawned in response. Baron commented that they all approached him like a swarm of ants, merely yapping away. Suddenly, a red energy formed on Baron's hand as he menacingly instructed them to cease their chatter and attack him all at once, warning them to prepare to be burned to ashes by his red flames. The USA bronze ranking first, Baron Williams, his obsession was fighting. As the three individuals leapt towards him, one using fire, another water, and another employing archery, Baron remained unfazed. He grabbed Clark's face and used his powerful red flames to swiftly defeat him in a single attack. The others didn't relent. They were determined to kill him. However, Baron turned and looked at them with a wicked grin, questioning if parasites like them truly believed they could kill him, as he unleashed a barrage of flames upon them. Baron relished in this massacre, laughing loudly as he shouted, "Die, you inferior creatures!" There wasn't a hint of humbleness in Baron. His demeanor was purely arrogant. Nevertheless, he began to take notice of Jihan, just as he had done before Jihan's regression. They witnessed what happened to Lim Ga-yong, and as expected, Jihan utterly obliterated her with his attack, cutting her in half, while simultaneously striking other players who were near him as well. Suddenly, Baron approached Jihan and asked if he was the undefeated Xiong Jihan. Jihan was taken aback by how he said his name, but he sighed and corrected him, saying, "It's not Jihan, but Jihan." He explained that Jihan doesn't have a good meaning in Korean because it means thief. Suddenly, Baron put his hand on his face, showing one eye, and started laughing, saying that he didn't know the languages of third world countries very well. He then attacked Jihan with a lightning attack, saying, "I hope you'll understand, Jihan." However, he was taken aback for a moment, as Jihan suddenly used his flashing sky thunder steps to dodge the attack and counterattacked. Despite Jihan's swift response, Baron managed to dodge his attack while remarking that he knew Jihan wasn't bad. As Jihan looked up, Baron was floating in the air, conjuring numerous spells, stating that he could see how strong Jihan was. As his red laser attacks fell on the stadium, Jihan leapt into the air and attacked Baron, who managed to dodge. Baron, confident as ever, asked Jihan how dare an insect like him try to come up to where he is, then launched a red beam of fire towards Jihan. Unfazed, Jihan's eyes suddenly widened, as Baron conjured numerous red magic circles in the air. As everyone's gaze fell upon it, Baron declared that he would show them an ending fit for inferior little insects like them. With a gesture of his hand downwards, he uttered, "Die!" Big beams of red fire jolted down the arena, and everyone they hit slowly burned to ashes. Even though dying in this game wouldn't result in real-life death, the pain of slowly burning could still be felt. The entire arena was now filled with Baron's red flames as he floated in the air like a higher being. He burst into laughter, his face twisted with wickedness, declaring that insects like them deserved this fate. Suddenly he was shocked as Jihan thanked him and unleashed his thousandfold rampage attack, swiftly killing the slowly dying individuals engulfed in the flames. Jihan sarcastically thanked him for the easy kills, as the system announced his pentakill with just one attack, catapulting him to first place in the rankings with 20 kills, while Baron trailed in second with 17. Baron was shocked and confused about how Jihan survived. He was certain that his flames, combined with his force, would continue burning anyone they touched until they perished. However, he noticed that the flames weren't touching Jihan, leading him to wonder if Jihan also wielded force. After confirming it, Baron grew angry, shouting at Jihan, insisting that it couldn't be possible because only he, Baron, possessed force, as evidenced by his 2 status windows. He demanded to know what kind of trickery this was. Confidently, Jihan assured him that he wasn't playing any tricks. He explained that having 2 status windows wasn't exclusive to Baron, and upon acquiring it himself, he realized how unskilled Baron truly was. These words fueled Baron's anger further, his entire body now covered in red, as he menacingly accused Jihan of pretending and dared to mock him. He declares that he will burn Jihan until there aren't even any ashes left. Nonchalantly, Jihan responds that he can't allow that to happen. Suddenly, a blue crystal appears in his hand, and he announces that he hasn't yet unleashed all of his powers. In a brief flashback to when Jihan was in the park, he remembers possessing the crystal fragment. This crystal is limited to one use and grants the player a divine blessing, which can only be utilized in the bronze or silver zones. After Jihan uses the crystal, he remarks that he's been anticipating this moment, the moment when he would unleash his full power and defeat Baron. Now, with a 50% increase in all of his stats, Jihan is fully prepared to defeat this bastard. Coward. Baron used to be a coward. He wasn't as muscular or tall as the others, and he was shy. He was a player who feared battles. Others spoke of Baron with disdain, lamenting, "What a waste of a gift." With 2 status windows and 2 classes, if Baron had utilized them to his advantage, he could have dominated the battle.net. Instead, he chose supporter and mage, relegating himself to the rear of groups. However, Baron's demeanor changed when he acquired force. Empowered by the mana he possessed, he began to dominate the field, and countless rising stars fell to him. Players who faced him remarked, "Baron has 2 disasters in the palm of his hand." The first one, Firewave, allowed him to sweep through enemies with a tsunami of flames, from which no one had yet to survive after being hit with that skill. Yes, that is the truth. What is happening right now? He thought inwardly. Jihan used his attack called Path of the Immortal Sage to completely negate Baron's so-called disaster attack. It was just only one stabbing attack that Jihan needed to nullify Baron's attack. How is this possible? Baron thought inwardly. Jihan then smirked, stating that he knew it. Baron seemed strong on the outside, but he was nothing on the inside. He was too busy trying to hide his lack of skills instead of compensating for them. There's no precision at all. That's what Baron is, as Jihan said, while completely beating Baron and sending him crashing to the floor. But Baron wasn't defeated yet. He spoke, saying that Jihan talked as if he knew everything about him. Jihan answered that he was very similar to someone he knew. No matter how much Baron pretended to be strong and act tough, he was full of confidence. He couldn't hide the feeling of inferiority and that guilty conscience that had taken root deep inside his heart. Building muscles, changing his appearance, and using all those fancy skills were all coping mechanisms. There was no point to any of that as long as he didn't change at his core. Baron then got up, saying that he do not appreciate Jihan's arrogance. Jihan answered that he could say the same to him, inwardly hoping this would teach Baron a lesson. Now ready to end this fight, Jihan said that they should end this chit-chat as he dashed towards Baron, who stood there motionless. Suddenly, Baron lifted his hand and made his finger resemble a gun, then shot a lightning attack at Jihan. That attack was point blank, and Jihan couldn't dodge, but he managed to block it at the nick of time. Baron said that people called this the second disaster. Baron's second disaster is lightning. Unlike the fire wave, which is a wide-range mana attack, lightning is a high-level skill that concentrates mana to pierce the opponent. It's a skill perfect for Baron as it emphasizes the amount of power he has rather than precise control. Basically, Bro is someone who uses an unskilled weapon or power in a video game and thinks they are good at the game. Baron is impressed to think that Jihan took it full force and still survive. He inwardly wonders if Jihan blocked it with his spear at the last moment to avoid any lethal injuries. He compliments Jihan's fast reaction time. Although he wasn't able to perfectly block it, it was still an impressive feat. He then says that Jihan may have blocked it once, but not again. Suddenly, Baron's eyes lit up red, and the lightning aura surrounded him. He declares that this time he's going to give it his all. Baron, floating in the air, surrounded by lightning aura and fire aura, readies to launch his most powerful attack towards Jihan. The other players knew that this was going to be the real deal, and thought it was over for Jihan because even he won't be able to block it. Everyone was predicting that Seong Jihan could lose, but Jihan alone predicted that he would win. It was because the Shadow Queen was looking at him. For those who forgot, the Shadow Queen only looks at the person who will win the round and no one else. That's how Jihan knew that he was going to win. So he righted his posture, and Baron used his lightning on Jihan. But as the phoenix arrow left Seong Jihan's hand, it completely obliterated Baron as it passed through his body. Jihan did not hesitate, despite knowing that the phoenix arrow would vanish once it's used 5 times. This was because the Phoenix arrow was not headed towards Baron, but instead, it was aimed at the Shadow Queen. With that, for the first time in history, the Colosseum's barrier was shattered. That's what we call hitting two birds with one stone.
The worldwide broadcast of the fight captivated audiences from every corner of the globe. Among them was Lee Hyeon, who had staked her entire savings on Baron emerging victorious. However, she found herself completely astounded, wondering how Jihan could be so skilled in combat. How on earth was he able to outmatch Baron like that? It just didn't add up to her. Frustration brewed within her, knowing that she was on the brink of losing all the money she had earned last time. Unbeknownst to her, Gyeong returned after being defeated by Jihan. She inquired whether Hyeon had even considered the possibility of her winning. Catching Hyeon's attention, Gyeong admitted that she had anticipated the outcome but still felt a tinge of sadness. Hyeon urged her not to dwell on it, acknowledging that they knew she was essentially defeated the moment her match with Jihan began. She continued, emphasizing the need for her to make a greater effort to grab her attention. Those words clearly embarrassed Gyeong a bit, but Hyeon just smirked and then, with a cheerful tone, advised her to lighten up. It was as if a burden had been lifted off Gyeong's shoulders. Hyeon was spot on because Gyeong truly felt that way, and she also realized she could learn from this conflict, seeing it as an opportunity for growth. She vowed to keep improving, and Hyeon pledged to support her journey towards strength. Suddenly, the commentator's voice from the broadcast caught their attention. Something unbelievable had occurred as he questioned whether they were all witnessing history unfold. Player Seong Ji-han had shattered the barrier. Baron, back at his facility, seethed with anger upon realizing that Jihan hadn't taken him seriously all along, focusing not on him, but on the barrier. Jihan's weapon returned to his hand after the attack, which he caught effortlessly. Fixing his gaze on the Shadow Queen, Jihan grinned and said, "Long time no see, Shadow Queen." Suddenly, darkness engulfed her, spreading not only around her, but also throughout the arena, shocking every present player. It was as if she had merged with the stadium, her menacing eyes casting down upon our hero. Then an error message appeared on the system, and the broadcast signal was abruptly cut, leaving those outside unable to witness the unfolding events. And Sia, who was watching, looked completely worried for her uncle. It's pitch black, and the air feels icy and heavy. Breathing feels like a chore, but amidst it all, Jihan knows she's staring him down. Despite the lack of any notifications, it doesn't seem like that counted as a challenge. Nevertheless, Jihan is geared up to tackle this quest. Tightening his grip on his spear, he activates his skill called Path of the Immortal Sage, sending a beam of intense light piercing through the darkness towards her. However, upon contact, his light is absorbed by her, leaving Jihan stunned as his attacks seem futile. As something begins to materialize behind him, Jihan reacts swiftly, landing a solid punch. Yet his expression shifts as he realizes he's punched nothing but shadows. She's really pulled a Sun Jinwoo move on him. Not only do the shadows target Jihan, but they also assail other players who are left bewildered by their presence. While some manage to fend them off, others meet their demise. Meanwhile, Jihan navigates through the shadows, effortlessly blocking their attacks. However, it's frustrating as physical blows seem ineffective against them, prompting Jihan to resort to divine power. Though it doesn't directly damage them, it manages to weaken some of the shadows. Recognizing their vulnerability to light, Jihan notices a shadow lurking beneath him, immobilizing him by grabbing his leg. Another shadow looms before him, ready to strike, but Jihan isn't going down without a fight. Recalling his past experience with lightning, he unleashes bolts all around him, attempting to fend off the shadows. While some are eradicated, others evade the attack. Cornered, the shadows hesitate to approach Jihan, surrounded as he is by light. Just when Jihan starts feeling confident, his demeanor falters as a colossal shadow emerges, brandishing a massive sword. Jihan can't help but think, you kidding, right? The BattleNet connector is essential equipment for participating in BattleNet, as it significantly reduces the pain experienced during gameplay. Given that amputations, burns, and other injuries are common in BattleNet, the simulator replicates 100% of real-world pain, making the connector usage highly recommended and necessary. The recommended model diminishes pain by 80%, while many top players opt for models that reduce pain by 90%, enabling them to play more boldly by overcoming the fear of pain. However, Jihan chose not to use a connector for a simple reason. He foresaw BattleNet becoming a reality soon. He understood that reducing pain with a connector would only provide temporary relief, as it would be useless once the real game, Space League, commenced. Jihan faced battles as if they were real-life situations at all times, enduring unimaginable pain such as fire burning through his skin and a 1 million voltage lightning strike to his heart. Jihan endured the pain, something beyond the comprehension of ordinary civilians. Now, faced with the danger of being cleaved in two by a 10-meter sword, Jihan found himself overwhelmed. Other players watched in confusion, unaware of what was happening and puzzled by the gigantic shadow looming over them. As the sword swung towards Jihan, it became apparent to the players that it was specifically targeting him. Despite the relentless attacks, Jihan managed to dodge them. As he looked up at his adversary, he realized the unfairness of the situation. The Shadow Queen is way too formidable at the moment, so what's his game plan against her? This situation is dire because if he keeps evading her attacks like this, he's going to end up 6 feet under real soon. And it's not just her he's up against. The earlier skirmish with Baron has put a target on his back, attracting the attention of other players who want him gone. Playing defense isn't an option anymore. With a heavy sigh, he realizes he has no choice but to fight back. Activating his force, he also unleashes his skill, mana reinforcement and fire, gearing up to confront them head-on. All of his focus is on the Shadow Queen as he unleashes a fiery onslaught that pierces through the darkness, but Jihan isn't done yet. If she wants to shroud him in darkness, he'll banish it with an even greater light. Channeling his nameless divine arts, he unleashes a devastating attack known as the 3 Calamity Martial Devotion Heaven, illuminating the previously darkened stadium. Following up with another powerful move, the Big Mountain Press Plateau, Jihan feels confident in his strength. But as he finishes, he looks around, wondering if it's over. However, his attention is drawn to the other players fleeing from him, avoiding any confrontation. One of them even quotes his dad, saying that avoiding a losing fight is the path to victory. With them gone, only her, the Shadow Queen, remains. Suddenly, darkness envelops Jihan once more, prompting him to mutter, "This again?" Feeling a bit weary of the recurring situation, he realizes it won't end until he deals with the original body. But Jihan wasn't about to let this cycle continue. He receives a notification indicating that his 3 Dantians are stirring vigorously. This prompts him to consider that he might be capable of higher levels of martial arts. It dawns on him that he managed to execute the 3 Calamity Martial Devotion without even using the nameless divine arts. Granted, it won't be flawless given his current level, but he can tap into the power of the Phoenix Arrow. The fire of the Phoenix is unleashed upon throwing the arrow, so Jihan decides to utilize that to make up for his lack of strength. Throughout history, lightning has been seen as divine fury, a form of punishment delivered by an enraged deity upon humanity in times of darkness and chaos. In the midst of darkness, people seek a beacon of light, and lightning happens to be that illumination. It's a formidable force that even the system warns Jihan exceeds his current capacity, putting his life at risk. However, Jihan remains undeterred, ready and resolute to wield the god of lightning's martial arts that purifies all demons and evil. The nameless divine arts, divine lightning technique, lightning bolt flash. This technique showcased a whole new level of martial arts prowess, as Jihan compensated for his lack of strength by wielding the Phoenix Arrow, thereby mastering another extraordinary skill. However, he admitted, well, just 80% of it. Originally, the lightning bolt flash was a fusion of numerous lightning bolts into one powerful strike. Yet, Jihan's bolts struggled to unify and lacked the speed of the Phoenix Arrow. Despite its incompleteness, the technique he unleashed towards the Shadow Queen was bright, swift, and forceful enough to pierce through her darkness and come to a halt right in front of her. As the arrow's light illuminated the area and stopped before her, it only managed to reveal a glimpse of the Shadow Queen's face, failing to harm her. At least that's how it seemed. Jihan actually managed to graze her cheek. After executing the powerful attack, Jihan grinned, proclaiming, "I did it." However, the hand he used to launch the assault was completely fried, and although it wouldn't suffer in real life, he could still feel the excruciating pain. "This guy is the GOAT. Comment let him cook if you agree." Jihan was fortunate, as the delayed timing of the lightning unexpectedly worked in his favor. It's surprising to think that his lack of proficiency in his skill would aid him in such a manner. Now, he prepared for his final ultimate attack, wondering if his provocation was enough to grab her attention. Luckily for him, he actually managed to make her want his Excalibur down there. The system congratulated him on having cleared the epic quest, Provoke the Shadow Queen. However, Jihan didn't look really excited by that. But why, you ask? Well, the reason is that the Shadow Queen began to attack him again. He skillfully dodged the initial attack, but soon found himself besieged by more adversaries, leaving him no choice but to defend himself. However, this task proved challenging with one of his hands completely incapacitated from earlier exertion. Overexerting himself prior to this had left him with limited endurance, especially with his hand in such a state. More alarmingly, he noticed an ominous darkness enveloping the surroundings, not just around him but also ensnaring his fellow players. Their expressions betrayed their suffering, and Jihan realized they were being held captive rather than outright harmed. What's her game? Jihan pondered inwardly, but his moment of contemplation allowed the Shadow Queen to exploit an opening, seizing his legs and encasing his entire body in darkness. However, this sudden move clarified her intentions for Jihan. She intended to eliminate him first and deal with the others later. Despite his predicament, Jihan wasn't ready to give up. Attempting to employ his signature flashing thunder steps proved futile as he found himself immobilized. As the looming, shadowy sword materialized before him and advanced slowly, Jihan couldn't help but wonder at the deliberate pace of the impending strike. Why the slow approach, he mused. It seemed she derived some twisted pleasure from prolonging his demise. What twisted taste she has, he thought. Looking back at the other players, he inwardly lamented the possibility of losing his first-place spot if things continued this way. He's got to make the others fail first, their faces showing they can't wait for her to kill him so they can take a shot at winning. But Jihan won't go down easy, even with most of him tied up. If he can wiggle his fingers, he can still pack a punch. The other survivors are feeling pretty confident, clueless about what's going down, but thinking luck's on their side. They're stuck thinking she's aiming for Jihan first, but then their joy turns to terror as they can't even talk or catch a breath. Their bodies just gave out on them, and then they died. With their demise, only Jihan's left standing. The Shadow Queen's whole plan's blown to bits, and Jihan throws in a sarcastic jab. Oops, my bad. Looks like I ruined up your plan. The system gives him props for snagging the top spot in the top 100 and scoring that sweet victory royale before booting him out. But, unlucky for him, the Shadow Queen's not ready to call it quits. She's all about dishing out pain. So instead of taking her time, she moves her hand down to ramp up the torture. Jihan's still standing, asking if she doesn't think that's a bit much. But sadly for Jihan, that sword of hers isn't backing down. Now this one's gonna hurt like hell. After the massive, ominous sword struck its mark, the battlefield lay empty, quiet, and dim. The Shadow Queen peered down at her strike and then raised her hand to dispel the shadow, checking if Jihan was down for the count. To her surprise, instead of silence, she heard Jihan's voice. What a pity. Astonishingly, Jihan narrowly evaded her attack at the very last moment, escaping with just the loss of one hand instead of his life. He winked at her and remarked on how the game's power waned once it concluded. Too bad, he repeated, mentioning he hoped his remaining arm would suffice this time. The system reappeared, notifying him that the game had ended and he'd be logged out involuntarily. Grinning at her, he bid, "Until next time." As he logged out, the Shadow Queen seethed with anger. The once blue notification turned red, signaling an error. It revealed that the shadow of the sun had been imprinted on his left arm. Back in the real world, Jihan found himself back in his room, sprawled on the floor, exhaling in relief. That game was seriously draining. Lim Gayong, Baron, and then the Shadow Queen. Facing all of them was like running a marathon. The aftermath lingered, though. It was a close call. He'd have been toast if he'd been just a second slower. Right before the Shadow Queen's blade made contact, he focused all his energy into slashing at the other player's heart's arteries with his fingers. He feared she'd catch on, but she didn't seem to. It was a stroke of luck that she only took his left arm. He shuddered at the thought of being crushed by her sword. He didn't want to risk a gamble like that again. He smiled and then glanced at his status window, happy that he at least got rewarded handsomely for it. Since he won in the top 100, he had been rewarded 1 million GP. He also received bonus exp and leveled up. As expected of the top 100, the rewards were on a whole different dimension. He also received a new title called King of Kings, Bronze. That shocked him, but he remembered this was a reward too. It's a title given to the winner of the top 100 promotion game. This title would increase all of his stats by 5 in the Silver League, and EXP earned would be increased by 50% more than usual. Jihan smiled because it was about time he switched out his title of Tutorial Conqueror. He decided to use the title and inwardly said that he would be able to improve much faster in the Silver League with this. He then decided to see the special achievement rewards. He was shocked to have received 10,000 achievement points for winning the top 100. He also received 50,000 achievement points for being first place without a gift. He was flabbergasted that he received 60,000 points. In the end, losing the martial god actually helped him out. That's a nice thing. Suddenly, he noticed something strange had occurred to his arm. He was taken aback as he looked at his ripped sleeve, which got cut off, but he was confused because it was totally fine just a moment ago. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Is it the effect of the battle net? He pondered. Can that happen, though? As far as he knew, the battle net was still in the tutorial stages. He also pondered if it was because a constellation is a different dimensional being. But he didn't have any injuries on his arm, though. It was only his sleeve that was cut. What the hell is happening? He said in confusion. Suddenly, Sia burst into the room, visibly worried, and called out her uncle's name. Jihan, catching sight of her, reassured her that he was all right. She explained that she was anxious because the live stream abruptly cut off. Jihan was surprised to hear this, and Sia elaborated, revealing that the stream stopped after he broke the barrier. Media outlets are buzzing with reactions, with some expressing disbelief that the barrier could be breached. Others are astounded, admitting they've watched countless ranker videos but never witnessed such an event. Some are advocating for Jihan's promotion to diamond rank, given his accomplishment. Sia speculated that everyone is in shock. Jihan confirmed that he's receiving numerous direct messages too. Suddenly, Sia remembered something and asked if the elf was the Shadow Queen. Jihan affirmed it, crediting Sia for helping him uncover the Shadow Queen's identity and clear the quest. Sia expressed her happiness, deeming the effort worthwhile. However, she then noticed something peculiar and inquired about the discoloration on his arm. Jihan dismissed it as nothing, attributing it to his sleeve getting cut. But to his surprise, Sia was referring to his arm turning black. Jihan was bewildered, wondering what was happening as his hand began to take on a shadowy appearance. The system notified him of a detected curse. Meanwhile, at Gangnam, in the Discovery Guild headquarters, Haeon watched Jihan's astonishing feats. She marveled at his victory against Baron and was even more stunned by his breaking of the barrier. The prospect of a bronze tier achieving such feats excited her about Jihan's future. She knew that his triumphs would garner attention from guilds worldwide. Haeon also acknowledges that Jihan is growing stronger every day, making it imperative for her to recruit him no matter what. However, with Jihan's newfound fame from the match, it will be harder than ever to scout him. Meanwhile, at the American First Guild Tower in Manhattan, New York, members of the guild discuss Jihan's value as a player and unanimously agree to contact him immediately. In Tokyo, Japan, a group of suited individuals questions a man about the truth of Takeda's statements regarding Jihan. The man confirms Takeda's claims and emphasizes the need to scout Jihan. One of the suited men expresses concern about Jihan's reluctance to join, despite any monetary offers. The man reassures them, mentioning their special measures. Another suited man raises the issue of controlling the Sword King without her cooperation. The man assures them he has a plan to entice Jihan to join while retaining control over the Sword King. He confidently asserts that there's a way to keep the Sword King with them and lure Jihan into their ranks. The suited man questions the seriousness of the plan, to which the man bows and confirms his seriousness, stating that she's on her way. Meanwhile, on top of a skyscraper, a helicopter prepares to depart, with the Sword King, Sia's father, present. He inquires if she will reveal her destination, but she reassures him, urging him not to worry and to await her return. She affectionately instructs him to be patient and love her as he always has. Despite the Sword King's initial resistance, he found himself unable to resist Ito Shizuru's seductive powers, ultimately agreeing with her and bidding her to take care. As we finally see her face, her name is revealed to be Ito Shizuru. Her bodyguards affectionately call her Goddess and advise her to enter first, to which she complies, remarking on the clear sky and deeming it a perfect day to visit someone. Her words are directed towards Jihan, as she plans to meet him and attempt to seduce him into joining Japan, much like she did with Sia's father. Meanwhile, Jihan and Sia are left confused and bewildered by the sudden transformation of his arm. With the conclusion of Season 1, the stage is set for a new chapter in Jihan's journey, fraught with challenges and alliances yet to be forged.